I'm in charge of SCP, Chapter 1. Name: Jongju. Ju. Age: 26. Home address: No 28, Huanhua Street, Jianghai City. I repeat, there is no such place called Jianghai City. Ah, sir, I've said it many times. I've lost my memory. I only remember these and forgot everything else. Inside the interrogation room, Jongju sat slumped in his chair with handcuffs, his eyes, the look of pending death. Obviously, this was not the first time this of conversation had taken place. Kid, I advise you to straighten your attitude and answer the questions properly. The interrogator slapped the table and pointed to the 8 big letters behind him. See where this is? Do you want to go to jail? Jongju still and did not change in the slightest because of the other party's threat. I don't know where this is, he said lazily, but I do know that you are not a police, and this is not a police station. When Jongju finished, the interrogator's face changed slightly, but he didn't make a sound. Let's put it this way. Jongju said, I've been in the police station more times than you peeked into your mother's shower, and I can smell a cop with my eyes closed, and you dash. He extended his index finger and shook it, or not. The interrogator sat up straight. Kid, don't play tricks with me. You'll only suffer if you don't cooperate. Jongju smiled, if you want me to cooperate, then I will. Find someone with a higher level to talk to me. While you aren't qualified enough. So go home and play video games. The interrogator slapped the table and wanted to go forward to teach Jongju a lesson, and then a voice came from his headset. He stopped and replied in a low voice, Okay, I understand. The interrogator gave Jongju a fierce glare, opened the door, and walked out of the interrogation room. Jongju watched the interrogator walk out of the room and shrugged his shoulders. The reason he was in this place was not that he had been kidnapped, but because he had run into trouble. To be precise, he had crossed over. To put it mildly, it was probably because he'd had a dream in which he'd been chased by a giant black lizard and had managed to escape, and when he'd woken up, he'd arrived here. He was brought to the world of SCP. SCP, known as the SCP Foundation, a mysterious organization that operates without the interference of any state authority and aims to contain anomalies, events, individuals, etc., in the world, and collectively called anomalous objects or SCPs. The black lizard that chased him was one of the SCPs, the SCP-682, known as the hard-to-destroy reptile. None of the things the SCP Foundation contains are easy to handle, and some of them can even cause world-class disasters if they are released. Such as the shy guy that if you saw it and it will kill you regardless, and a statue that if you do not look at it and it will spontaneously move behind you to break your neck. Like those sealed supreme deities, reality benders whose minds can control anything according to their will, and those kinds of anomalies that kill you when you touch them or even die when you know about them. As far as he knew, the SCP Foundation had rebooted the world at least twice because it couldn't handle the containment. Compared to them, the hard-to-destroy reptile or SCP-682, which just can't be killed physically, is as friendly as a kitten. He came out of nowhere, and his identity is suspicious, so the SCP Foundation doing a full investigation and evaluation of him. After the interrogator left, a tall man in a white lab coat walked in, tall and fit, and at a glance, it was clear that it's a person who exercises all year round. His clothes were distinctly different from the previous interrogator, and he appeared to be a researcher by the looks of it. Yo, there's a new fitness instructor this time. Jongju continued to talk trash, don't you have anyone here who's a little more normal? The researcher walked behind the desk and sat down, you can call me Dr. Lee. I have to remind you, put away that stunt of yours, it doesn't work on me. I know you've broken free of your handcuffs, so no need to try to provoke me and then sneak up on me. Oh, really, you gym-loving gay guy? You dash. Dr. Li's defenses were broken by his trash talk, and his chest rose violently for a moment before he returned to normal. Zhang shrugged and casually threw the handcuffs on the ground. Back at the beginning of the interrogation, he had already used the thumb dislocation method to break them free. As the other man had said, he had initially wanted to sneak up on an interrogator, or a high-ranking officer, as a bargaining chip for subsequent negotiations. He knew very well that if this was really the SCP world, with his current situation, it was impossible to be released, and he might have to be taken in as a prisoner. He had to find a way to leave. During this interrogation time, he has made a series of plans. Even if the sneak attack did not succeed, he still has another trick. Dr. Li did not know what was in his mind and hummed, "You should be glad that I did not let that interrogator approach you. If you had hurt him, at this point, we would not be talking in this situation." "All right, I understand." Zhang nodded. "It's nothing more than being held at gunpoint by dozens of MTF, Mobile Task Force, the SCP Foundation's private army, members." Dr. Li frowned slightly. "You know about the MTF?" Seeing that he had been trapped, Zhang laughed. "Not only do I know about the MTF, I also know that you are affiliated with the SCP Foundation and that this is a containment site." This time, Dr. Li finally made a move. He braced his hands on the tabletop and stared at Zhang. "Kid, you have a problem," he said slowly. Dr. Li's reaction was just as Zhang had expected. Ordinary people had no idea what MTF was, let alone the SCP Foundation. Zhang added, "The lizard that chased me was SCP-682, right?" Dr. Li didn't answer his words, sidestepped his head, and asked, "What else do you know?" "I know a lot. Besides 682, I can name and characterize at least a few dozen other SCP items, such as a statue that breaks people's necks, stairwells that are bottomless, coffee machines that dispenses any kind of beverage, women who can't wear clothes, etc., etc." Zhang smiled faintly, "But I can't talk to you, seeing that your level is not low, only to reveal so little to you." I said, "To get more information from me, you'll have to find someone with a higher level to come." When Zhang finished, Dr. Li's heart fluttered slightly. Some of these anomalies he had heard of, and some he didn't even know about. But he could confirm that they were certainly not something that Zhang had casually made up. However, Dr. Li did not show any difference as he sneered, "You seem to have gotten something wrong. Here, you have no qualifications to negotiate terms at all. Whether I have the qualifications to negotiate or not is not up to you." Zhang looked up and gave a faint smile to the camera in the corner of the wall. "I'm right, aren't I?" A middle-aged man in a black trench coat walked into the interrogation room, and Dr. Li hurriedly got up to offer him a seat. "I'm the deputy site director of this site, Huang Xingwen." He looked at Zhang with a sharp gaze, like a hawk. "I have to remind you that you only have one chance, and if you can't provide me with valid information, then you will face dash." "I know." Zhang waved his hand, interrupting him. "For persons of unknown origin, the Foundation has the right to investigate, interrogate, study, imprison, contain, use various levels of memory erasure measures, then release them back into society, send them to prison, or force them as a D-class personnel, depending on the situation." Zhang spoke quickly, as if he was memorizing a slogan, obviously quite familiar with the Foundation's way of handling things. Huang Xingwen narrowed his eyes. "It seems you know a lot about the Foundation." "As I said, I know far more than you think." "You better be," Huang Xingwen said, "but I still want to emphasize once again, if you can't prove your worth, the Foundation will take Dr. Li's suggestion to slice you up and make a test subject out of you." Chapter 2. 3 days later, Zhang was brought to a test site. Inside the test site, a huge lizard several stories tall roared angrily as it looked up to the ceiling. It was none other than SCP-682. It was bound by countless chains all over its body and constantly emitted a dark aura as if it had just climbed out of hell. Item No, SCP-682. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-682 is a huge-sized reptilian with an unknown origin. It exhibits incredibly high intelligence, and during its limited contact time with SCP-079, an artificial intelligence computer, very complex communication was observed between them. SCP-682 revealed an abhorrence of all life, as confirmed by several interactions with it during containment. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. Currently, the SCP team is unable to destroy SCP-682 and can only inflict significant physical damage to it. SCP-682 needs to be housed in a 5mx5mx5m containment chamber, which needs to be filled with hydrochloric acid until SCP-682 is completely submerged and defenseless. If SCP-682 tries to move, talk or break the containment measures, it should be reacted quickly and with full force as the circumstances call. To avoid provoking SCP-682, employees are prohibited from talking to it, and any unauthorized personnel who attempt to communicate with SCP-682 are to be removed by force. I remember you saying that you came here because of SCP-682, Dr. Lee said. In that case, let's start with it. Zhangju, the Foundation has been trying to kill SCP-682, but has not succeeded. I wonder what you have in mind. Since the day he said Dr. Lee was gay, he hadn't given Zhangju a good impression and was probably holding a grudge. SCP-682 was called the hard-to-destroy reptile, and the SCP Foundation had used many methods, including missile bombing, poisoning, laser cutting, and even taking it to other dimensions, but had failed to kill it, and it was truly immortal. Looking at the angry SCP-682 in the test site, Zhangju spread his hands. Dr. Lee, whether you admit it or not, SCP-682 can't be killed. Your grandfather will always be your grandfather. Oh? Really, that's the answer you gave? Dr. Lee sneered. Stupid outsider, I thought you would have some new ideas, but I didn't expect anything more than that. I'm not going to lie to you, I did think of a good way to deal with it. Do you want to take a look? Dr. Lee pulled out a special textured box from his arms and carefully opened it. Inside was a crystal-like object. He said proudly, "Do you know what this is?" Zhangju looked at it and recognized what was in the box, and it should be a fragment of SCP-409. Item No, SCP-409. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-409 looks like a large quartz crystal, roughly 1.5 meters tall and 0.6 meters wide. Any object that comes into contact with SCP-409 will crystallize within the next 3 hours, an effect that will happen to any material except granite. The crystallization effect will spread at a rate of 2.5 centimeters per minute, crystallizing both internally and on the surface. When the crystallization is fully completed, the object will crack and creak in the next 20 minutes, then suddenly break into endless pieces. Special Containment Procedures: under no circumstances should there be physical contact with SCP-409. Any object that has come into physical contact with SCP-409 must be immediately isolated, along with any materials used in the transport of the object. SCP-409 must always be kept in a granite box, and any transfer of SCP-409 must be done in a granite container. All residues of SCP-409 and props used to transfer residues must be sealed in the granite container. Seeing this, Zhangju knew what Dr. Lee was going to do. It seemed that this world was a little slower than the SCP Foundation he knew, and many experiments had not yet been done, which was a great advantage for him. Zhangju laughed and said, "You want to use SCP-409 to kill SCP-682? I advise you not to do that." "What? You don't believe me? Dr. Lee?" Zhangju shrugged. "Dr. Lee, it's fine if you want to die yourself, Don't drag me into it. I still have a lot of time left in my life to enjoy. Dr. Lee was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Jongju, don't talk nonsense here. In a few days, the site director will know that you are useless. What you know is just hearsay. Then, see how I will clean you up. So that was it? Dr. Lee wanted to use the experiment that killed SCP-682 to prove that he was a useless person. Jongju was too lazy to talk to him and shouted, "What is it? Anyone, I need to pee." Silence. A stern female voice rang out from behind them. Jongju turned around, and a young woman in her 20s approached them, notebook in hand, seemingly taking notes on her experiments. Dr. Lee's angrily distorted face instantly changed into a flattering smile upon seeing the visitor. "Dr. Yang Shui, you're here." Jongju gave her a look. To be a doctor of the SCP Foundation at such a young age, this chick is something else. The woman known as the doctor frowned slightly and said to Dr. Lee, "Why are you here?" Dr. Lee laughed. SCP-682's termination experiment was approved. As for him, the site director said, bring him when doing some of the experiments, just for a tour. Yang Shui remembered what happened a few days ago and looked at Jongju. Is he the one who came from the parallel timeline? Exactly. Dr. Lee nodded. We are going to execute SCP-682 and let him see it. He actually said that SCP-682 can't be killed. What a ridiculous statement. Dr. Yang Shui, you need to talk to the site director Wenbei. It turned out that this chick was actually the site director's niece. No wonder Dr. Lee was like a pug. Jongju sneered, SCP-682 can't be killed, anything that can't kill it can only make it stronger. Dr. Yang, you're here just in time to be a witness. I advised Dr. Lee not to do this. If he gets bent out of shape, and something happens, don't blame me. If it's convenient, please find me a safe room, preferably with a live feed of your experiments, plus bring me some popcorn. Popcorn? Yang Shui frowned. What do you need popcorn for? Jongju spread his hands. After his failure, SCP-682 will definitely go berserk. MTF, Mobile Task Force, vs. Immortal Lizard, doesn't that sound like a good science fiction movie? Dr. Yang held her forehead with her hand. For a moment, she couldn't keep up with Jongju's jumpy thinking. Dr. Lee, on the other hand, was shaking with anger, pointing at Jongju and unable to speak. Dr. Lee, anger hurts the liver. Jongju shook his head. Look at you, sooner or later you'll get terminal liver cancer. How about this? How about we make a bet? Dr. Lee could not wait to tear Jongju into pieces right now. He gritted his teeth and said, okay. What's the bet? Jongju pointed to the box in his hand. If you can kill SCP-682 with SCP-409, I'll swallow this. If the experiment fails, I don't want you to swallow shit and kill yourself to thank the world. Jongju laughed. It's never too much to get down on your knees and say, I was wrong, Grandpa, 100 times. Chapter 3. Jongju sat in a surveillance room, surprisingly holding a bucket of popcorn literally in his hand. He picked one up and threw it in his mouth, smiling. Dr. Yang, in a moment, you will know how wise it was for you to come here with me. Yang Shui frowned slightly. She didn't fit in with Jongju's style. The reason she came here was to keep an eye on Jongju, secondly, because of a woman's intuition. She also felt that SCP-682 couldn't have been killed that easily. Inside the surveillance video, Dr. Lee and the other researchers were making the final preparations. They were moving the main body of SCP-409, a massive crystal, into the test site where SCP-682 was being experimented. Dr. Yang, can you see it? Dr. Lee's voice came over the intercom. Dr. Yang calmly said, yes. Okay, the experiment will begin immediately. Dr. Lee nodded, then changed to a gloomy face. Jongju, you will pay the price for your rampage soon. Dr. Lee made a gesture, and all the staff withdrew from the test site. SCP-409 was lifted by a specially designed crane and placed at the tail of SCP-682. Many staff members, including Dr. Yang and Dr. Lee, were waiting anxiously. The Foundation had already paid a lot of prices to terminate SCP-682. If they still can't succeed this time, they don't know how to end it. The only one who didn't care was Zhangju, holding popcorn in his hand and chewing it munch, munch, munch. Dr. Yang glanced at him and didn't say anything. The experiment has officially begun. SCP-682 was chained up, completely unaware of what the Foundation had placed at its tail, but it instinctively felt fear and cowered in the corner. Nearly 4 minutes later, SCP-682's tail began to crystallize, but the crystallization rate was much slower than usual, and SCP-682 yanked the chain hard, letting out a roar. 12 minutes later, half of SCP-682's colossal body was about to be crystallized, and it acted in great pain and began to spasm. He shouted at the monitor, "See, Zhangju, wait till it dies." Inside the surveillance room, Zhu Zhang was crossing his legs, eating popcorn, so calm and collected that Dr. Li's yell was like a fart to him. Yang Shui looked at him, "Aren't you scared?" "Oh, you have no intention of fulfilling the bet." Zhangju took a bite of popcorn and patted the crumbs on his hand. "Keeping my word is one of the few virtues I have left. Dr. Yang, you have to trust my character. The experiment isn't finished yet, and why are you guys so confident? That said, if Dr. Li loses, will you supervise his compliance, Dr. Yang?" Yang Shui was at a loss for words. As if to confirm Zhangju's words, within the surveillance video, the crystallization of SCP-682 stopped when the conversion degree reached 62%, and the crystallization site blew up, causing massive physical damage to SCP-682. Losing a large number of tissues and organs, SCP-682 let out an angry roar, and the onlooking researchers couldn't help but take a step back. Subsequently, SCP-682's body began to regenerate at an alarming rate. Its flesh and blood regenerated in a very short time, and the newborn parts touched SCP-409, which would no longer be crystallized. For SCP-682, SCP-409 has been entirely ineffective. Because the chain was also crystallized, SCP-682 started to lose its restraints and began to attack the surrounding walls. Inside the test site, most of the Foundation staff were stunned by this scene. "Not good." In the monitoring room, Yang Shui shouted as she turned on the microphone, "Dr. Li, immediately have all staff members evacuate the test site. Notify Red Ying, SCP-682 is about to break through the containment." Red Ying was the name of a mobile task force. But the 682 monster wouldn't give the Foundation time to react. After breaking free from the restraint, it crashed through the wall at first and launched a killing spree. This experiment completely enraged the beast. "Disgusting!" it roared. Every time SCP-682 broke through the containment, it caused many casualties, and this time even more so. Dr. Li stood under the surveillance equipment on the periphery and was the first wave of people to be moved. But due to the suddenness of the incident, many researchers who were too late to be transferred died tragically under SCP-682's sharp claws. In the monitoring room, Yang Shui saw this scene, clenched her fist to death. Her heart was dripping blood. She was also one of the leaders of this experiment, and she had a responsibility that was hard to shirk when such an accident occurred. Most of those researchers are her colleagues. There are wives and children, husbands and parents, and so are sacrificed. She shouted into the intercom, "Security section? When will Red Ying be able to be in position?" A voice came from the other side, "Report, the Red Ying squad went on a field mission and is currently coordinating with headquarters for other teams to come, which will take an hour at the earliest." Captain Zhang has already led the team to assist the researchers to evacuate. Damn it. Yang Shui rarely cursed. Why did things go wrong at such a time? Within this hour, there was no telling how many more people will have to sacrifice. She looked grave, her head spinning rapidly. But 682 itself has an immortality trait, and the Foundation can't do anything with it. What to do? What to do? Yang Shui was almost frantic. Then she saw Zhang Ju. After the incident, Zhang Ju didn't say a word, didn't laugh at them, and didn't make a sound to help. You have a solution, don't you? Dr. Yang grabbed Zhang Ju's shoulders as if she had grabbed a lifeline. You had expected the experiment to fail. You must have a way to subdue SCP-682, right? Zhang Ju looked into her eyes and didn't say anything. Yang Shui said urgently, I promise on behalf of the Foundation, if you can take SCP-682 in as soon as possible, the surveillance of you will end here, and the Foundation will give you a legal identity. Seeing that Zhang Ju still did not respond, she added, what exactly do you want? As long as I can do it, I promise you everything. Seeing how anxious she was, Zhang Ju shook his head. Dr. Yang, it's not that I don't want to help you. Even if I had a solution, can you trust me, or would you dare to trust me? Zhang Ju's question was sharp since he was now in a surveillance status. If Yang Shui listened to him and thus caused something terrible to happen, both of them might have to be executed. Yang Shui looked into Zhang Ju's eyes, his beautiful eyebrows knitted, and with a single word, I believe you. Good. Zhang Ju nodded. He thought for a moment and said, from now on, everything is under my command. Firstly, all personnel move away from SCP-682 as soon as possible and draw it into a narrow space. Secondly, and most importantly, I don't care what method you use, go and bring in SCP-053. Zhang Ju looked serious, not as a joke, and Dr. Yang faintly stared. SCP-053? That little girl. Yes, that little girl. I heard your staff discussing her, and I know she is contained in this site. Zhang Ju narrowed his eyes. If you don't want more people to die, then bring her to SCP-682 right now. Immediately. Chapter 4. Item No, SCP-053. Object Class, Euclid. Description, SCP-053 is a 3-year-old girl with basic conversational skills and is a little more mature in her mental development than the average child. Anyone over the age of 3 who has visual, physical contact with her or spends more than 10 minutes around her will quickly become irrational, paranoid, and homicidal. In most cases, these feelings will all be directed towards SCP-053, and the affected subject attempted to kill SCP-053 after killing or knocking down everyone in their field of vision. Those who tried to kill her will suffer a severe heart attack or seizure and die immediately after inflicting any physical damage to her. SCP-053 can heal all kinds of wounds, no matter how severe, in a case of moments. Special containment procedures. SCP-053 must be isolated in an area no smaller than 5 x 5 with sufficient space to move around, and toys, books, games, and other recreational facilities must be replaced every 3 months. Food is provided 3 times per day and 2 snacks if requested by SCP-053. No physical contact is to be made with SCP-053 without a full atmosphere containment suit and eye shield. No eye contact is to be made with SCP-053 for any reason. Only one personnel member may be present in the room at any given time and must be secured by a safety line of steel cable. All personnel must be removed from SCP-053's containment chamber within 10 minutes of entering. Unlike the apparent monsters like SCP-682, SCP-053 is just a little girl, but she is no less dangerous than those monsters. Among the SCP Foundation's various contained anomalous objects, SCP-053 belongs to the cognitohazard type. Simply put, this little girl, As long as you see her eyes or touch her, you will have the urge to kill her, but once you act, you will immediately die. This is simply a bait tactic. For humans, she is a plague, and everyone avoids it. But the Foundation's doctors have never thought of using her to deal with SCP-682. The reason is also straightforward: most of the people who died because of her were because of heart attacks or epileptic fits, and no one would think that SCP-682 would die from these two things. Yang Shui finally looked at Zhangju, and she knew that Zhangju was not joking. She picked up the intercom. "Is Zhang Hidong, head of Security Team 1 here?" After a moment, a reply came over the intercom, reporting in Dr. Yang, "Security Team 1 leader Zhang Hidong has been killed. This is Deputy Team Leader Wan Bing, please instruct." By definition, Dr. Yang did not have the authority to command the security personnel. Still, her uncle was the site director, and she was dedicated and reliable in her work, so everyone was used to following her orders. Hearing that team leader Zhang had died, Yang Shui closed her eyes slightly and held back her sorrow. "I order, until Red Ying is in position, all security personnel to stop fighting with SCP-682 and lead it to the B2 test area. In addition, bring SCP-053 out of the containment room and bring it to SCP-682. There was some hesitation over the intercom. "Dr. Yang, transferring SCP-053 requires the site director's personal order to do so, in case something goes wrong." "Do as you are told." Yang Shui said calmly, "I'll take the blame if something goes wrong." Since Dr. Yang said so, Deputy Team Leader Wan Bing had to agree. "Understood." She puts down the walkie-talkie. Yang Shui was faintly silent. Zhangju, on the other hand, resumed his boisterous attitude. "I thought you guys were used to this kind of thing." "What do you mean?" "Death." Yang Shui lifted her head and looked at Zhangju. Zhangju acted as if he didn't see her gaze. "Let me ask you a question, why is the SCP Foundation called SCP?" Yang Shui barely thought, "To secure, contain, and protect." Zhangju picked up, "Then you have to be clear. When there's protection, there will be death. Those anomalous objects, never something that can be easily dealt with. The Foundation from the day it was founded, is destined to be accompanied by death." Yang Shui lowered her head as she thought of her father, whose whereabouts were still unknown. On the other hand, Zhangju thought about James Toloran and Marianne Wheeler. Some heroes would be remembered, while others, perhaps, would not even have their names left behind. He placed the popcorn on the table and stood up from his chair. "What are you doing?" Zhangju patted the popcorn crumbs on his hands and pulled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile. "Of course, I'm going to the scene. The responsibility has been taken by you. If I, the one who came up with the idea, don't I get laughed at if I don't do something about it?" Zhangju did not play the hero, and he wanted to go to the scene. 1. To ensure that the plan went smoothly, and 2nd, he wanted to meet SCP-682. Having dreamed of SCP-682 before crossing over, he wanted to know if the two were related and if he could return to the original world. Led by Yang Shui, the two of them ran wildly all the way to the B2 test area, and all along the way were researchers who had taken refuge and showed uncomprehending glances at them and approached them. "Dr. Yang? What are you guys doing there? Quickly with me to take refuge, SCP-682 is about to catch up." Amid the fleeing crowd, Dr. Li suddenly appeared and stopped in front of the two. Zhangju didn't even look at him and crossed directly over. Yang Shui was very anxious and said, "Dr. Li, Zhangju knows how to subdue SCP-682. Let's go together now and see, and you take refuge first." Dr. Li said in disbelief, "SCP-053? Dr. Yang, you should not be anxious. How can you trust the words of an outsider? Just wait for the mobile task force to handle SCP-682 while you quickly go with me to take the refugees." If something happens to you, how can I explain it to Site Director Wenbei? Dr. Li is about to pull Yang Shue's hand. Yang Shue retracted her hand and shook her head. No, no more sacrifices. We must contain SCP-682 immediately. After she finished speaking, she walked away without looking back. Dr. Li glanced in the direction she disappeared, gritted his teeth, and chased after her. Zhang Ju and Yang Shui ran to the outskirts of the B2 test site at last. The sound of gunfire in front of them was constant, and the bodies of several security personnel were lying on the ground. The battle was quite tragic. To lure SCP-682 out here, the security personnel sacrificed a lot of people. Zhang Ju stopped to watch and asked, "When will SCP-053 arrive?" Yang Shui looked at his watch, in about a moment. Because of the unique nature of SCP-053, no one can have visual or physical contact with her, nor can they stay beside her for more than 10 minutes, so escorting her is a bit troublesome. Seeing the sacrificed companions around her and looking at the few remaining security members inside the test site, Yang Shui squeezed his fist hard. "Zhang Ju, if SCP-053 can't stop SCP-682 from going berserk, I'm the Foundation sinner, and I'll drink the bullet and kill myself." Unlike Dr. Li, Yang Shue's sense of responsibility was strong. No wonder the people of the Foundation trusted her. Understood. Zhang Ju nodded and looked at her fondly. "If that's the case, go with confidence. I'll remember to burn the paper for you." Chapter 5. As the two were talking, Dr. Li also caught up. He heard something and came up out of the blue. "Zhang Ju, earlier you swore that SCP-682 couldn't be killed, and now you want SCP-053 to deal with it? You think that big black lizard will be afraid of a little girl? Stop dreaming." Zhang Ju turned around and looked at Dr. Li with squinted eyes. Somehow, Dr. Li was a little scared of him and unconsciously took a step back. Then he felt a little humiliated and said, "What? Did I say something wrong?" Zhang Ju snickered. "If you hadn't disobeyed the advice and insisted on doing the SCP-682 termination experiment, would things have come to this? Did you need to take so many people to wipe your ass with their lives? You're a dead gay man." This word seemed to be Dr. Li's scale of adversity. He yelled, "Doing experiments, people's death is a normal thing. Otherwise, what do you keep those C-level personnel, D-level personnel for? Eat dry food? Aren't they cannon fodder to fill the hole?" His argument was somewhat similar to what Zhang Ju had said to Yang Shui before, but it wasn't the same thing. Sacrifice should be a person's active choice, not being betrayed and pitted by piggybackers. Slap. Yang Shui threw a slap at Dr. Li's face. Not only Dr. Li, even Zhang Ju froze for a moment. But he quickly reacted and clapped his hands. "Look, the chick can't even listen to it anymore." Yang Shui lowered her head, tears falling drop by drop on the ground. "I remember my father once said that the Foundation is cold, but not cruel." "Good." Dr. Li covered his reddened cheeks and said gloomily, saying as if the responsibility is all on me, "I would like to see how you are going to subdue the already berserk SCP-682. Originally, I wanted the security personnel to hold the exit and wait for the mobile task force. But since you have made it like this, I wanted to see how you can end this mess up. It's none of your business how it will end up." Zhang Ju sneered. "I remembered a man who lost a bet. How dare he make a big speech in front of his grandpa?" At the mention of the bet, Dr. Li grunted and stopped talking. He had quite a high prestige within the site, and if he was made to kneel on the ground and call Zhang Ju his grandfather, he might as well kill him. While several people were talking, a heavily armed researcher brought SCP-053 nearby and informed Yang Shui through the intercom. Yang Shui and the others moved out of the way and kept their sight clear of any contact with SCP-053. Only when they walked past did the three dare to open their eyes. SCP-053 was just a 3-year-old girl wearing a pink dress and holding a small bear puppet in her hand. She was mostly contained in a special room, and today she was suddenly brought out. She was a little scared and kept her head down. Yang Shui looked away and could not help but show compassion. Only when SCP-053 and the researcher walked out some distance did the three of them follow, and together they walked towards the gate of the B2 test site. At the same time, some researchers who were slightly more daring followed not far behind them. They had heard about Zhangju and knew that he was a parallel world traveler, and they were somewhat very curious to see how Zhangju could control the already berserk SCP-682. Yang Shui used the walkie-talkie to tell Deputy Team Leader Wan Bing to lead his team to evacuate towards the entrance of the test site, with special instructions that his team members should not touch SCP-053, let alone look her in the eye. The security team members withdrew from the test site one after another, followed by the raging big lizard. SCP-053 and the researcher with her were waiting for them at the gate. According to the usual practice, if there is a containment breach, the security personnel only need to protect the staff to retreat and wait for the MTF backup. There is no need to make such a big sacrifice at all. You have changed the protocol without permission. When the site director returns, I will submit a written report to him. Dr. Li looked at Zhangju and Yang Shui, coldly said, what to say cold and not cruel, in the end, does not still need to be sacrificed. See that researcher that's standing beside SCP-053, his legs are shaking. If your plan fails, what will happen to him? And what will happen to SCP-053? Do they deserve to be eaten by SCP-682? As Dr. Li said, the researcher who sent SCP-053 here, although he was ready for certain death, still couldn't help but be afraid. Ha 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 ha! Zhangju burst out laughing, and he laughed back and forth in a very exaggerated manner. Dr. Li and Yang Shui looked at him simultaneously, and the researchers behind them were even more confused. At this time, he could still laugh. Damn you, gay man, when will you understand that sometimes the gap between smart people and normal people is bigger than the gap between people and dogs? Zhangju patted Dr. Li's shoulder and shook his head. What do you think I came here for, to watch the show? Sorry, I don't do this kind of thing to weigh down my colleagues. Dr. Li and Yang Shui were a bit confused, not knowing what he wanted to do. The researchers also looked at each other, thinking that Zhangju was crazy. No one knew what Zhangju was thinking. In the distance, SCP-682 was already roaring towards them. Zhangju suddenly took a step forward. Everyone let out a cry of surprise. Yang Shui had already guessed what he was going to do. Zhangju turned back and smiled faintly at those who had focused their eyes on him. Then he took a big step forward. Although there were millions of people, I would go on. In front of Zhangju, although there were not 10 million enemies, there was a giant lizard that was more terrifying than that. Yang Shui even felt that his back was glowing. This time, everyone knew what Zhangju was going to do. Dr. Li opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Step by step, Zhangju came behind SCP-053 and patted the researcher who was guarding SCP-053. Buddy. The researcher, fully armed, mechanically turned his head, took off his eye patch, and looked at Zhangju with a puzzled expression. Zhangju smiled, you did a good job, you can go. As for the rest, leave it to me. There's nothing here and there. Zhangju's smile seemed somewhat magical. The idea came from me, I'm not that kind of person that likes letting others take the blame. Go now, if you have the chance, let's have a drink together someday. The researcher's eyes were slightly moist. Thank you. Under everyone's gaze, he returned to the group. Up ahead, only Zhangju and SCP-053 were left alone to face the huge lizard that was running wildly. Their backs were so dazzling that everyone looked frozen. Zhangju once again took a step forward and came to the little girl's side. He looked ahead and smiled faintly. "Little sister, what's your name?" "I don't have a name." The little girl was a little lost. She was holding her little bear puppet. They all call me SCP-053. "You're so cute. How can you not have a name?" "I'm going to give you one. I'm going to call you Shirley. What do you think?" "Shirley," SCP-053 spoke it a few times, her eyes glowing slightly. "Yes. So, little sister Shirley, there is a monster in front of you. Are you afraid?" "I am not afraid." Shirley is not afraid. Good. Zhangju wanted to touch her head. His hand reached halfway and then stopped. He shook his head helplessly. "Little sister Shirley, believe me. Although the monster across the street is scary, I guarantee with my life that it will never hurt you." Chapter 6. As everyone watched, the furious SCP-682 came straight at them. Not surprisingly, in a few seconds, they would be torn into pieces. Yang Shui couldn't help but incline his head. Just at that moment, a shocking scene happened. For some reason, when SCP-682 saw SCP-053, it suddenly reacted strangely. Like a big truck traveling at high speed suddenly braking sharply, its front legs flexed forward, forcing its speed down, as if afraid of hurting the little girl in front of it. Finally, it stopped its huge body 2 meters in front of SCP-053. Then, like a puppy, it put its head down and lay on the ground, meek to the extreme. It was in stark contrast to the previous rampage. Its body shrank dramatically until its length was only about 3 meters. To the naked eye, SCP-682 had recovered from its berserk state. NGHH. Seeing this scene, Dr. Li could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. All the researchers who were watching froze. No one expected such a result. The lawless and immortal SCP-682 was scared of a little girl. Yang Shui looked at Zhangju's back and was in a bit of a trance. She suddenly had an idea that she had to pull Zhangju into the SCP Foundation no matter what price she paid. The information he held in his head was really precious and could save countless people from disaster. He was a living guide to the Foundation. Those researchers were equally aware of this, and they looked at Zhangju like a god. If Zhangju knew the test results, even if only partially, they wouldn't have to live in fear every day. Seeing such a huge beast, SCP-053 was a little scared, and she tried to grab Zhangju's pants, but thought of her anomalous trait and retracted her hand. Zhangju smiled. "Surely, go touch it?" The little girl pursed her lips. "Is it okay if I do?" She had some understanding of her condition, and in general, the Foundation did not allow her to touch anything, especially creatures. "Go ahead, trust me. It's okay." With that, SCP-053, with Zhangju's encouragement, approached SCP-682 one step at a time, under the watchful eyes of everyone. The hearts of those researchers were jumping into their throats. The little girl walked up to SCP-682's head after a few seconds of hesitation. She reached out her hand, touched it, quickly retracted it, and looked timidly at SCP-682. The researchers in the back of the room gasped. No one had ever been able to do such a thing to SCP-682. SCP-682 opened his eyes to look at her, then closed them again and let out a breath from her nostrils. SCP-053 had never actively touched another creature before, and she was pleased that SCP-682 didn't go berserk when he was touched. Her little face flushed. She touched SCP-682's head again, and this time, she didn't let go soon. SCP-682 still did not resist. SCP-053 smiled happily as she opened her arms and hugged SCP-682, pressing her cheek against SCP-682's head with a satisfied smile. Zhangju also smiled gratefully. At this moment, Those researchers could no longer find words to describe their emotions. Who would have thought that that giant black lizard, SCP-682, could get along so well with a little girl? In their opinion, this was simply a miracle. Gradually, their eyes shifted to Zhangju. If Dr. Li had listened to Zhangju's advice and abandoned this experiment at that time, such an incident would not have happened, and so many colleagues would not have sacrificed. If Zhangju could have joined the Foundation and guided the work, the dangers they faced would have been much less. These researchers, who spend their days in danger, have never wished to work with one person like this. The heartwarming image of SCP-682 and SCP-053 embracing each other will become a permanent part of the SCP Foundation's collection, and it was all because of this man named Zhangju. Zhangju kept track of the time through his pulse. He had been by Shirley's side for more than 5 minutes. He snapped his fingers, and Yang Shui in the back nodded. The security personnel drawn from the holding area to provide support came cautiously to SCP-682 with chains and a trailer. As if sensing something, SCP-682 opened his eyes. Everyone except Zhangju was too frightened to move. Good thing there was SCP-053. She put her little head on SCP-682's big head and rubbed it hard. SCP-682 wanted to resist, but because of SCP-053's hug, it finally lowered its head and let the security personnel tie it up layer by layer and carry it to the trailer. The security personnel are on thin ice, afraid of SCP-682's sudden rampage but also afraid of accidentally saw SCP-053's eyes. But their fears were somewhat superfluous, as SCP-053 had kept her head down since SCP-682 had been tied up in layers. Zhangju saw that her feet were already wet with tears. 2 minutes later, SCP-682 was taken away by security personnel in a trailer. Everyone, including Yang Shui, let out a cheer. This monster that had made a big mess of the test site was finally rehoused again. From containment breach to recontainment, the whole process took less than 20 minutes, and even the mobile task force has not arrived in place yet. All of this is thanks to Zhangju. If not for his presence, there is no telling how many personnel would have been sacrificed. It was a great blessing in life to survive the aftermath. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and together they rushed forward and lifted Zhangju and threw him high into the air. Hip hip hooray! Everyone shouted excitedly. Zhangju shouted, "Hey, hey, don't do that, I'm afraid of heights, who the hell took off my pants dash?" But at this time, where would anyone care about him? Yang Shui watched from the sidelines, also revealed a smile of relief. After all, things hadn't gone to a worse place. Zhangju was a rare talent, and she made the right call. She accounted for a peripheral researcher, put on a protective suit, and prepared to take SCP-053 away. Unexpectedly, SCP-053 called out timidly, "Big brother!" She was calling for Zhangju. Her voice was small, but it made the others realize that besides SCP-682, there was another monster here. Everyone put Zhangju down and looked up, afraid to meet her gaze. Zhangju walked up to SCP-053 and looked at her directly. The little girl lowered her head. "Big brother, will I ever see that big monster again?" She talked about SCP-682, and the brief physical contact made her feel differently about SCP-682. Zhangju hummed, "As long as we live, we'll always meet." The little girl knew that she had been by Zhangju's side for too long and was nearing the end of her rope, and any further delay would harm him. "Thank you, big brother." After SCP-053 finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. Yang Shui saw this look on her face and was a little distressed. Zhangju was just about to open his mouth to speak, and suddenly, he was pushed by someone. Ruthlessly pushed him. Zhangju was too late to dodge and ran right into the little girl who hadn't gone far. The little girl fell to the ground in response to the sound, and Zhangju fell first, reflexively dragging her to the ground. When he looked up, he happened to see SCP-053's big, watery eyes. Chapter 7. No one knows if SCP-053's eyes were harmless or not, those who have seen them are dead. Jongju lay on the ground, holding the little girl's body, but also saw her eyes, pure and clear. At this moment, time seems to have stood still. Those who had come in contact with SCP-053, or seen her eyes, would immediately become murderous, and after killing everyone in sight, would eventually die killing SCP-053. Jongju had just been treated as a hero, and if he were really under the influence of SCP-053, then the nearby security personnel would have had to shoot him down immediately. But everyone was fuming. No one dared to make any move. Jongju blinked. Having touched Shirley and seen her eyes, he didn't feel the urge to kill, and Shirley's powers didn't seem to have any effect on him. He stood up and patted the dust on his butt. Everyone gazed at him. But Jongju reacted as if he had just fallen. Yang Shui gently called out, "Jongju." Jongju smiled and nodded, "It's me." Yang Shui's eyes widened. "You weren't affected by SCP-053, I mean, surely, you weren't affected by her." "Well, was not completely unaffected." Jongju finished. Before he left, everyone was like a big enemy, just a little tired. "My goodness," Yang Shui stared at Jongju, his face full of disbelief. The cognitohazards of SCP-053 did not affect Jongju. This was a major discovery. If the mystery could be researched, the threat of countless anomalous items would be significantly reduced, and the contribution to the Foundation would be simply priceless. Not only Yang Shui, but even Jongju himself felt a little strange. However, he had come from another world, so probably the SCP Foundation in this universe had a limited impact on him, but of course, that was just a guess. After this scene, Jongju was already a godlike existence in the eyes of the others. Everyone gazed at him with adoring eyes. After all, the surprises he brought were too many. Well, Shirley has stayed here long enough. Jongju had to immediately take the little girl away to prevent the little girl from affecting others. He patted Shirley's little head, took her little hand, and smiled, "Let's go." No one had ever made such an intimate gesture towards SCP-053, and the little girl was flattered. "Big brother, you dash. Brother is no longer afraid of you. In the future, brother will often visit you, okay?" The little girl nodded her head forcefully, "Okay." Amidst everyone's gaze, Jongju led the little girl forward step by step, the two of them talking as if a brother was accompanying his sister. Jongju calculated the distance, probably out of Shirley's range of effect on others. He said, "Shirley, you wait for me here. Brother has something to take care of." The little girl nodded obediently. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jongju returned. Yang Shui looked puzzled, thinking that Jongju had something for her. Unexpectedly, Jongju crossed directly over the group of fellows and didn't even stop. He came to the very back of the group and dragged Dr. Li out of the corner with one hand. "You, what do you want?" Looking at Jongju's grinning face, Dr. Li said in terror. "What for?" Jongju laughed and smashed his fist on the bridge of his nose. The punch immediately made the tall and powerful Dr. Li lose his fighting ability. "It's fun to shade people, isn't it? Left hook. You only dare to harm people behind their backs, don't you? Right hook. You think I'm only good with my mouth, right?" Followed by a kick. "You've never been beaten by hooligans, have you?" It finally consumed him. "You're a gay guy who only works out and can't even fight." This last kick directly hit Dr. Li's jaw, losing a few teeth. He spat blood and fell to the ground, fainting. "Tui," spat Jongju, "rubbish." The crowd looked dumbfounded. They had never seen this style of Jongju before. Before, he was the hero who saved the world. Just now, he was the gentle neighborly brother, and now he had turned into an uncivilized hooligan. What kind of a person was he? Jiangju rubbed his wrist, ignoring the complex gazes of the others, and returned to the little girl, taking her hand again. Let's go. Okay. Obediently, the little girl responded, Big brother, what were you doing just now? She is used to not looking into the crowd at any time. Nothing, simply taking care of garbage. Brother has always been a person who loves hygiene, you know it, you have to learn from brother. Shirley knows, Shirley will work hard. Yang Shui looked at both of them in the distance, the large one and the small one, just for a moment. At night, Jiangju lay on his bed, recalling the events of the day. SCP-053 was able to subdue SCP-682, which he had known for a long time, and it was no big deal. What concerned him most was that he would not be affected by Shirley. Whether it was a coincidence or something else was yet to be studied, but he surmised that the odds should be because he wasn't even from this universe. Good use of this point could significantly reduce the danger to himself. Regrets were not absent, as there were too many onlookers, and he didn't get to say a few words to SCP-682. But it didn't matter. As long as he was still at the site, as long as the SCP Foundation still needed him, he would have plenty of opportunities later. Jiangju got up, prepared to drink a mouthful of water, pee, and then went to bed. His foot slipped, and he fell to the ground. The glass in his hand broke apart, and the spilled shards cut him right in the face, causing him to grimace in pain. It was a bit unlucky. Jiangju went to the bathroom and prepared to treat the wound. But to his surprise, there was only a shallow mark on his cheek, and the wound was gone. What was going on here? He froze for a moment, then went back to the bedroom, picked up the glass ball on the floor, and without saying a word, gave his handsome face another blow. Ouch, it felt really fucking hurt. He immediately went back to the bathroom and studied it carefully in the mirror, and this time he saw very clearly that the wound that had just been scratched out was healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. It seems to be just a hallucination. He scratched another one on his hand, and when the wound on his hand also healed, he finally determined that he seemed to have the ability to heal himself. What happened? It took Jiangju only 2 seconds to guess the answer. Shirley. Not only was he immune to Shirley's harmful effects, but he had also gained Shirley's self-healing ability. Sure enough, good things come to good people. Jiangju couldn't help but laugh out loud 3 times at this moment. As introduced earlier, the world of the SCP Foundation was a world of cattle, ghosts, and snakes, and there were all kinds of strange and weird things, and living in such a world, it was possible to die without even knowing how you died. With the self-healing ability, plus the knowledge in his head, the probability of survival in this world will undoubtedly increase a lot. Moreover, who said he could only obtain the one ability of Shirley? Chapter 8. The SCP Foundation has divided the institutional facilities under its jurisdiction into site, area, sector, unit, and other categories by size, collectively known as sites. These sites are usually disguised as government or corporate backgrounds, such as Site 14, where Yang Shui is located, which was claimed to be the headquarters of a pharmaceutical company. Most sites hosting high-risk anomalies have extreme countermeasures and fail-safe, such as built-in nuclear warheads. Of course, this mechanism should be used only as a last resort. Recently, many things have happened in Site 14. Among them, the most influential is the termination of the SCP-682 experiment that failed, made a big mess of the test site, and was eventually reinstituted. Jiangju's role in this event was immeasurable, especially since he was immune to the effects of SCP-053, which was surprising. Word of mouth has spread, and now Jiangju has a high reputation at Site 14, and many staff members wanted him to join the SCP Foundation. That Dr. Li, who wanted to harm him, had become a dog that everyone shouted at. Deputy Site Director Huang Xingwen immediately decided to lock up Dr. Li and wait for the foundation to do further investigation and treatment. The third day after this incident, the site director who went to the headquarters for a meeting, Yang Shui's uncle, Yang Wenbei, finally returned. After a brief encounter with Deputy Site Director Huang Xingwen, he beckoned to see Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju arrived at the site director's office, led by Yang Shui. "Hello, Mr. Zhang Ju." Yang Wenbei stepped out from behind his desk and shook Zhang Ju's hand with a smile on his face. Zhang Ju inclined his head and extended his hand. Yang Shui was a little surprised. This wasn't like something her uncle would do, to be too polite to Zhang Ju, a little bit bigger. She wanted to leave but was called back by Yang Wenbei. "Shui, don't rush to leave. You, as a representative of the staff at this site, happen to be a witness." "Witness?" Yang Shui was unsure. Zhang Ju said, "Site Director Wenbei, say what you have to say. There is no need to make so many twists and turns." Zhang Ju's words were a bit rude, and Yang Shui wanted to say something to round things off, but she found that her uncle didn't seem to be angry. "Mr. Zhang is quick to speak. Then I won't beat around the bush." Yang Wenbei took out a document from the table, and his expression turned serious. "Mr. Zhang Ju, on behalf of the SCP Foundation, I would like to officially inform you that you have passed the Foundation's examination, and the Foundation will lift the restrictions on you and grant you legal status, and at the same time, we also extend a sincere invitation to you to join the Foundation and contribute to the survival of human society. Mr. Zhang, are you willing to become a member of the SCP Foundation?" When Yang Wenbei finished, Yang Shui was slightly stunned. The thing she had thought about most in the past 2 days was how to convince her uncle to let Zhang Ju join the Foundation, but she had not expected her uncle to bring back the Foundation's stamped documents directly. It had only been 3 days since Zhang Ju had assisted in the containment of SCP-682, and her report had just been written, so where did the Foundation executives learn about this? Yang Shui was confused, and it seemed that the top management of the Foundation did have a lot of secrets that were not known to anyone. But she hadn't mentioned it to Zhang Ju yet, so she didn't know what his attitude would be. Yang Shui glanced at Zhang Ju, but the latter's face was expressionless, and he could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Zhang Ju said calmly, "Identity is my condition." Seemingly expecting him to ask this question, Yang Wenbei replied, "Your status was specially approved by the O5 Council, the top leadership of SCP, 13 people in total, as a special advisor to the SCP Foundation, a B-level person, and granted level 4 security authority." Special advisor? Hearing this, Yang Shui faintly stared. She had worked in SCP Foundation for many years and had never heard of such a title, thinking that it was indeed a special approval from the O5 Council and there was a high possibility that this position was created for Zhang Ju alone. As for the security authority assigned to Zhang Ju, it was even higher and more frightening. Generally speaking, the SCP Foundation classifies personnel into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, according to their importance, and security privileges are divided into 6 levels, 0, for official use only, 1, confidential, 2, restricted, 3, secret, 4, Daomeal, and 5, Daomeal. B-level personnel with level 4 security clearance are already higher than the vast majority of the Foundation's personnel and arguably just below the O5 Council members. At Site 14, he had almost the same authority as the 2 site directors, only slightly inferior in rank. She quietly glanced at Zhang Ju. What secrets were hidden in this man's body could make the Foundation's senior management pay so much attention? She gradually became curious. Having said that, Yang Wenbei kept his mouth shut and waited for Zhang Ju's reply. Zhang Ju pinched his chin with his thumb and forefinger, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Yang Shui's heart was a little nervous. She wanted Zhang Ju to join the Foundation, the knowledge in Zhangju's mind would allow a lot of research to go smoothly and reduce many needless sacrifices. On top of that, she had a selfish thought: if Zhangju could be immune to the effects of the SCP anomalous trait, could she ask him to help her, to find her father? After a very long period of silence, Zhangju opened his mouth. Site Director Wenbei, I admit that the conditions offered by the Foundation are very high, but trying to pull people in, the Foundation seems to have fallen behind on the most important point. Hearing that his words were wrong, Yang Wenbei faintly froze and raised his eyebrows. Oh? What is it? At this moment, Yang Shue's heart was already thumping. No one knew her uncle better than her. He seemed kind, but he had a heart and an intelligent mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the site director of the SCP Foundation for more than 10 years. The way he raised his eyebrows was a harbinger of anger. Yang Shui was afraid that Zhangju would make an excessive demand and let the negotiations break down. She wanted to tell Zhangju that the terms offered by the Foundation had actually been quite sincere and could even be considered an honor. No one else other than him had ever been offered such a high deal. But it turned out that she had overestimated Zhangju's lower limit. As a recruiter, the SCP Foundation has no idea what his employees really want. Zhangju shook his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "What bullshit level 4 authority do I use to lay cubs? How much do you work a month? How are your working hours arranged? 996? 007? Are there 5 insurance and 1 gold? How much is the year-end bonus? Is there a share of stock? This is a fucking problem. This is what I fucking care about, right?" Zhangju looked agitated, a bit furious, and threw out a bunch of questions, spittle flying around. Yang Wenbei was baffled by his questions. As the site director of the SCP Foundation, his focus was on the world-class issues of destruction. He didn't expect these questions raised by Zhangju. On the other hand, Yang Shui covered her forehead with her hand, feeling her brain hurt. She wondered if there was some kind of shadow in Zhangju's childhood, how he had grown into such a freak. "Fine, fine." Yang Wenbei hurriedly waved his hand, stopping Zhangju's barrage. "I'll call and ask right now. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer." "That's more like it." Zhangju grunted. "Site Director Wenbei, I'll say it up front, if the final result is unsatisfactory to me." Yang Wenbei hurriedly answered, "Then I'll deduct it from my salary to you, Mr. Zhang. That's fine with you, right?" "Well, okay." Zhangju nodded, still somewhat reluctantly. Yang Wenbei cried and laughed, saying, "Then the matter of joining the Foundation dash." Zhangju hummed, "Since you're so sincere, Site Director Wenbei, I'll reluctantly agree. You can't back out of a deal you promised me." "That's fine by me." Having settled the essential matter, Site Director Wenbei was in a good mood, and he smiled, extending his hand once again. "Then Advisor Zhang, welcome to be a part of the SCP Foundation." Chapter 9. As an SCP enthusiast, Zhangju certainly knew how generous the terms offered by the Foundation were. It meant that he had power almost second only to the O5 Council and could access the vast majority of the Foundation's information, which was enough to explain the Foundation's attitude towards him. He didn't know why, but he was sure that the Foundation was asking for something, and it was not a small request. This is a bit interesting. The Foundation even had such a thaumaturgic technology to reboot the world due to the trouble they could not solve themselves. Zhangju could not think of it, nor did he want to think about it. Joining the Foundation was just what he wanted. If he wanted to strengthen himself and return to the original world, starting with the Foundation was undoubtedly the best way. Since joining the Foundation was mutually beneficial, he didn't care about it. The next day, Zhangju went to visit SCP-053 as promised. When she saw Zhangju, the little girl was thrilled, and Zhangju taught her a few small magic tricks, and the two of them played all afternoon. When the staff at the site met Zhangju, they all greeted him very respectfully. "Hello, Advisor Zhang." Apparently, site director Yang Wenbei had already informed Zhangju about joining the foundation, and everyone knew the new advisor and knew that he was the hottest figure at Site 14. In the evening, Zhangju went to the roof of the building to see the view. The Site 14 area was built on the outskirts, away from the city, and watching the sunset from here was a different feeling. "Spirited." A female voice came from behind him, and between the words, there was some hint of dissatisfaction. Zhangju didn't even turn his head back. "Ah, I'm not going to hide it from you. Sometimes being handsome is a burden. There are beautiful women following you everywhere you go." Yang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hummed. "What are you doing in the containment area? Not just to see Shirley, right?" For some reason, Yang Shui also no longer refers to that little girl as SCP-053. "I said I missed you, believe it or not." Zhangju had a sinister smile on his face. "Don't believe it?" "Oh? Why?" Yang Shui's answer was decisive, which made Zhangju curious. Yang Shui looked at him. "You are a man who seems to be hanging around, but in fact, every word you say and everything you do is very purposeful. It is unlikely that you would run to such a dangerous place because of a woman. The one who knows me is Dr. Yang." Zhangju snapped his fingers. "I'm not going to hide it from you, but I came here because I want to experiment with something." "What kind of experiment?" Zhangju gave a data-expunged look. "You'll know when you come." The two of them made their way through the holding area and arrived at the E3 area. Most of the ones housed here were Euclid-class anomalies. The Foundation has about 4 main object classes for the anomalies: Safe, Euclid, Keter, and Thaumiel, and their detailed descriptions are not tabulated here. We need to explain them based on the famous box test briefly. For a specific exception item, if you lock it into a box, set it aside, and nothing bad happens, then it is probably safe. If you lock it in a box, set it aside, and you're not sure what's going to happen, then it's probably Euclid. If you lock it in a box, set it aside, and it escapes easily, then it's probably Keter. If it is the box itself, then it's Thaumiel. Euclid-rated anomalies may not be as dangerous, but they usually have a great deal of uncertainty. Yang Shui had no idea what kind of experiment Zhu Zhang would do. Although Zhangju's current authority was high, because of the SCP-682 incident, all experiments done at Site 14 currently had to go through multiple rounds of evaluation before they could be done. The two made their way down the corridor, and after a particular corner was passed, Zhangju finally stopped outside the door of one of the holding rooms. He scanned his fingerprints, entered the password, opened the door, and pointed to the contents. Yang Shui was shocked. "You want to use me for experiments?" "Hello, I am SCP-426, and I must introduce it this way to avoid semantic confusion. I am an ordinary toaster that toasts slices of bread after being powered on, but when any human refers to me, they subconsciously use the first person. Despite numerous attempts, a way to speak or write information about me in the third person has yet to be found. After I remain around an individual for 2 months, they will begin to think of themselves as a toaster. Unless prevented by someone else, these individuals will eventually seriously injure themselves by trying to imitate my standard functions. I was given as a gift to a certain newlywed couple, and no card or identification markings were found on my box. About 2 months after this family received me, firefighters arrived due to a fire in the electrical circuit. The woman died of electrocution as she tried to swallow an entire electrical socket, and the other 2 victims died together shortly before the fire. Her mother-in-law consumed almost 10 kilograms of bread and died of internal bleeding, and her husband died of blood loss after trying to harmonize with me. The only survivor was an elderly gentleman, already in a state of severe malnutrition, who claimed he had inserted some slices of bread a week earlier and was still waiting for the baked bread to pop out. After the police noticed my unusual properties, I was confiscated by the Foundation, and the affected officers received C-level amnestic sedation. Then later, I was brought back to the facility by the Foundation for many experiments and was eventually placed in a sealed room without any surveillance equipment or windows. The door leading to my room had to be labeled with a number and characteristics completely unrelated to mine to prevent the accidental transmission of my primary anomalous effects. Only staff at level 3 and above may be aware of my presence and some of my characteristics. Assigned staff must rotate monthly to avoid being affected by my secondary effects and undergo a mandatory psychiatric evaluation at the end of each month. Indeed, staff members who are not affected may be reassigned to me at least 4 months after their last rotation. Any staff member affected by me must receive C-level amnestic sedation and be transferred to another site. Finally, let me emphasize that I am really just a toaster. When Zhangju opened the door to the room, I was lying nicely on the tabletop. The woman next to him said, "You want to use me for your experiments?" "Right." Zhangju walked up to me, "I just want to try it out with SCP-426. Hearing Zhangju's words, the woman faintly stared. "You can actually use the third person to make a description about me?" Zhangju nodded, "Yes, I can. I've tried it within the site, and I am not affected by SCP-426. I came here today to confirm that this immunity would be affected by distance, and so far, it seems not." He slapped my casing heavily. "SCP-426, you big daddy." Then smugly said, "See, I'm the first person who can curse it, right?" The woman covered her forehead, seemingly speechless at what he had done. Zhangju laughed out loud. The woman sighed, "So this counts as a successful experiment. What are you going to do next?" "No, no, no." Zhangju shook his head. "At the moment, it only proves that Shirley and the toaster are ineffective against me. The sample is too small. I would like to find another anomalous object to experiment with if possible." "Which anomalous object?" the woman subconsciously asked. Zhangju revealed a data-expunged expression. "Dr. Yang, do you know in which area SCP-166, Teenage Succubus, is contained?" "SCP-166? The woman froze and cursed loudly, "Rascal!" Then walked out of my room. Zhangju hurriedly chased after her. "Dr. Yang, believe me, I was trying to have a heart-to-heart with her. It was really just a heart-to-heart." Chapter 10. The fog was hazy. Zhangju realized that he was in a dream, the same scene when he crossed over because he dreamed of SCP-682. He was standing at a crossroads. Around him, countless pedestrians passed by, all with dull, expressionless eyes, like a walking corpse. "Hey!" Zhangju tried to pull a man's shoulder to talk to him, but the man seemed to have infinite strength and walked straight ahead, and a stumble took Zhangju. "Fuck!" Zhangju cursed, but it was evident in his mind that these people didn't look like they could communicate. Where was this? Zhangju wondered. He observed for a while and found that most of the pedestrians around him were white, and the architecture was Gothic, so he thought it must be some European country. Zhangju wandered around for half a day and found a signpost. However, the writing on it was not recognizable to him. It looked like it should be in French, which confirmed his speculation from the side. So he should be in France now? How did this place become like this, shooting a large science fiction film? Guessing was useless, and Zhangju decided to follow one to see where they had really gone. Zhangju picked a middle-aged 40-year-old woman and trailed her all the way to an office building. Looking at the national flag flying in front of the door, he confirmed his suspicions. The woman appeared to be a government employee, and Zhangju followed her through the various gates. Everyone ignored him as a tailgater, and only multiple gates remained in working order. Zhangju followed her to the office, where several staff members were already sitting in their seats. None of their computers were on, and the people were sitting in front of them, motionless and zombie-like. For an average person, this scene is a bit creepy, but Zhangju, who is also a person, is not only not afraid but also puts his hand in front of the lady's eyes. No reaction. Zhangju began to get weird, making all kinds of irregular and funny movements, almost taking off his pants. Still no reaction. Son of a bitch. Zhangju picked up a chair and smashed it next to the lady on the table. A loud bang made Zhangju's ears hurt, but both the woman and her colleague were staring at the unbooted computer. You guys are tough. This time Zhangju could finally confirm that their five senses had been completely closed off and that no one would bother him even if he did a striptease here. Although anything could happen in a dream, Zhangju always felt something was wrong. These people were too realistic. Was this really a dream? He pushed the lady out of the way, sat himself down in front of the computer, and pressed the power button. The computer turned on normally and showed that it needed a password, so Zhangju didn't even think about it and entered 123,456. The password was correct, and after a few seconds, the computer popped up on the desktop. Zhangju clicked on the calendar, which showed the time of February 21, 2221. He found the woman's work log on the desktop, and the last entry was dated February 1, 2221, the exact date he had crossed over. In other words, the world had been abnormal since that day. After thinking about it, Zhangju opened the search engine, converted the language to Chinese, and searched for a name. It was the name of the former president of Mei, who had just stepped down a few days ago when Zhangju crossed over. Sure enough, Zhangju saw the corresponding information. He then searched for all the domestic and international events he could remember, and without exception, all of them corresponded. Finally, he opened the map and located the address of his home. What the fuck? Zhangju finally couldn't help himself, and he cursed out loud. This was not a dream world. This was the world he lived in before he crossed over. This was a big deal. What had happened here? How did it become like this? It seems that it is not him who has gone wrong, but this world. If he hadn't crossed over, he probably would have turned into the same ghostly appearance as these people. Half an hour later, Zhangju sat in his chair, organizing his thoughts. There should be some mysterious event happening in this world. He had just logged onto multiple forums, and the time of the last reply on all the sites was all close to 2400 hours on February 1, 2221. No one answered the fire and police calls, and no one replied to his posts. At least for now, there was no longer a living person in the entire world, only machines that did not require human intervention were still functioning. Zhangju only hated that he was not a medical student. Otherwise, he could have dissected someone to see what was wrong with their body. Of course, he was also aware that even with the most advanced medical technology, he probably couldn't detect any anomalies in these people. It was more likely due to some mental interference. Zhangju sat for a few more moments and decided to go out and see if there were any other clues. But at the very moment he moved, the phone at the front desk rang. Ring ring ring. The usual phone ringing that he had long been used to sounded so bleak and terrifying at this moment. There was a phone call coming in? Was it because he had just called the police himself? Zhangju did not hesitate, ran over 3 steps, and picked up the phone. Hello. He couldn't speak French, so he had to do it in English. There was a long silence, but Zhangju didn't hang up. He could hear a gasp on the other side. Sure enough, after a few more seconds, a young boy's childish voice rang out. Help me, Chinese? Zhangju froze and immediately said, Hello, who is this? Where are you? Please, save me. Bang 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 dash. A loud banging sound rang out from his mind as the entire world began to shake and the scene in front of him began to crumble. Zhangju knew that he was about to wake up. Where are you? How can I help to save you? Yet the response from over there was no longer audible to him. Bang bang bang, bang 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 dash. There was a sharp knock on the door one after another, and Yang Shue's voice came through the door. Zhangju. Zhang. Are you up? Zhangju opened his eyes and didn't immediately go to open the door, but carefully recalled the dream he had just had. To be precise, it wasn't a dream at all, but a trip back to his original world. He was curious to know what had happened there. Zhangju. Are you up yet? Yang Shue's anxious voice rang out again, thinking that he must have encountered something urgent. Zhangju was now living in the SCP staff dormitory, where conditions were so bad that anyone could come to him, and there was no telling when the detached villa that site director Wenbei had promised him would be fulfilled. As soon as he opened the door, Yang Shui immediately barged in and pulled him up and away. Quick, come with me. What's wrong? Seeing her look anxious, Zhangju was a bit puzzled, thinking that my world was on the verge of destruction and I wasn't even as cranky as you. Something's wrong. Yang Shui looked grave. It seems things are indeed very tricky. Remember that deep bottomless stairwell you mentioned? Zhangju frowned slightly. SCP-087? Wasn't its entrance sealed off long ago? Yang Shui shook her head and bit her lip. Its entrance has indeed been sealed long ago, but something seems to be coming out from the inside. Chapter 11. Item No, SCP-087. Object Class, Euclid. Description: SCP-087, located on the redacted campus, is an unlit platform stairwell with 13 steps per level, descending at an angle of 38 degrees. Between the floors is a semicircular platform approximately 3 meters in diameter, which rotates 180 degrees in the direction of descent with each passing platform. Since the design of SCP-087 limits the visible range to about 1.5 steps, and there are no lamps or windows inside, any object exploring SCP-087 must carry a light source. Light sources over 75 watts are less effective, as the SCP-087 appears to absorb too much light. Reports and recordings from test subjects confirm the presence of painful cries, presumably emitted by children between the ages of and years old. The source of the cries was estimated to be located 200 meters below the first platform. However, no attempts to descend the stairs could bring the subject closer to the source. The depths calculated from the deepest exploration were well beyond the structural depths possible for the building and geological setting. Until now, it is still not known whether SCP-087 has an end. SCP-087 has so far had 4 exploration videos taken by D-Class personnel, each of whom has encountered SCP-087-1, a face with no pupils, nostrils, or mouth. The nature of SCP-087-1 is entirely unknown, but it has been determined that it is not the source of the distress call. Explorers showed intense fear and terror when confronted with SCP-087-1, but it is difficult to determine whether this feeling is perverse or simply a natural reaction. Addendum: within 2 weeks of the end of Expedition 4, several staff and students from the redacted university reported hearing knocking sounds with a frequency every 1 to 2 seconds from the inside of SCP-087. After filling the door leading to SCP-087 with 6 cm thick industrial foam, all reports of knocking have been discontinued. Special containment procedures: the doorway to SCP-087 was constructed of reinforced steel plates with an electrically controlled locking mechanism. The entrance had been camouflaged as a janitorial room consistent with the design of the building in which it was located, and the locking mechanism on the door handle would remain locked unless a voltage of volt was simultaneously applied with counterclockwise rotation of the key. The door is lined with a 6 cm thick industrial foam padding. As a result of the last exploration, access to SCP-087 is now prohibited to any personnel. SCP-087 can be considered a big name in the SCP Foundation and, like SCP-682, is one of the Foundation's legacy entries. To put it simply, it is a deep, bottomless stairwell with no lights and the distressing sounds of small children coming from below. Each time the explorers would encounter SCP-087-1, that is, a face without pupils, nostrils, and a mouth like a ghost. Put it this way, SCP-087 fits all the elements of a horror movie. The Foundation has explored it 4 times. The deepest one has reached 2 kilometers underground but still did not explore its bottom. The last time, the explorers saw a door and could confirm that the cry for help came from behind that door. Then, there was no more. After that explorer was lost, the SCP Foundation sealed off the entrance to SCP-087 completely. The Foundation thought it would be easy to determine it as a Euclid class, but to their surprise, years later, SCP-087 became active again. The cause of the incident is because data expunged a case occurred on campus, 4 students after the evening study cleaning classroom for no reason missing, the school and police looking for them for a few days, and finally found a clue at the entrance of SCP-087. On that old iron door, the outline of several students' faces gradually became clear, with painful expressions. It was as if someone was inside, pressing their faces hard against the iron door. There was panic, and the campus was forced to close classes. The police tried to break the door by force, and the SCP field agents learned about it and immediately passed the news to the headquarters because Site 14 was the closest to the redacted university, so the task was assigned to Yang Shui and the others. Yang Shui said, "There is danger down there in SCP-087. If there weren't a few students in there, the Foundation wouldn't have agreed to re-explore it. The first few operations by D-Class personnel ended in failure, so this time we plan to send a mobile task force team down there, and my uncle hopes you can be there to guide them." For SCP-087, Zhang didn't know any more than the Foundation, but he was now at least holding the title of advisor, so he couldn't refuse. Zhang nodded and carefully recalled the relevant information. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the redacted university in the Foundation's private vehicle. The entrance to SCP-087 was disguised as a dilapidated janitorial room on the first floor. When Zhang and Yang Shui arrived, a team of heavily armed soldiers was already standing by outside the door. A middle-aged man was giving them a lecture: "Cooperate with the researchers, no one is allowed to move, and shoot anyone who dares to disobey the order." Seeing that Yang Shui had arrived, he told the team to rest in place and greeted them, "Dr. Yang Shui, you're here." Noticing the strange man next to Yang Shui, he frowned slightly. "This is Dash." Yang Shui introduced, "His name is Zhang, a special advisor recently hired by the Foundation, currently working at Site 14. She then added to Zhang, "This is one of the CN Region Mobile Task Force, the captain of Red Ying, Guanpeng." The left half of Guanpeng's face was severely burned, almost disfigured, and looked very scary. Zhang knew that the person who could serve as the captain of the mobile task force was by no means an idle one. He extended his hand. "Good day, Captain Guan." He first heard that the Foundation had hired a special advisor because he belonged to the same CN district, but he didn't expect the other party to be such a young man. His thoughts were somewhat similar to Zhang's. Having reached this realm, he would never make the mistake of judging people by their appearance. He believed in the judgment of the Foundation's senior management, and since this young man could serve as a special advisor, he must have his merits. Guanpeng said, "We're in time. Since you and Dr. Yang Shui are here, let's get started." Yang Shui looked at Zhang. According to the rules, this matter must have Zhang's approval. Zhang looked at the large iron door that had been closed and the 4 faces on the door. The current situation was unknown, and the only certain thing was that the 4 students must be inside. No one knew what the situation was like inside without opening the door. Zhang nodded, "Let's move." With a dull sound, the iron door that closed SCP-087 was opened. The staff was fully armed to prevent danger, but after the door opened, no strange things ran out from inside. The industrial foam that filled the door had long since disappeared, and only 4 strings of bloody footprints stretched down from the doorway. Zhangju pinched up the blood on the ground, rubbed it in his hands, and put it under his nose, and sniffed it. It's been no more than 24 hours, and with any luck, there might still be someone alive. So what now? Yang Shui asked. Zhangju glanced inside the stairwell. Captain Guan, please inform your team members to prepare food, ropes, and lighting equipment. It's time for us to explore. Chapter 12. This document has been classified as top secret by order of the administrator. Access by unauthorized personnel is strictly prohibited. The following text is an excerpt from the SCP-087 5th Exploration Log with addendums. The exploration team consisted of 5 people of Chinese descent, randomly selected from the SCP Foundation CN Division MTF Red Ying Squad, numbered H1-H5, with H1 serving as the exploration team leader. The exploration team is equipped with 5 500-watt searchlights that can maintain 72 hours of power, 2 handheld video cameras, a 50-meter-long rope, a small hydraulic clamp, and some detoxification drugs. Each team member is also equipped with a backpack containing 2 bottles of water, 10 nutritional supplements, 10 small LED lights. In addition, each carries a cold pistol, an MP5 submachine gun, and a headset capable of communicating with the command room. Recording starts. Advisor, are you ready? H1, no problem, Advisor. Advisor, remember, your mission is to rescue, and when you see people, carry them without saying a word and run, and ignore everything else. H1, understood. H1 led his team through the iron door into the first step. Despite the 500-watt searchlight, the light can still only shine on the first few steps. The next level is entirely invisible. The exploration team began to move in a 5-person search strategy, H2 the most forward to explore, H5 break back, H1 in the second position in the center of command. They've reached the first platform. H1, Advisor, we found a blood stain. Advisor, I see it. Keep going until you come across something else unusual. The exploration team continued down the line and stopped after traveling to the 6th or so platform. H1, Advisor, we have heard a distress call. Advisor, please describe the sound. H1, it seems to be a child, shouting come down help me kind of voice, intermittent, we can't hear it clearly. Advisor, got it, keep exploring. H1, understood. The team continued down to the 20th platform. H1, report, I think there was something wrong with the sound when we started to hear it. It was about 200 meters away according to us. So far, we don't seem to be close to it. It seems like every time we go down a step, it went down deeper. Advisor, normal phenomenon, do not make a fuss. Whispered to the person next to me, don't your team members do their homework? Dr. By order of the administrator, they have not read about SCP-087 before. Advisor, bullshit order, it's too late to read it when you're already in it. Don't bump on each other, who was it? Keep on going. H1, understood. Arrived on the 48th platform. H1, report, one of the 4 strings of bloody footprints is fading away. The camera was brought down. As you can see, as H1 said, the string of footprints is about to disappear. Advisor, there must be a monster when things go wrong, on your guard, and keep moving. They have arrived on the 51st platform. H1, report, there is a slot in the wall here. It looks like something chopped out. The first step below has broken down, and this chop mark looks pretty smooth. The first string of bloody footprints has completely disappeared. The image shows a circular crater in the wall, estimated to be 50 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, and the first flight of steps down from this platform was knocked to pieces, and the string of bloody footprints disappeared right at the edge of the steps. Advisor, this is odd. Proceed slowly and keep on exploring. A sudden shout came from within the audio. Dr. What's wrong? What happened? H5, report, I saw a face flashing from the rear. Advisor, please describe the face. H5, it was a face without pupils, nostrils, and mouth, grayish-white, floating in mid-air, and when I saw it, it hid backward into the darkness. Advisor, that would be SCP-087-1. H1, should I track it upwards? Advisor, no need, our purpose is to save people, that thing is dangerous, all hands on alert, weapons ready, permission to fire in critical situations, everyone be careful, and proceed. H1, understood. Proceed down to the 70th platform. H5, report, I'm feeling a little weird. Advisor, how weird? Please describe it. H5, after seeing SCP-087-1, my heart beat progressively faster, my blood pressure increased, and my pulse rate should now be at 120 beats per minute. Advisor, this could be caused by fear or nervousness. Dr. The MTF team members are specially trained not to feel fear even in the most desperate times. Advisor, that's what SCP-087-1 is doing, H5. If there are any more symptoms, please bring them up promptly. H1, H5's current situation is no longer suitable for breaking the back. Please replace the personnel. H1, understood. H5 came to the position of H3. H4 is responsible for breaking the back. The team continued down to the 81st platform. At this time, they are at a distance of about 300 meters from the ground. H1, report, there is a large hole in the platform here, and the second string of bloody footprints disappears at the entrance of the hole. The came moved gradually down, and you can see that there was a hollow hole about 1 meter in diameter on the platform of this level. The second string of bloody footprints disappeared at the mouth of the hole, as if someone fell in. The hole is deep, I don't know if it's an illusion. Advisor, throw an LED light down. H3 opened his backpack, took out an LED light, and threw it into the hole. The light lasted about 3 seconds and disappeared. It was indeed very deep. H2, at this angle, I think I saw something. Dr. Please describe what you see. H2, there seems to be a person hanging down there, but I can't be sure. Advisor, throw another light down. H3 threw another LED light into the cave. This time the camera was held by H2, and from the screen, you could see a blurry figure hanging not far inside the cave, and the space inside the cave seemed larger than expected. H1, requesting to go down and take a look. Advisor, granted, please be careful. H4 is in charge of the guard, H5 fixes the rope to the stair railing, H3 ties the other end of the rope to his body as a weight, H2 ties the safety lock, fixes the searchlight to the side of his helmet, holds the camera, and probes into the hole. H1 opened another backup camera so that the monitoring room could see both inside and outside the cave. As with the stairwell, the cave is surrounded by darkness. H2 slid down the rope all the way to 30 meters and was at the same level as the unknown object. You can see that it was indeed a humanoid figure, with its head down, as if it was hanging in mid-air with an invisible rope, about 5 meters from H2. H2, Advisor, can you see it? Advisor, yes, but I can't see it clearly. H2, I'll think of something. H2 slid down a few meters, began to shake the body. With the rope swaying, he and the humanoid figure gradually narrowed the distance, and you can already see the humanoid figure has long hair. Advisor, no, H2, stop. The reverberating force was beyond H2's control. Hearing the advisor's command, he tried to twist his body, but he still involuntarily drifted towards the humanoid object because of the excessive inertia. Just when H2 was close to it, the humanoid figure jerked its head up, revealing a faceless face behind its long, messy hair. H3 quickly pulled the rope upward. H2 was only 20 centimeters away from the humanoid figure when the rope was taken away. The humanoid figure did not chase H2. It raised its head and watched H2 exit the cave. Dr. What is that thing? H2, it's faceless, like a puppet. Advisor, no matter what it is, there is something evil here. Next, reduce unnecessary exploration and do your best to save people. The exploration team put away the ropes and continued downward. This time they walked for more than an hour, traveling down nearly 200 flights of stairs. The exploration team stopped at the 280-level platform for a short rest. At this time, they have more than a 1-kilometer straight line distance from the ground. The distress sounds, if any, seemed to come from more than 200 meters below. They were never able to approach, and the 2 rows of bloody footprints on the ground were fainter and fainter. Several people took turns to drink some water and eat some nutrients. Moving forward in the dark required more physical strength and energy than usual. 10 minutes later, the exploration team set off again, with the backbreaker replaced by H3 and H1 playing the lead role himself. Descending to the 301st floor platform. H1, advisor, I found a wallet. H1 looked down and picked up a wallet-like object from the steps, with some blood stains stuck to it, which had dried. Advisor, open it and take a look. H1 handed the camera to H2 and was about to open the wallet. H4, with a slight trill, here it comes, coming up front. The screen shakes. H2 pointed the camera at the stairs below. A face with no mouth and no nostrils and no pupils appeared in the darkness, only 2 meters away from the exploration team. It was SCP-087-1, I do not know when it appeared there. H1 quickly pulled out the Colt and fired 3 shots, each one hitting the gray face, but it does nothing to it. SCP-087-1 looked at the camera in H1's hand, and it didn't seem to be looking at the few people in the exploration team, but through the camera, staring at the people in the surveillance room. After a few seconds, it disappeared into the darkness. Advisor, see, it just seemed to be looking at me. It dared to look at me. Hey, I'm a little bit upset, I data expunged. Dr. Advisor, please calm down, H1. If there is nothing else unusual, please move on. The exploration team had been traveling downward for another 2 hours, and they had taken more than 500 flights of stairs, and by conservative estimation, they were already 2 kilometers underground. This was beyond the height that an average building should be, but they still hadn't reached the bottom. Distress calls still sounded faint. They had made another resupply during this time, and worryingly, all 5 team members were experiencing heart palpitations. One of them, H5, was the most severe, already needing to hold onto the stair handrail to continue moving forward. Advisor, probably under the influence of SCP-087-1, do you want to retreat? H5, no need. Advisor, I trust your judgment. Please retreat at any time you think is appropriate. H5, yes. The exploration team travels down 3 more steps. H3, report, I sense the sound source approaching. We're closing the distance to it, within 150 meters. Advisor, good, stay alert, and keep moving. After another 30 minutes of advance, the exploration team came to the 610th platform, which was about 2.5 kilometers from the surface. H1, slightly excited report, we seem to have reached the bottom. There is a door ahead. The remaining 2 strings of bloody footprints disappeared in the doorway, and that distress sound also came from behind the door. Do you want us to open that door? A wooden door appears at the end of the stairwell, There are no more stairs to continue down. Apparently, the part of SCP-087 depths has ended. The edges of the wooden door are somewhat rotten, but the main body is intact. There are many scratches at the center, like fingernails picking them out, and the edges of the scratches are blood-stained and very old, presumably left by D-9981's exploration. The door is locked by a bronze lock. The surface of the bronze lock is covered with green patina. I do not know how many years it has gone through. Advisor, H1, now please take a moment to prepare with your team and open the safety of your firearms. Next, you may not have time to rest. The exploration team took a 5-minute break, and all the team members drank some water but did not eat anything. H1, report, the whole team has finished recuperating. Advisor, stay on alert, open the door. H1, H2, H4, and H5 take a few steps back, use the stair railing as cover, hold their submachine guns, and point them at the door. H3 took out small hydraulic pliers and cut the brass lock. After the brass lock is broken, the door behind lets out a sound, the door gap emits out of a white mist, and the distress sound disappears. H3 paused for a few seconds to confirm no danger, pulled the handle, and opened the door. The door is dark. The lighting equipment does not shine out further, should be built with the same light-absorbing material as the stairwell. H3 took out a small LED light and threw it in. LED lights can also only illuminate a few meters range. The space inside is not known how large. H1, Advisor, requesting for entry to explore. Advisor, granted, please be careful and report what you see. The exploration team changes cover and enter the door in turn. Inside the door is a corridor, about 5 meters wide. Ropes are hanging down from above on both sides of the corridor, and most of the ropes are corrupt, dangling like a puppet. The puppets were in the same position as the humanoid figure in the cave, on their backs and without human features. Advisor, it seems to be some kind of ritual, so be careful. The exploration team advances about 50 meters inside the corridor. H2, look. What is that? 2 people are hanging in mid-air, mixed with other puppets, the only difference is that they are wearing clothes. H3 and H4 untie them from the ropes, and it's 2 of the 4 missing students. H3, report, they're still breathing. Dr, nice job. Advisor, be careful. Bang, 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 3 shots rang out of frame. H2, here it comes, SCP-087-1, that face, it's been following us. H1, on guard. Several team members, back to back, surround the 2 students in the middle. H5, the puppets around them seem to be moving. The camera shifted sharply, H5 swept around with the camera, and the puppets that were originally hanging by ropes floated up one by one. Advisor, stop exploring. Retreat immediately. Data expunged. H2, that face, here it comes. Bang bang bang, gunfire continues. Advisor, drop all load, including the cameras, and keep only the headsets and flashlights. You can't fight them. H1, H5 open the way, H3 and H4 take 2 students, H2 follow me and cut off the rear. Countless puppets swarmed. H5's headphones fell off in the chaos, and the little boy's cry for help came again. The sound was close, as if it was at the other end of the corridor. The camera was thrown to the ground, and SCP-087-1, that face, came to the front of the camera, and he stared straight at the camera as if he could see the person behind the camera. The feed was interrupted. Data expunged. Advisor, muttering in a low voice, that little boy's voice, why do I feel like I've heard it somewhere? Dr, what? Advisor, nothing, I said that face is so arrogant, always looking at me, I will beat them up sooner or later. Data expunged. Addendum, 10 hours later, 5 exploration team members emerged from inside SCP-087 with 2 survivors with the help of the pickup crew. During the battle with the puppets, H1 was severely injured in the chest and abdomen, H2 suffered a broken leg, and H5 suffered from catatonia and underwent a month of treatment. 2 survivors suffered severe brain damage and eventually became vegetative, with no way to know what happened to them. The Foundation has updated the information about SCP-087. SCP-087 has 610 levels of platforms and a depth of about 2.5 kilometers, and it has a door at the bottom. The length of the corridor behind the door cannot be estimated, whether there is a larger space connected to it is unknown, and the use of the puppets is unknown. The source of the distressed voice remains unknown. A week later, the SCP Foundation again closed the entrance to SCP-087. Addendum 2. This was not the last time the Foundation explored SCP-087. The advisor had re-entered the next day and destroyed the exploration records for unknown reasons. Dr. I'm going in, don't bother try to stop me, advisor. Chapter 13. Destroyed 6th Exploration Log. Explorer. Special Advisor, male, Chinese descent, medium body build, slight antisocial personality, and a trash talker. Dr. Female, age, thin body build, diagnosed for malnutrition. Both were equipped with a 500-watt searchlight capable of maintaining a 72-hour charge, a backpack containing 2 bottles of water, several nutritional supplements, a rope, a pack of melons, a cold pistol, and did not carry any video equipment. Dr. Why did you come here secretly in the middle of the night? Advisor, if I told you that the little boy's voice asking for help, I once heard it in a dream, would you believe it? Dr. No. Advisor. Spreads his hands. Then there's nothing more to say. Dr. I will report your behavior to the Foundation. Advisor, do what you want. I'm used to having a lot of girls snitch on me when I was in school anyway. Dr. That's because you grew up doing something out of the ordinary. The little boy's cry for help can be heard down to the 10th platform, and advisor? Listened carefully. There was darkness all around, advisor. Did not speak, and the whole stairwell was quiet. Dr. Can't help but lean towards advisor. Advisor, are you afraid? Dr. No. Advisor, wow, even at this moment you're so bold, how enviable, then I'll tell you a ghost story. Dr. No. Advisor. Laughed arrogantly, ha 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 ha. Dr. Frowned, I wonder why you haven't been killed on the side of the road. Advisor, you can ask the Joint Committee of Annihilation and the Anti-Volunteer League about this kind of thing. They've been trying to get me killed for more than a day or two, but unfortunately, they've failed every time. After all, even the most cunning hunter can't beat a good fox. Dr. Why am I not the least bit surprised to hear about those 2 groups? Advisor, perhaps you could join them. Dr. Oh, that would be an honor. They continued down the road. Unlike the previous explorers, the advisor's steps were brisk, and the journey seemed like a tourist tour, as if he didn't care about the dangers below. When they reached the 100th floor, they stopped to rest. Dr. Holding the flashlight tightly, you're really not afraid? Advisor, let me tell you this, because of genetics, I am not naturally sensitive to emotions like fear. Dr. Sigh, in a way, you are really suitable for working in the Foundation. Advisor, I can teach you a simple but proven way to overcome fear. Dr. Looking serious, how? Advisor, whenever you have the head, shoulders, knees, and toes music playing in your head, it can effectively dispel your fear. Dr. Pretend I didn't ask. Advisor, don't believe it? Try it. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Knees and toes. And eyes, and ears, and mouth, and nose. head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Knees and toes. March, march, march. Let's all march. March, march, march. Get your body charged. Dr. Holding his forehead with his hand. Data expunged. Dr. Can you tell me how your parents raised you? Advisor, my father was much worse than me. Dr. That's really. Sigh. Advisor, let me teach you one more thing, don't pick up a conversation if you can't stand them. Dr. They've reached the 150th floor. Dr. Suddenly stops and looks gravely. Advisor, what's wrong? Dr. My head is filled with head, shoulders, knees, and toes. I can't shake it off. Advisor, ha 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 ha, arrogant laughter. Advisor, I'll tell you another secret, in fact, many lyrics, can be applied to the tune of head, shoulders, knees, and toes, even if it is a sad song. For example, you cried to me, fairy tales are all lies, I am not your princess, you will not be my prince, since you said you love me, I, the one, my world is lit up, light up, light up, light up, light up. Dr. In pain please stop destroying my ears. They've reached the 200th floor. Advisor. Take out melon seeds from his backpack, while walking and stoned white dragon horse hooves facing west, holding the tang santang followed by 3 tiger pussy, black cat sheriff, black cat sheriff, just do not tell you, just do not tell you, just do not tell you. Not a word was given by Dr. Advisor, enchanted by my song? Dr. I'm thinking very seriously about joining the Anti-Volunteer League. They've reached the 250th floor. Dr. Slightly surprised I find that I don't seem to be that scared anymore. Advisor. Smug you see, trust me, it works every time. They've reached the 300th floor. Dr. Nervous here it comes. SCP-087-1, the gray, pupil nose mouthless face, appeared on the steps below them, less than 2 meters from them. Advisor. With an excited face it's coming towards you. The advisor made a hungry tiger pounce, leaping downward and grabbing the SCP-087-1 suspended in the air. Probably no one had ever done such a thing before. SCP-087-1's reaction was half a second slower and was caught in the hands of the advisor. The advisor tore SCP-087-1 with both hands, and the gray face was stretched as long as a big pancake by him. SCP-087-1 was full of incredulity. Advisor grabbed SCP-087-1 firmly with one hand and slammed it against the wall. Dare to look at me, huh? Dare to look at me, huh? Dare to look at me, huh? Let me make this clear. How dare you look at me again? Data expunged. SCP-087-1 slipped out of the advisor's hands and quickly disappeared into the darkness. From the beginning to the end, Dr. SCP-087-1 was in a daze. Advisor, what's happened to you? Dr. With a dumbfounded look. Advisor, did I just strike a handsome pose? Dr. With a disgusted look. On the 400th floor, the two sat on the stairs and rested. Dr. Seriously, what the hell was that thing? Advisor, as you said, it was SCP-087-1, and as you can see, it's just a face. Dr. Then why? Advisor, why is it lethal to others but not to me? To put it simply, I'm not afraid of it. Its ability is supposed to create an emotion of fear, which is the source of its power, and SCP-087 is its home base, and the more severe the emotion of fear here, the more powerful it is. Dr. Looking gravely, you are immune to SCP's power and can be completely free from fear of it, but if I am here, won't I be a burden to you? Dawning realization, that's why you're getting weird to distract me. Advisor. Raises an eyebrow, or do you really think I like those childish and brainless songs? Dr. Lowers his head. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, I apologize. Advisor. With great righteousness, no need to apologize. Dr. Advisor, because I like those childish and brainless songs, ha 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 ha, arrogant laughter. Chapter 14. Dr. Can I ask, what exactly do you do in your world? Advisor, didn't I tell you? You can call me the great magician or the wizard. Do you know David Copperfield? I was in the bathroom with him at the same party. They've reached the 500th floor, SCP-087-1, once again appeared in front of them, this time at a distance of 3 meters, probably afraid that Zhangju would pounce on it again and beat it up. Advisor. Cold face, don't you remember, what are you looking at? SCP-087-1 blinked, seemed to be thinking, and disappeared into the darkness 3 seconds later. Dr. Calmly watching the scene, it reminds me of something. Advisor, oh. Dr. Gods and demons are afraid of evil people. Advisor, thank you for the compliment. Dr. SCP-087-1 never appeared again. The two of them arrived at the bottom of the stairwell, the 610th floor. The wooden door had been destroyed, bits and pieces of the puppets were scattered around, and the walls were full of bullet holes. Advisor. Looking left and right, wow, the fight was really intense. Dr. You're going in? You're not afraid of what's inside? Advisor, I told you, as long as you're not afraid, they're not scary. The sound of distress came from inside the door and gradually became more apparent. The two walked through the wooden door, and the faceless puppets on either side of the corridor had returned to their original hanging state. When they approached, the puppets began to move. Dr. Grabbed the arm of the advisor? With a slightly nervous look. Dr. Cheeks slightly red. Sorry. Advisor, it's okay. It's my fault for being too charming. Wow, are you carrying 2 buns in your arms, taking up so much space? Data expunged. Advisor. Covering the left side of his face. Look, they are not moving now, right? Dr. Glare, you can't just distract me in a different way. The corridor was long but not in a straight line. The two of them walked for an hour and reached the end, a huge round stone room. The stone room was about 30 meters in diameter and did not use light-absorbing materials. The lighting equipment used by the two of them had illuminated the whole room. The walls around it are painted with various symbols of unknown meaning, which should be some kind of incantation. There is a huge circular altar in the center of the stone room, made of black stone, and countless faceless puppets are hanging over the altar. In the center of the altar was a basket carved in stone, which was empty at that time. Dr. It seems your guess is correct. This looked like some kind of a sacrificial ritual. Advisor. Looking left and right. I just don't know what it's for. I don't think it's a ritual for taking a dump. Dr. Helpless, can't you think of a better scenario? Data expunged. Dr. There is a mural here. Advisor. Looking up and down. Wow, quite a story. The mural has 3 images. In the first image, a 4-legged, 8-handed sphinx is slaughtering a human village with the bodies of villagers at his feet. In the second image, countless villagers kneel in front of a prototype altar, cut their faces off with knives, and bow down reverently. In the third image, an egg appears in a stone basket on the altar, and a baby hatched. Dr. Full of doubt, is this to say that these humans used some kind of mysterious ritual to invoke the gods to defeat the demons? Advisor, how to interpret something like this mural is really up to your imagination. Based on these 3 paintings alone, I can also say this: the monster defeated everyone and forced them to cut off their faces as a sacrifice and hatched his children. Dr. Since they've entered the stone room, the cry for help disappeared, and the two looked around without finding the source of the sound. There were walls all around and nothing else but the mural. Searching in vain, the two came to the heel of the stone basket in the center of the altar. The advisor reached out, trying to touch the stone basket, and was stopped by Dr. Dr. You better not to touch it. Advisor. Smiling slightly, you're worried about me? Dr. Bowing his head, you are a Foundation special advisor. I should be worried about your safety. Advisor, I see. Since I'm the Foundation advisor, am I the strongest here? Dr. Don't you dare. I have a bad feeling about this. Advisor. Patted her hand and smiled. Don't worry, did you forget who am I? Ghosts and gods are afraid of me. If something really happens later, just run for your own sake, don't worry about me. Remember, as long as you are not afraid, they are not scary. Dr. Stared at the advisor's eyes for 5 seconds before releasing her hand and giving up on stopping him. The advisor's gaze became dull. Dr. Looked tense and tried to push the advisor's body, but the advisor and the stone basket seemed to create some kind of connection and did not move at all. The puppets around him began to move. Dr. Panic. Wake up, hey, wake up. The advisor's 5 senses seemed to be closed off and didn't respond to the call of Dr. Already, some of the puppets were detached from the rope and gathered towards the direction of the Dr. Dr. Panicked and began to back away. She took out a cold pistol from her backpack and shielded herself in front of the advisor. The puppets surrounded her and advisor, and did not immediately start attacking. Dr. Felt her heart's beat rising exponentially faster, her blood pressure rose, and the sweat of her body trembled. She slowly twisted her head. SCP-087-1, the face with no pupils, was behind her, less than 30 centimeters away from her face. Dr. AHH. Screaming. SCP-087-1 was close. Dr. Breathing heavily. Calm down, don't be afraid. SCP-087-1 suddenly rushed towards the immobilized advisor. Dr. Moved to the front to protect the advisor, and because of that, the advisor was not hurt. SCP-087-1 rushed towards the advisor again, and its attack was once again blocked by Dr. SCP-087-1 stared at Dr., changed its target, and started charging towards her. Dr. Closed her eyes. A strong gust of wind, and then Dr. Opened her eyes. Advisor. Grabs SCP-087-1, drops it to the ground, and stomps its face really hard. Who told you to look at me? Huh? SCP-087-1's face was completely disfigured and pulverized. Data expunged. Advisor. Slightly apologetic. Sorry I'm late, let's go. Dr. Wiping the corners of his eyes, showing a smile. Thank goodness. The advisor looked around, and the faceless puppets backed off. Advisor. Spat on SCP-087-1, which he had stepped on, and walked down the altar with Dr. Data expunged. Addendum. 10 hours later, Advisor and Dr. walked out of SCP-087. During that time, Dr. asked Advisor what he had experienced during that moment. Advisor. You may not believe me when I say that I had a wet dream, really, even if you beat me. Chapter 15. A White Mist. Jongju was once again in his dream. To be precise, he was once again back in a world of his own. This time, he appeared on a seaside, not far from the Statue of Liberty. Likewise, the place where he appeared was completely random. Help me, the little boy's cry for help rang out. Jongju sighed. he was assured that the little boy's cry on the altar of SCP-087 was the same kind of voice as the one he was hearing now. What is the connection between these two places? I will save you. Zhangju said, but you have to tell me what's going on here. The distressing sound stopped, and a faint voice came not long after. Seek dash. Seek what? There was no answer. Zhangju cursed, motherfucker. After the SCP-087 incident, Zhangju officially began to perform his duties as an advisor. Under his guidance, the research at Site-14 advanced by leaps and bounds. Any experiment, as long as he was present, was basically successful. If any anomalies were difficult to contain, it would immediately be solved by asking for his advice. The researchers at Site-14 were on a point to treat him up like a god. Whenever he appeared, it would cause a ruckus. To please Zhangju, those researchers used every possible means, from making him delicious meals to massaging his legs and directly asking him if they could have a deeper conversation in the evening. As a last resort, Yang Shui could only order each lab to summarize their needs, and Zhangju arranged the schedule according to the importance and personal preference, which solved the problem a little. Among the Site-14 staff, only Yang Wenbei avoided meeting Zhangju because the Foundation's headquarters had delayed Zhangju's initial request for a stipend and other benefits. Once the two met in the toilet, the site director said, "Zhang, you have to understand the difficulties of the Foundation. The Foundation wants to be independent of the countries and not subject to their control, so they cannot have too many activities, especially in the subject of money dash." Zhangju could understand this situation, but he cursed Wenbei in his heart countless times, wondering when he would not live in the Foundation staff dormitory. He didn't want to live in the dormitory. First, because the conditions were too bad, and second, because there were some things that he didn't want others to see. For example, his newly developed skills. After making contact with Shirley, he gained the ability to regenerate. After entering SCP-087 and beating up SCP-087-1 several times, he returned and found that he had gained another ability, terror projection. Whenever he wanted, he could release an aura that could strike fear into people or other creatures. He had gone to the forest to try it out, and with his current level, he could directly scare a dog that he had enraged to such an extent, and as for the other small creatures such as small fish, shrimp, and ants, etc., could be directly scared to death by him. It seems things are pretty much as he presumed. He is not only immune to SCP anomalous effects but also able to gain some of their abilities through contact. But it seems that an inanimate anomalous object cannot be obtained, and probably that anomalous ability can only be effective on living subjects. In addition, there was an unfortunate thing that happened. Shirley and SCP-682 will be transferred from Site-14 for some reason. It was approved by the O5 Council, highest administration of the SCP Foundation, and there was no room for negotiation. The day Shirley left, the sun was shining. Zhangju hugged her all the way. Be good when you get there. Eat well, don't eat too many snacks, so that you can grow as tall as your brother, you know. The little girl hugged her little bear puppet and nodded obediently, I understand. It wasn't until the moment of goodbye that the little girl's tears slipped from her eyes. Brother Zhangju, you must remember to visit me. Zhangju smiled and said, I will. The little girl bowed her head, her tears fell to the ground, she wiped them hard and handed the bear puppet in her hand to Zhangju. Brother Zhangju, take this, it's for you. You have to take good care of it. Oh, if one day Shirley does not remember you, you can come to me with it, I won't let anyone hurt you. Zhangju stood on the roof of the building and kept watching Shirley's escort vehicle disappear into the distance. The sound of high heels clattered, and Zhangju didn't need to think about it to know who it was. So, you have a side like that? Yang Shui stood next to him. Oh. Zhangju laughed, which side? There's another side of me you wanted to see? It's very interesting, you know. Yang Shui was already partially immune to his trash talk but still turned red at the base of her ears. She gave Zhang Ju a blank look. Forget it, forget about what I said. Did I get that right? Zhang Ju shook his head. Hey, I've been too tired. Lately, my head is not doing well, Dr. Yang. You should bear with me more. Yang Shui sighed and handed over the information in her hand. This is the catalogue of all the anomalies housed at Site 14 that asked for. What I can find out within my authority is all here. You have a higher authority than me, you might be able to find out something else as well. Zhang Ju took the file in his hands and flipped through it casually. No need. This is more than enough. Yang Shui asked, do you just need the table of contents? Some of the anomalies are so complex that they only have several general information that you can look upon the Foundation's computer, or I could just send them to you. No, don't bother with that. The information about them, it's all here. Zhang Ju nodded his head with his hand. I'm just not familiar with this site yet. I've been living in the lab for a few days, and I'm getting bored lately. Dr. Yang Shui, can you give me a tour if it's convenient for you? Under the guidance of Yang Shui, Zhang Ju finally had a clear understanding of Site 14. The site had 18 floors, 12 above ground and 6 underground. The 12 floors above ground were primarily administrative areas and research institutes. The first floor underground was the laboratory, and the second floor was the testing area, where SCP-682 was experimented. The third floor was the containment area, where most of the anomalies were contained. Yang Shui's authority, at most, can only go to the 5th underground floor. As for the 6th underground floor, what SCP was contained, she is not sure about it. In addition to the specialized researchers, only 2 site directors have the right to know about it, and Zhang Ju should be one of them. The time was midnight after midnight, and the 2 of them walked through Site 14, and because it was already late, they only turned around in the test area of B2, not continuing down to trouble the security personnel. Only the 2 of them were left in the dim corridor, walking and murmuring at the same time. Yang Shui suddenly felt as if the whole site had been more lively with Zhang Ju around. However, it seemed like it was time for a rest. Zhang Ju lived in the staff dormitory next to the site. Although Yang Shui had his own house in town, he usually slept in the site director's office. The 2 stopped at the junction in the hallway. So, thank you, Dr. Yang, for today. Zhang Ju said. Yang Shui frowned slightly. She was a little uncomfortable with Zhang Ju being so polite all of a sudden. Zhang Ju suddenly remembered something. By the way, this should be considered overtime today. Remember to ask the finance to calculate my overtime pay, oh, and the meal cost for the night snack. Yang Shui sighed. This was the real Zhang Ju. She was about to open her mouth to say goodbye. Ring ring ring. A sharp alarm sounded, accompanied by a constantly flashing red light as if the entire building was trembling. Zhang Ju frowned and looked over at Yang Shui. What's happening? Yang Shui's lips turned white. It was the first time she had heard this level of alarm in her years of working at the Foundation. Red lights were flashing at the highest frequency, not a fire, enemy attack, but a total containment breach. This means that more than 50% of the contained SCP in the site have all escaped. Her voice trembled a little. Bad news, a total containment breach has occurred. Chapter 16. A containment breach. Zhang Ju was a bit helpless. This kind of event only occurred on a rare occasion, and they were caught on such an unfortunate moment. The impact of a containment breach can be big or small. If it's just a monster like SCP-682, then it'll be easy, a few missiles can solve the problem, but if it's something else that's terrifying got out, that's bad news. Knowing Yang Shui's expression, it seems that the situation was terrible. After the alarm went off, the entire site was in a state of emergency. The security team was stationed at their assigned position to prepare for the unexpected. After only a few minutes, a heavily armed team of security personnel passed by Zhang Ju and the others. Zhang Ju and Yang Shui were both B-class personnel, and according to the SCP Foundation Constitution, they should have been moved to a safe zone immediately in the event of a containment breach. But Yang Shui was in charge, so that she refused to be the first to be escorted and took the initiative to help the security personnel evacuate the site staff. Zhang Ju could only assist her by quickly evacuating the researchers who were still working. It was a good thing that their current location was on floor B2, not the core of the site that contained most of the anomalies. Even so, if there was an anomaly that escaped, it shouldn't be a problem for now. Boom! A massive explosion came from beneath their feet, accompanied by violent vibrations. The security personnel below were already engaged in a fierce battle with the anomalies that had breached their containment. To ensure safety, the building material used by the Foundation as a containment room was very thick steel plates and other special materials filled between each floor. Two of them can feel the explosion, and they can see that the battle below was fierce to an extent. They don't know what containment rooms are left to hold the anomalies. Okay, we should go now. Zhang Ju sent the last group of researchers up the elevator, and Zhang Ju shouted to Yang Shui. The security team had all gone to fight the anomalies. The mobile task force should arrive within half an hour, and on the current B2 floor, they were the only two left. Yang Shui hesitated somewhat reluctantly. Such a large-scale containment breach like this was the first time it happened in Site 14, and she doesn't know how long the security team members on the site can hold them out. But she knew that there was nothing that she could have done to stop it when it came to this situation. The cause of the accident could not be investigated until the problem was resolved, and there was just no telling how many innocent people would have to be sacrificed this time. Seeing Yang Shui nod, Zhang Ju reached out to press the elevator before he could reach the door. Hearing only a big explosion, the floor beneath their feet shook violently, and a few moments later, it crumbled inch by inch and fell downward. The two didn't even have time to let out a scream before they fell into the abyss along with the debris. Ugh, Zhang Ju felt his body was in pain as if all his bones had shattered. A conservative estimate was that he had just fallen a straight line of at least 20 meters. If he hadn't possessed Shirley's self-healing ability, he probably would have been a pile of minced meat by now. He was surrounded by darkness, with only a little light coming from the hole above his head. Zhang Ju fumbled around with the pain and found Yang Shui, not knowing how badly she was hurt. Wake up, wake up. He gently patted Yang Shui's face. He used his body to protect Yang Shui during the fall, but falling from such a high place, even with his body as a cushion, the chance of injury or even death was still high. The good thing was that Yang Shui's body seemed unharmed, and after a short period, she woke up. Where am I? Zhang Ju coughed. It seems that I should be the one to ask you this question. Yang Shui stared at Zhang Ju for half a minute before gradually regaining consciousness in the faint light. She looked up at the cave entrance above her. We were just on the B2 floor, elevator room number 5, and fell down a floor. This should be the B3 floor, so we should be in the hazardous biochemicals containment area. Hazardous biochemicals containment area. Yeah. Yang Shui's head seemed to be injured. She rubbed her forehead. SCP-682 is housed here. What a coincidence. Zhang Ju shrugged, knowing that now was not the time to dwell on such things. The two fell from the safe zone to the containment area, a very dangerous place for both of them. The surrounding area was pitch black, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur from the detonation of the explosion. The lighting equipment here had been destroyed, only a few emergency lights constantly flashing. Apparently, after a fierce battle, there were no anomalies or security personnel to be seen. The sound of fighting in the distance was getting less and less, which could be good news, but of course, it could also be bad news. If the security team hadn't already recontained all the anomalies, then it would also mean that this place was currently completely out of the control of the Foundation and had turned into a hell full of all sorts of dangerous anomalies. What awaits him and Yang Shui in the darkness is unknown. They held each other and slowly walked forward in the dark corridor. The air is filled with the smell of blood and smoke, the sound of gunfire in the distance has completely stopped, the surrounding silence felt unusual, Yang Shui could even hear her heartbeat. The elevator near the drop point had been destroyed and could not be identified, so they had to find another one. Along the way, Zhang Ju strolled idly, seemingly not aware of the danger that might come at any moment seriously. Yang Shui had dealt with these contained anomalies for years, but she involuntarily needed Zhang Ju's help in this situation. Unlike SCP-087, this time, their lives were truly at risk. Yang Shui tugged on Zhang Ju's sleeve and whispered, "Slow down a bit. For safety reasons, they should be quiet and not cause any noise." Yang Shui may be a little afraid knowing her situation. Zhang Ju could understand her and said along with her words, "Don't you think there is something strange here?" Yang Shui frowned slightly, "What do you mean?" Zhang Ju pointed to the shattered lamps above. "There are 20 wall lamps in this corridor, and 5 emergency lights, almost all of which were shattered with a single shot, and the elevator was also destroyed by someone." After Zhang Ju pointed that out, Yang Shui realized that the lamp was not accidentally broken during the battle, and it was obvious someone did it on purpose. But why? Was it to release some of the contained anomalies? She carefully thought about it. The biochemical area should be strong enough to handle the anomalies. Seeing that she understood what she meant, Zhang Ju continued, "And so far, we haven't seen a single corpse." Yang Shui nodded, a point she had also noticed. The fighting on this floor was obviously quite intense, but all the way they had traveled, they had only seen blood but no security personnel, alive or dead. Zhang Ju added, "The main thing is that the site's security personnel seemed to be defeated a bit too quickly." Yang Shui had to admit that Zhang Ju was right. From the time the alarm was issued to the two of them fell, it took no more than 20 minutes. The security personnel inside the base were not as powerful as the MTF, Mobile Task Force, but they were all elite selected from the military of various countries. They were also well equipped and well trained, and organized. Even if they couldn't recontain the anomalies, they still had no problem delaying until the MTF arrived so that they wouldn't be wiped out so quickly. Seeing that Zhang Ju seemed to have something to say, Yang Shui asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" Zhang Ju said, "Judging from this series of circumstances, I am sure that this is not a normal containment breach. It is definitely organized and premeditated. Someone deliberately released the anomalies and helped them to fight against the Foundation." Chapter 17. Judging from this series of circumstances, I am sure that this is not a normal containment breach. It is definitely organized and premeditated. Someone deliberately released the anomalies and helped them to fight against the Foundation. Zhang Ju said. After he finished, Yang Shui froze for a moment. Site 14 in the CN area was a large-scale site, the defense level was high, and many security personnel was stationed here. The enemy dared to intrude here? However, combined with the situation at the site, Zhang Ju's judgment was most likely correct. Other than that, there was no other reasonable explanation. She subconsciously asked, "Who could it be?" Zhang Ju shrugged, "That's a lot. As far as I know, there are quite a few organizations with different philosophies from the Foundation, and with your rank, you should be able to look up relevant information, such as the Serpent's Hand, Chaos Insurgency, or something. I don't think it's the GOC, Global Occult Coalition. After all, their goal is to destroy all anomalies, not to release them." Yang Shui looked at Zhang Ju in amazement, realizing that he didn't just know all about those anomaly programs. He even knew these secret organizations like the back of his hand. The names he had just mentioned were ones that the average person might not have even heard of. Seeing her gaze, Zhang Ju spread his hands. "Don't look at me with that adoring look. Am I wrong for knowing more about it?" Yang Shui was about to speak when Zhang Ju suddenly put his index finger to his mouth, SHH. The original terrifying atmosphere had been diluted by the two men in the middle of a conversation, and it was only when Zhangju made this gesture that Yang Shui remembered that the two men had been moving forward are in danger. At Zhangju's gesture, Yang Shui stopped and listened sideways, and indeed was heard a faint voice coming from around the corner in front of him. "Help me," the voice seems far away, seemingly, very faint, floating in this dark corridor, seems more and more seeping. "Help me," the voice came again. It seemed to be a male. Yang Shui wanted to check it out but was pulled by Zhangju. Yang Shui questioned in a low voice, "What for? Don't you hear someone asking for help?" "I have to." Zhangju let go of his hand and said the same line as before, "I'll remember to burn your paper on this day next year." When Zhangju said that, Yang Shui was also a little scared, but she couldn't do it without saving her life. After a slight hesitation, she slowly walked towards that corner. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. She could even hear her heartbeat. Yang Shui pressed against the wall and slowly poked her head out. A bloody mouth with fangs lunged straight at her. "AHH!" Yang Shui screamed almost instinctively. Her legs were weakened, and she couldn't move at all. Zhangju, who had anticipated the danger, was not far away, and regardless of what Yang Shui saw, he ran behind her in 3 steps, picked her up, and ran. After receiving Shirley's ability, Zhangju's physique has changed significantly. His injury was not yet fully recovered, but he can already carry the weight of an adult walk with ease. He ran all the way wildly, with the sound of pursuing footsteps coming from behind him as if they were animals running. He took a moment to look back, and in the darkness, 2 horrible-looking reptiles were coming after him. They had no eyes, and their mouths and spines were lined with sharp, pointed teeth, each a few centimeters long. With just one glance, Zhangju recognized the thing chasing them was something terrifying. It was fucking SCP-939. Item No, SCP-939. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-939 is a swarming warm-blooded carnivore whose multiple body systems have produced a degenerative condition similar to that of cave-dwelling creatures. The skin of SCP-939 is translucent red. It is highly absorbent and chemically consists of hemoglobins. The average height of SCP-939 when upright is 2.2 m, and the average weight is 250 kilograms, but the weight varies widely among individuals. Each of their limbs ends with a claw consisting of 3 long fingers and a 4th finger in opposite directions, and the claws are covered with spiny hairs that enhance climbing ability. Their heads are elongated, lack of eyes and orbital parts, and they do not have a skull. SCP-939 traps its prey primarily by mimicking human speech with the voices of its past victims, but mimicry of other creatures and nocturnal initiations have also been documented. How SCP-939 learns the voices of its victims are unknown, and some individuals of SCP-939 have been documented to mimic the voices of their victims without hearing them speak. Recent analysis has also been unable to identify differences between the voices imitated by SCP-939 and the victim's own voice, so the use of voice recognition access control systems in facilities housing SCP-939 is strongly discouraged. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-939 is to be contained in an armed biochemical containment area in a 10m×10m×3m compartment of type 1163A or 1163B. Both compartments are temperature-controlled, negative pressure compartments with 4 walls reinforced by reinforced concrete. The entrance and exit of the compartment are airtight iron gates with a sterilization room on the outside. The observation window is made of composite bulletproof glass, 10 cm thick, and is protected by a 100 kV grid covering the window. The humidity of the compartment is maintained at 100% and the temperature at 16 degrees Celsius. SCP-939 entities are always under the surveillance of infrared cameras. Access to the containment area, observation room, or direct access to SCP-939 requires a Level 4 or higher clearance. SCP-939, known as the Beast with Many Voices, is best at imitating human voices to draw the target in and then prey on it, another typical case of phishing tactic. Yang Shui knew them, but she failed to react at once under the circumstances. "What should we do now?" Zhang Ju shouted as he ran, the Beast with Many Voices chasing them all the way down, and they were already out of the option to run. Yang Shui had just been startled by the sudden appearance of SCP-939, but by now, she had already recovered. After all, she was a doctor of the SCP Foundation, and her mental quality was much stronger than the average person. She was held on Zhang Ju's shoulders, bumping along the way, trying to concentrate on her spirit, identifying the surrounding scenery in the darkness. Turn left at the intersection ahead, turn right at the intersection after 20 meters, at the end is the nearest elevator room, you need to unlock the door access with your fingerprint. Understood. The conversation between them was made in the most concise way possible because the two beasts with many voices were not far behind, and if there were a slight delay, they would both have been torn to pieces. Following Yang Shui's instructions, Zhang Ju turned left at the first intersection, walked 20 meters ahead, and then turned right, seeing that he was about to reach the door of the elevator room. Just then, a man in a long robe with a leathery mask came out of a side room and was blocking their path. In the darkness, one could vaguely see that this person's face, surprisingly, had a bird's beak. In his hand, two sharp scalpels were faintly glowing. A few moments later, a dozen Foundation security personnel came out in a line, came to his side, and stood in 2 rows. Their expressions were dull, their eyes empty, and they looked at Zhang Ju and Yang Shui as if they were 2 corpses. Chapter 18. Item No, SCP-049, Plague Doctor. Object Class, Euclid. Description: SCP-049 is a humanoid entity, roughly 1.9 meters in height, which resembles the appearance of a medieval plague doctor. SCP-049 appears to be wearing the thick robes and the ceramic mask indicative of that profession. The garments instead seem to have grown out of SCP-049's body. SCP-049 is capable of speech in a variety of languages, though tends to prefer English or medieval French. While SCP-049 is generally cordial and cooperative with Foundation staff, it can become especially irritated or at times outright aggressive if it feels that it is in the presence of what it calls the pestilence. SCP-049 is capable of halting all organisms' physiological functions through direct skin-to-skin contact. How this occurs is currently unknown, and autopsies of SCP-049's victims have invariably been inconclusive. SCP-049 usually performs crude surgery on cadavers, which often results in the appearance of SCP-049-2, but is not always successful. SCP-049-2 entities are cadavers that have been reanimated by SCP-049's surgery. These instances do not seem to retain any of their prior memories or mental functions, having only basic motor skills and response mechanisms, but can become extremely aggressive if provoked or instructed by SCP-049. SCP-049 always states that these entities have been cured. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-049 are housed in a standard secure humanoid containment unit and must be sedated and monitored by at least 2 armed guards before attempting to transport the SCP-049. Although SCP-049 will normally cooperate with most Foundation personnel, sudden outbursts of emotion or changes in behavior must be responded to by increased force. Under no circumstances should any personnel have direct contact with SCP-049 during an outbreak. If SCP-049 exhibits aggression, it may be controlled by applying lavender to its sedative effects. Once sedated, SCP-049 will usually become docile and return to a sheltered state almost without resistance. Say, how come your site contains all of the star players? Seeing the iconic beak mask, Zhang immediately recognized SCP-049. In his world, although the Plague Doctor was not as popular as SCP-682, the number of fans was also quite large. In his berserk state, the Plague Doctor was not easy to deal with. He would die if he touched him, and although he was immune to his abilities, Yang Shui was not. So Zhang shifted direction at the first opportunity, escaping through the intersection in the road between the two. Still, by doing so, he was again far away from the direction of the elevator room. The pestilence must be eradicated. The Plague Doctor waved his hand, and the dead security personnel behind him, who should now be called SCP-049-2, raised their hands like zombies and chased after Zhang in 7 different directions. SCP-049 is usually so docile. How did he turn out like this today? Yang Shui leaned on Zhang shoulder, puzzled. Being chased by the zombies and SCP-939 simultaneously, Zhang had been running continuously for nearly 10 minutes but still didn't feel the slightest bit tired, so he didn't put Yang Shui down. Perhaps, we can go through him and find out the truth of the matter, Zhang said while running. Yang Shui asked, how do we do that? Is there a lavender around here? Lavender? What do you need that for? Of course, to make SCP-049 regain his composure, should it be used to eat? You can use lavender to restore SCP-049's calmness. Forget it, forget about what I said. Is it there or not? Yang Shui knew that. This was again caused by the incomplete information of the SCP Foundation, and every time she encountered the situation, she was very glad that Zhang was able to join the Foundation. With him around, it seemed that everything would be much easier. I have a bottle of perfume in my pocket, and it's lavender scented. Is this okay? Yang Shui asked. Yes, of course, so Dr. Yang, you do like this scent? Zhang look data expunged. Yang Shui frowned, what scent? Dr. Yang, you misheard me. Zhang said, I mean, the moon is so round tonight. SCP-049 walked through the dark corridors, looking for anything he thought carried the pestilence and curing them. Just now, he had successfully cured 32 patients, thanks to the help of that gentleman. Those 2 people just now, carrying a lot of pestilence, especially that man, his body emits a very special aura. SCP-049 has never seen such a strange disease. He had to find them and cure them. Otherwise, the world would be in crisis. He thought this and then heard a strange calling. Hey! You Birdman, come after me, you'll have to chase me if you wanted to catch me. The man with the pestilence appeared in front of him, danced around, said some words that SCP-049 didn't quite understand, and slapped his ass. But it didn't matter. As long as the patient can be cured, SCP-049 never cared what the others did. He immediately went up to catch up. Walked to the intersection in the hallway. Then came a strange cry. Hi-ya! A beautiful roundhouse kick, just a little slow for him. SCP-049 calmly stretched out his right hand, held the opponent's ankle, and activated his ability. In his mind, as long as he activates his ability, any infected person can be tranquilized and then he can carry out the treatment. Sure enough, the man was on the ground almost instantly. SCP-049 squatted on the ground, took out the tools from the secondary pocket, and was ready to start dissecting. However, to his surprise, a scene occurred. The man did not seem to be affected but could still move. Holding a small bottle in his hand, he spilled the liquid inside onto his face and called out, "Surprise!" SCP-049 felt dizzy, the sky was spinning, and his own body was released as if it was hollowed out. After a few minutes, SCP-049 woke up from the blackout, and in front of him were 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman said, "Hello SCP-049, I'm Dr. Yang, do you remember me? SCP-049 rubbed his eyes and said, I remember you. We used to discuss about the pestilence. It's good that you're back to normal. Dr. Yang said, then, can you tell me what happened here? Why did you act that way? SCP-049 tried to recall. At that time, I was finishing my lab report. A gentleman in a gray trench coat suddenly appeared in my room. Yes, he was courteous, like a gentleman. Then he told me that the pestilence was raging outside and I needed to cure. Dr. Yang said to the man next to him, you were right. This time it was not simply a containment breach. SCP-049 did not know who this man was, and he should not be a Foundation employee or just join the Foundation. But one could tell that the doctor trusted him. Just see the man pinch his chin with his thumb and index finger, think for a while, and said, at present, we can determine that there is an enemy invasion, but the most important thing is, what is the enemy's purpose, what does he want to do by releasing all of the anomalies in the site? Chapter 19. The calmed SCP-049 was generally more docile and willing to cooperate with the Foundation, but his knowledge was limited. Zhang asked a few more questions, but he could not provide any more valid information than the appearance of the enemy. After placing SCP-049 in a staff break room and having him summon back all of 049-2, those zombies, and deactivate them, and after a brief moment, the two set out for the elevator room again. The matter was urgent, and they had to get out quickly to inform the Foundation about the intruders. Obviously, the enemy knows the situation inside Site-14 very well and has adopted a simple and straightforward tactic of releasing the anomalies in the containment area as cover and then taking the security team down one by one. Zhang said as he walked. Yang Shui asked, what exactly does he want to do? Zhang said, for now, there are too few clues. If we simply rely on guessing, then I guess that he should be here for a specific anomaly. It can't be for tourism, right? Following Zhang train of thought, Yang Shui subconsciously asked, what could it be? I must say, Dr. Yang, are you the most inquisitive person in the world? Zhang couldn't help but spit it out. Yang Shui was stunned. Within Site-14, she had always been known for her competence, and those researchers would come to her for advice when they encountered problems. But at some point, she seemed to have developed a habit of relying on Zhang. As long as Zhang was around, her way of thinking would always be half a step slower, or rather, Zhang's thoughts were always one, or even steps ahead of hers. Not expecting his thoughtless remark to keep Yang Shui silent for so long, Zhang shrugged and said, from the catalog you provided me with earlier, I didn't find any valuable anomalous objects that could make the intruder go such lengths, and even if there were, it would be in the 6th floor of the containment area, which you don't even have the permission to access it. As the two spoke, they had arrived at the elevator room. Just as Zhang wanted to go to the next area by scanning his fingerprint. Boom! The sound of an explosion can be heard. Immediately afterward, a huge wave of air shot out from the gap in the elevator door. Zhang instinctively shielded Yang Shui, and together they were propelled several meters away. A few more times like that, and I'll get a brain concussion sooner or later. Zhang helped Yang Shui up from the ground and rubbed her head. Yang Shui was still in a state of shock. What happened? Zhang pointed to the elevator door that had been destroyed. Isn't it obvious enough that someone blew up the elevator shaft? Before Zhang finished talking, explosions came one after another from other directions. Yang Shui's face turned pale. This is bad, the other elevator rooms dash. Ah, as expected. Zhang rubbed his head. The enemy came here single-handedly. Surely he doesn't intend to fight the mobile task force head-on. He only wants to achieve a certain goal. For safety reasons, the SCP Foundation sites generally did not have stairwells between the containment area and the safe zone, and with the intruder blowing up several elevator shafts, it would take at least an hour or two for the people above to open the passageway, which was more than enough time for him to do anything. "We have to stop him," Yang Shui said. To be honest, Zhang Ju's enthusiasm for stopping the intruders' invasion wasn't that high. The culprit had prepared it quite well when to launch his plan, the way the Foundation would respond, the reaction time, almost all within his calculations. Along with his goal, Site 14 had fallen on its face this time. But he was also a little curious, what thing does the sixth floor contain to make the enemy so determined? The two continued to search within the second floor, expecting to find any valuable clues, as the two SCP-939, the beast with many voices, were still nearby, and they could only speak in whispers. "Ever since I saw SCP-049, Plague Doctor, just now. You looked a little unnatural," Zhang Ju said. "Is there something that you noticed about him?" "No, nothing." Yang Shui shook her head. Yang Shui was not good at lying. Her expression was so bad that even a child could see that something was wrong, so how could she fool Zhang Ju, an adult being? But since she refused to tell, Zhang Ju didn't push. The two continued all the way to the surveillance room, where the first alarm was triggered. The monitoring equipment had been destroyed, and the video had all been burned, and two of the security team members were lying on the bench, bleeding profusely. Zhang Ju turned the two staff members over, checked their wounds, and found that both had been touched in the neck with sharp instruments. What a sharp cut! The two men didn't even have time to move. The intruder seems to be very strong. Zhang Ju judged the gap between himself and the other side in his mind. He was good at fighting and brawling against hooligans, but he could only take a beating compared to this kind of professional agent. He stood up, ready to find out if there were any other clues. Then he saw Yang Shui standing in the doorway of the inner room, not moving and not saying anything. There was a small room inside the monitoring room for a temporary break for the staff. Was there something inside? Zhang Ju whispered to her, "Dr. Yang." No respond. Zhang Ju knew that there was a high chance that this woman was being targeted. He cautiously walked towards Yang Shui's side. Zhang Ju walked behind Yang Shui and peered inside through the gap between her and the room's door. He saw a large rooster standing on the iron-framed bed where the staff was resting in the darkness, looking towards the door and right at Yang Shui. She was so scared by a chicken that she couldn't move. Zhang Ju was about to approach it when the chicken noticed his presence and turned its gaze over. Both of their eyes were met. Zhang Ju only felt a tingling all over his body, as if countless fleas had run through his body, and then nothing special. He frowned, and something was not right. When the chicken saw that Zhang Ju was not affected, it opened its fleshy webbing around its neck like a peacock fanning its skin. This time revealing its entire body, Zhang Ju was able to see clearly what this big rooster was. Item No, SCP-1013, Cockatrice. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-1013 is a small lizard with a bird-like head and a long frill around its head that can be opened up by the bones that surround its neck. Most of its body appears similar to the most common lizard, except for its head and unusually long tail. The main part of its body is only 60 centimeters long, and its tail is 121 centimeters long and very flexible. SCP-1013 will use its tail to catch and disrupt large prey. SCP-1013 hunts by releasing unknown radiation, wave, or mimetic force to its prey through visual contact. Subjects report sudden tingling in most major muscle groups of the body and general paralysis within 3 seconds. The paralysis lasts 8 minutes and stops completely after 10 minutes. If the paralyzed subject is bitten, they will enter the calcification process. The external skin tissue calcifies rapidly and becomes dense and hard within a few minutes. This transformation will start from the point of contact and spread throughout the body, calcifying the entire body within 15 minutes. SCP-1013 will peck through the hardened outer layer of skin, swallow the internal tissues, and gradually eat into the body as it consumes. The prey will generally die of blood loss or internal injuries before being eaten up. The remaining body tissue will remain within the calcified tissue to slowly decompose and decay. Special containment procedures, standard safety procedures for visually reactive items, Ed 8, shall be applied at all times. Any personnel entering the containment area must wear an AR-68 armored variant protective suit. Personnel leaving the area with damaged clothing must be quarantined for 1 hour. Personnel who were paralyzed during cleaning/feeding/testing will be removed from medical evaluation. SCP-1013 will be fed small mammals, rabbits, rats, cats, or dogs, once per day. Feeding may only be done if no calcified remains are present in the containment area. Calcified remains that are no longer consumed must be immediately removed from the holding area and destroyed by incineration. Personnel dying from the pre-feeding effects of SCP-1013 will be removed and cremated, and all remains must be destroyed within 1 hour of a complete calcification. The SCP-1013 can fixate on any creature that looks at their eyes with it, a common trick when hunting. Realizing that its gaze was not producing the desired effect, SCP-1013 took a few more steps forward, its eyes looking straight at Zhangju. Instead of turning paralyzed, Zhangju rubbed his wrist and pressed his fingers to click as if he was preparing something. If SCP-087-1 were here, it would have told SCP-1013 to never look at Zhangju. Chapter 20. Zhangju looked at Yang Shui, who had already lost consciousness, and rushed up with a single step, grabbing the long tail of the lizard chicken beast and swinging it round to smash it against the wall. "Dare to look at me, huh? Dare to look at me, huh? Dare to look at me, huh?" Every time he said a word, he smashed it against the wall. The lizard chicken beast's head was banged to the wall, and the beast was stunned. Usually, people would either freeze or be scared to run away so that they wouldn't look at him straight away. But in the end, this man was a total monster. Only SCP-087-1 could understand what it had felt when facing Zhangju. The body of the lizard chicken beast is only 60 centimeters, but the smooth and thin tail is 120 centimeters long, and Zhangju took it as a whip to smash it around. The bottles and jars in the area were destroyed, and almost all of them were smashed to pieces by Zhangju. After 3 minutes, Zhangju felt his wrist was a little sore, so he casually threw SCP-1013 on the ground. The lizard chicken beast was limping in the corner, and its brain had already been smashed. It probably never dreamed that it would die in this way, an unfortunate destiny for SCP-1013. Zhangju casually clapped his hands, the danger was lifted, and he went to see how Yang Shui was doing. Yang Shui and SCP-1013 hadn't spent much time looking at each other, and the damage to her bodily functions was minor, so Zhangju gently patted her cheek, and she regained consciousness. "Watch out! There's SCP-1013 inside." Seeing Zhangju, she whispered. "Ah, you mean that thing?" Zhangju pointed at the lizard chicken beast on the ground. "I've already taken care of." Yang Shui froze for half a minute when she saw the tragic death of that lizard chicken beast, then sighed. "It's disheartening, and I'm in favor of you killing it, but can you end its suffering?" Zhangju nodded, sincere attitude to accept criticism. "Ah, okay, next time I'll be more understandable. Anyone who looks at me again, I'll let them die with a little dignity. Sounds good." Obviously, a very typical word comes out of Zhangju, knowing he has a habit of being a gangster. Yang Shui shakes her head, not thinking too much on this matter. There was a body of a security officer on the bed, mostly calcified, and the lizard chicken beast was enjoying its meal when Yang Shui barged in. The man was wearing the uniform of a security officer, not a member of the surveillance staff, and he hadn't been killed by the intruder but by SCP-1013. Zhangju examined the body and didn't find anything. Just when he was about to concentrate, "Zhangju." Yang Shui suddenly called out to him twice, her voice trembling. "What's wrong?" Zhangju turned around and followed her gaze, only to see a dozen SCP-1013s blocking the doorway. All of them had opened their neck puffs like enraged fighting chickens, looking like they were about to rush in and tear two of them apart. Zhangju looked around, and lizard chicken beasts are flock animals, probably the blood of their kind attracted them over. Yang Shui shuddered slightly. As a female, she was inherently vulnerable to such a horrific monster-type anomalous creature, and she could not blame herself for it. Zhangju took a step forward and shielded her. Somehow, looking at Zhangju's back, she suddenly wasn't afraid at all, the same as she had been in the stairwell. It seemed that as long as Zhangju was there, all problems were not problems. Zhangju shouted and said, "I must say, you guys are getting tired of living, aren't you?" His tone rose slightly, with a slight hint of a threat. If the other party was human, it might have been effective, but what was outside the door now was a group of monsters. Yang Shui thought so, but something else had surprised her. Dozens of SCP-1013 shrunk their necks and were too scared to move after Zhangju threatened them. Yang Shui looked at Zhangju in shock. He sensed her gaze and started to make a gesture, "Why don't you all just get lost?" Dozens of SCP-1013 fled outward, knowing that they were spared as if Zhangju was a massive beast that was even more terrifying than them. Only when they had disappeared entirely, Zhangju murmured. This time Yang Shui looked at Zhangju as if he were a monster, unable to utter even a complete sentence. "You, they." Zhangju waved his hand, "Hey, Dr. Yang, I told you a long time ago, I am an unbreakable person. Any kind of beasts, ghosts, gods, and monsters, they would run away from me. Zhangju has too many secrets." Since the problem was solved, Yang Shui also had no intention to ask what caused SCP-1013 to act like that. She shook her head, speechless of what had happened. Zhangju was using the ability he had obtained from that face of SCP-087, Terror Projection. SCP-1013's brain was relatively small, and it was no problem to scare a dozen of them at once. Problem solved, the two were about to leave, when suddenly, something flashed on the floor under the table. It seemed to be a green light. Then a buzzing sound came. Site 14 Command to Security Team 3, Site 14 Command to Security Team 3, what's your 20? I repeat, what's your 20? Site 14 Command to Security Team 3, Site 14 Command to Security Team 3, can you copy? I repeat, can you copy? This was repeated several times. It was the intercom. This time, even Zhangju's reaction was half a second slower. There was a walkie-talkie here, which should be the security officer's equipment. Zhangju hurriedly picked up the intercom, pressed the button, and answered, "This is Advisor Zhangju, I repeat, this is Advisor Zhangju, can anyone hear me?" Excited voices came from the other side of the walkie-talkie. "Site Director. Site Director. It's Advisor Zhang. He's alive." Site Director Wenbei took the intercom and said, "Advisor Zhang, please report your current location, the people around you, and your condition." Site Director Wenbei changed his usual easygoing attitude towards Zhangju and spoke in a serious tone. This time Site 14 had such a significant incident that it had touched its scales of adversity. Dr. Yang Shui and I fell from floor B2 to floor B3, and our current location is on floor B3, the monitoring room, just the two of us in a pretty good condition. In addition, we subdued SCP-049. According to his description, there was an intrusion from an outsider, thus causing a widespread containment breach. The security team on this floor had been completely wiped out. When will the MTF be able to come to support? Zhangju's speech was fast but straightforward. This simple way of communication was more effective in times of emergency like this. Red Ying has already arrived. Site Director Wenbei replied, but several elevator shafts have all been blown up, and it will take time to clean them up, and it will take them at least an hour to get down there. Zhangju said, "There's a big hole at the entrance to elevator room 5, that's where we fell down, and the MTF can come down through there. That's the hole we're currently working on it." Station Manager Yang said, "If you want to go in through the elevator shaft, you won't be able to make it out until tomorrow." That was out of the question, Zhangju sighed. An hour was an hour. He didn't want to go after the intruder as a last resort, and it was safer to wait for the mobile task force to come and back him up. In any way, that person's purpose was the containment area on floor B6, and they should be safe here, for now. Zhangju was thinking, but he heard Site Director Wenbei say, "Advisor Zhang, according to the documents, your rank was only one level under the O5 Council, and I have no authority to command you to do anything, but as the Site Director of Site 14, I'm asking for your help, in the hope that you can stop the intruder." "And what if I failed?" Zhangju asked. Site Director Wenbei was silent for about a minute. He sighed and said, "There is a very important containment room on floor B6, and if it breaks through the barrier or leaves its position, actively or passively, the computers within the station will activate the emergency protocol." "Emergency protocol? A fail-safe? Built-in nuclear warhead?" Zhangju said in shock. "That's right." Site Director Wenbei let out a long sigh. "So, Advisor Zhang, for the sake of Site 14, for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of innocent people around it, and for the sake of the survival of humanity, whatever the intruder's intentions are, please stop him." Chapter 21. Holy fucking shit. After listening to Yang's words, Zhangju had only one thought in his head: she can curse? There was a built-in nuclear warhead that was inside Site 14, after all. They didn't have the choice to flee, or the world will be flattened by a nuclear warhead. Yang Shui heard their conversation and was also a bit dizzy. Unlike Zhangju, she had been working at Site 14 for a long time, and if you counted the time when her father was still alive, she had lived at Site 14 for more than 20 years. She had never heard of any high-risk items being contained at the site, or if there were even nuclear bombs here. The fail-safe emergency protocol was usually only activated if the anomaly would endanger the world. It was a bit overkill. But she couldn't help but be curious about what was contained on the B6 level. Zhangju shared his thoughts, and after accepting reality, he immediately asked, "Site Director Wenbei, knowing our situation, and we don't have a lot of options, can you tell me what anomalies are contained on the B6 level? Know yourself and your enemy so that you can formulate tactics." Site Director Wenbei said, "There are several items on the B6 level, but the one that will trigger a nuclear strike is only one, and I don't know the item number." "What the hell?" Zhangju almost screamed out. "As the director of Site 14, there are things that you don't know inside your own site. Notice the principle." Site Director Wenbei was sweating at this moment. That anomaly was specially approved by the O5 Council. "I went to a meeting at the headquarters last month before I was brought back to Site 14. My application is still going through the approval process. At the moment, no one knows the number and characteristics except a special researcher. We just found that researcher's corpse in his quarters, so I'm certain that the intruder is aiming for that specific anomaly." Zhangju yelled, "It's that time of day. Call the O5. We're working on it." Site Director Wenbei said, "But the O5 Council is in the middle of an important meeting, the call may not be answered for a few more minutes, but we're running out of time. You must act quickly." "Shit," said Zhangju, practically spitting blood. He didn't even know the number and characteristics of the anomaly, and he had to find it himself and be cannon fodder. Maybe he'd be killed by that thing before he even saw the intruder. Is it a joke that a single object could trigger the emergency protocol? If Zhangju would have known that, he'd quit a long time ago. Despite the fact that Site 14 was built on the outskirts away from the city, but once the nuclear detonates, its destructive power is still incalculable. This was unbelievable. But now there's no time to worry about that. They must hurry. The intruder was still on the loose, may have reached the B6 level. Zhang Ju sighed and accepted his fate. Site Director Wenbei, I understand the situation, but there is a big problem. The elevators had all been blown up. The mobile task force can't get down, nor do we. I can't help you even if I wanted to. There is a secret passage that leads directly to the B6 level. Site Director Wenbei was brief and concise. The entrance is at the end of the last corridor in the E3 area on the B3 level. Zhang Ju and Yang Shui walked through the secret passage that Site Director Wenbei mentioned. The so-called secret passage was just a hidden stairwell, camouflaged at the entrance, which fortunately Zhang Ju now had high enough authority to open. This stairwell had been designed during the initial construction of Site 14 and was only to be used for this moment. The stairwell was dark and damp, the handrails were all rotten, the corners were covered with moss, and the lighting equipment was unusable because of age. If it weren't for the circular logo of the SCP Foundation on every other floor, Zhang Ju would have thought he was back in the same place. Zhang Ju thought he was back in SCP-087. Over the years, they were probably the first people to walk through here. Time was running out, and despite the lack of light in the stairwell, the two of them were moving very quickly. But Zhang Ju could tell that Yang Shui's spirit had been in a trance since she'd just spoken to Site Director Wenbei and had been mechanically following his lead. She seemed to be under a lot of pressure. Zhang Ju could understand that the task of shouldering the lives of hundreds of thousands of people was still too heavy for her. Remember when I asked you why the SCP Foundation was called SCP? Zhang Ju said as he walked. Yang Shui, still as before, answered without thinking, to secure, contain, and protect. Zhang Ju said, in my world, there is a stunt about the SCP Foundation, saying that the purpose of the Foundation is not actually to secure, contain, and protect. Yang Shui was a bit surprised. It seemed that in Zhang Ju's world, the SCP Foundation was already known by the public. Subconsciously, she asked, what is that so? Zhang Ju said, failure, nuclear explosion, and runaway. Yang Shui frowned, that's not even funny. Ah, yeah, I think it's a lame quote too. Zhang Ju laughed self-deprecatingly, but on the forums of major communities, I still go to brush it often. Why? Zhang Ju chuckled, because the more people will pay attention to the Foundation, and the slower they will know that the Foundation was more than just a failure, nuclear explosions, and runaway. They will know that in those past years, in those unseen places, the Foundation used to do something. The two made their way down until they reached the exit on the B6 level, but Zhang Ju did not open the hidden door at the first opportunity. Not surprisingly, outside was the B6 floor corridor. After he opened the door, several options can be presumed. 1. The B6 level was still under the security team's control and had not been breached. This was the best possibility, but also the one with the lowest odds. 2. The enemy had broken through the layers of the Foundation, arrived here, and released all the containment. Although it was reluctant to admit it, this possibility was the highest. If it were indeed the second scenario, then as soon as Zhang Ju opened the door to the secret passage, the two of them would be directly exposed to being under many Keter-level anomalies. Unlike the SCP-939, the Beast with Many Voices, and SCP-1013, Cockatrice, that they had encountered before, this anomalous object possessed a terrifying ability. Zhang Ju now has the ability to self-heal and terror projection and may be able to fight with one, but Yang Shui is an ordinary person. A single gun is enough to kill her. Why don't you stay here, and I'll take it from here by myself? Zhang Ju said. No, it's not your responsibility alone. Although Yang Shui was a little scared, her expression was determined. As a staff member of the Foundation, I have the obligation and responsibility to assist you in your mission. Yang Shui's tone was firm, and Zhang Ju knew it was useless to argue with her. Besides, there was no time to be spared here. Good, since you are willing to die, I will be willing to bury. I will remember to burn paper for you on this day next year. Jiangju shrugged his shoulders as he took a deep breath and pressed the button to open the door leading to the B6 level. Chapter 22. The exit of the secret passage on the B6 level was located at the end of a corridor. The two came out of the secret door. The imaginary scene of being surrounded by monsters did not happen. Yang Shui gently breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangju smiled. It's not too late to go back. Yang Shui gave him a blank look. Jiangju shrugged his shoulders and began to observe the surrounding environment. According to the information provided by site director Wenbei, the B6 floor was a maze-type design, intricate and complex, and the object they were looking for was in the northeast corner of the maze. It was considered a defensive design, and without a map, it would take a lot of time for an intruder to find the object, which bought Jiangju and his team some time. Jiangju himself had a strong sense of direction. Even without a compass, he could still identify the direction. The two checked their surroundings briefly to make sure it was safe and then began to head in the direction of their target. When they came to the second intersection, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them. Yang Shui's heart jumped into his throat. What was that? Her voice trembled slightly. I don't know. Jiangju pulled out the cold pistol he'd scavenged from the dead security officer and carefully leaned against the wall. Whatever it is, we'll shoot them dead. The two of them pressed against the wall and advanced slowly. Just as they were only 2 meters from the corner, a humanoid anomaly suddenly jumped out of it. Surprise! It raised its hands high and shouted, "Be afraid of me, mortal. I am the mighty Ro Man. Tremble in fear. Tremble in fear." Ha ha ha. What appeared in front of the two of them was a humanoid monster, which, if I had to describe it, was a gorilla with a diving helmet, and on its helmet, 2 antennae were twitching continuously. At the moment, he was holding his hands high, making all kinds of strange movements, and his mouth kept screaming, and his purpose was just to scare the two of them. Not only Jiangju, but Yang Shui was also much bolder after her trip to SCP-087. She has also developed a certain immunity to such things that startled her. Not to mention that the monster in front of her was not scary at all. It feels like an NPC in an amusement park. But he thinks he was scary enough and so proud of himself. The three of them just stared at each other. A minute later, because the two people in front of him were still in a dumbfounded state, the monster felt unusual and asked, "Other people would usually get scared, aren't you guys scared of me?" Seeing his naive look, Yang Shui couldn't help but laugh it out. The atmosphere suddenly calmed down, and the situation was very awkward. Seeing Yang Shui's reaction, the creature seemed a bit bewildered, creating self-doubt as it asked Jiangju again, "You guys aren't scared of me at all?" Only to see Jiangju immediately take several steps back and cross his arms over his chest in a fearful manner. "Oops, you're the tall, evil, and majestic Ro Man? Oh, it shivers my timbers." His acting was pompous and his voice effeminate, putting Yang Shui on the spot. The monster seemed to gain some confidence when it saw Jiangju's reaction. "That's right, this lady, aren't you afraid of me, the monstrous Ro Man?" Yang Shui looked at him and then looked at Jiangju, only to see him desperately winking at her. Yang Shui sighed, looked away, and said helplessly, I'm afraid of you, Ro Man." Seeing that both of them were afraid of it, the monster finally smiled happily. Jiangju gently sighed in relief and saw Yang Shui's strange gaze, and he asked, "This Ro Man, if I'm not mistaken, you're SCP-2006, right?" The monster was very happy to have scared someone and nodded, and he said, Yeah, that's me. How about that? You're scared because I'm SCP-2006, right? Haha. Jiangju glanced at Yang Shui and said meaningfully, "Yes, I was almost scared to death." Item No, SCP-2006. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-2006 is an anomalous spherical individual with a diameter of 50 cm in standard mode. SCP-2006 claims that its goal is to cause feelings of fear or dread in as many humans as possible. To accomplish this goal, SCP-2006 is able to change its shape, mass, size, density, chemical composition, and sound in any way it wishes. There is no known way to harm SCP-2006, and the possibility of its shape-shifting ability is unknown and currently believed to have no limit. SCP-2006 is fond of using the appearance of creatures and villains from horror and science fiction movies he has watched, most often using the appearance of Ro-Man from the 1953 film Robo-Man. SCP-2006 usually tries to frighten anyone who approaches him, but after that, he becomes friendly. Although SCP-2006's goal was to cause as much fear as possible, he is not very good at identifying which concepts can cause fear in humans and will continue to find new ways to achieve his goals. His poor recognition extends to human emotion identification, as it is unable to distinguish minor emotional shifts that are obvious to humans, i.e., it cannot differentiate between the truth and falsity of fear. Special containment procedures: SCP-2006 must be continuously monitored for his behavior and shapeshift at any time. All personnel approaching the SCP-2006 will need to attend a performance training class focused on showing fear and surprise. Once a month, SCP-2006 will be given at least one low-quality horror film or science fiction film with a horror component. All communication with SCP-2006 must confirm that SCP-2006 still considers the content of those works he watches were very scary. When he first came across SCP-2006, Jongju didn't find it scary like most people because it was just a shape-shifting monster that would scare people and didn't know how to scare them. Many people did not understand why it was classified as a Keter-level anomaly. But it only took 2 minutes for Jongju to realize how scary this anomaly was. It was true that SCP-2006 was not a demigod maniac or an invincible big lizard, but it was not as dangerous as the other Keter-level humanoid that the Foundation had taken in. Consider this: SCP-2006's goal was to scare as many people as possible. If SCP-2006 breaks through the containment and discovers exactly what it is that causes fear in people, such as the horrors and traumatic experiences of war, what viruses and plagues can do to people, or the various phobias that everyone suffers from. If you take these things and put them into a creature with endless shape-shifting abilities, then you'll know why it was classified as Keter. Jongju whispered to Yang Shui about SCP-2006's characteristics, then asked, "SCP-2006, what are you doing here? Why aren't you in your own room, and who let you out?" SCP-2006 is generally cooperative when he's not scaring people and said, "It was a man in a black suit. He was scared by me too. He told me to wait here and said I could scare more people here. He was right. I scared you guys, right? Ha 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 ha." The man in the black suit? If Jongju remembered correctly, SCP-049, Plague Doctor, said that the man who let him out was a man in a gray trench coat with a bowler hat. Damn it, was there more than one intruder? Chapter 23. If there were more than one wave of enemies on the B6 level at this moment, the situation would be complicated. In case they fight and disturb that mysterious object, everyone will be nuked and flattened to death. The best outcome would be for them to fight and lose and for him to go and reap the benefits, but for that possibility to happen was really unlikely. Jongju had been thinking in his mind for a while, but he couldn't be sure how the situation would turn out in the end. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to talk about it with SCP-2006. He pulled SCP-2006's shoulder and said confidently, "Dude, come here, I'll teach you a way to scare people, and it's guaranteed to be scary." Yang Shui watched them hooking up and muttering for a while, only to hear SCP-2006 keep making an awe-inspiring reaction, wondering what kind of damaging tricks Zhangju had taught him. Another minute passed before they split up. Okay, we should go now, Zhangju said. SCP-2006 seemed a little sad to see Zhangju left and said, when you're free, be sure to visit me again. Next time I'll turn into something even scarier. Oh, and watch me eat your soul. Ah, how scary! Zhangju raised his right hand pompously while pulling Yang Shui with his left hand and quickly left SCP-2006's line of sight. Dr. Yang, not that I'm complaining about you. Your act wasn't convincing at all. After walking for a few minutes, Zhangju spoke out, in case SCP-2006 saw that you're not afraid of it, we'll be in big trouble. You should learn more from me. Thinking back to Zhangju's pompous performance, Yang Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes. If she had to do that kind of action, she'd rather be scared to death by SCP-2006. I'm just saying, Dr. Yang, you have a problem with that kind of manner, Zhangju said, and suddenly the green light on the walkie-talkie at his waist flashed. This was the signal he had agreed to with Site Director Wenbei. From the moment he entered the B6 floor, his walkie-talkie would be put on standby, and if he had something to do, he would first try to connect with him and would only turn it on if it was convenient for him to talk. Zhangju picked up the walkie-talkie. Site Director Wenbei, this is Zhangju. Have you entered the B6 level yet? What's the situation there? Not good, we just met SCP-2006 in the corridor. It seems that the enemy's strategy is to release as many of the SCP that are contained in this site as possible to block us, but that's enough to show that it may take them quite a long time to achieve their goal. Besides, according to my speculation that there might be more than one enemy, not some people belonging to a group of forces. Yang Shui glanced at Zhangju, and this deduction had not occurred to her. Zhangju's mind had always been more than a step ahead of her. Okay, please be careful. What I have to tell you is that although O5-6 still hasn't gotten through, I've applied for special permission from the headquarters emergency team to open up all the permissions within Site 14 to you. Now you can get all the information on this site, including that hidden object, just by using any computers on the B6 floor. Nice. Zhangju snapped his fingers. He couldn't wait to find out what the enemy had gone to the trouble of infiltrating Site 14 and making such a big deal out of it. Zhangju and Yang Shui temporarily changed direction and went to the surveillance room. Like the B3 floor, the staff here had all been killed, all in one swoop. Zhangju didn't have time to examine their corpses and quickly opened the idle computer next to him. Probably because the enemy was also in a hurry, the computer was still functional. Zhangju entered his staff ID and his key phrase and looked up the map of the entire B6 floor and with the secret passage marked on it. As Site Director Wenbei had said, in Zhangju's eyes, Site 14 had no more secrets left to be hidden. Zhangju glanced at the northeast corner of the map, where he and Yang Shui were headed for this mission, and presumably the intruder's target. In the far corner of the containment room, there was the anomaly number, SCP-2950. Zhangju clicked on the number with his mouse, and a window popped up on the computer screen, showing the details of SCP-2950. Item No, SCP-2950. Object Class, Safe. Description, SCP-2950 is a metal folding chair. The anomalous effect of SCP-2950 will make people sitting on it feel an unusually strong sense of comfort, and different from the normal comfort brought by the same type of folding chair. Individuals that sit in SCP-2950 report that they feel as if they need to sit in the chair constantly and are often hostile when asked to leave their position. Tests have shown that the longer someone sat on the SCP-2950, the more difficult it was to force them to leave. Subjects who sit in the chair for longer than 30 minutes cannot be removed from the chair without the use of force. Subjects who sit in the chair for longer than 1 hour cannot be coerced into leaving the chair. Special containment procedures. SCP-2950 is to be stored in a standard safe class anomalous item containment locker. Testing on SCP-2950 is currently indefinitely suspended due to its extremely low priority. There are no plans to revive testing SCP-2950 due to the need to use resources more efficiently. SCP-2950. Zhangju pinched his chin and tried to recall it in his mind, but because the item's number was relatively distant and not as famous as SCP-682 or SCP-049, he was not that impressed. Yang Shui secretly looked at the information on the screen. Her authority is not enough, but according to the guide, her behavior does not violate the rules of the Foundation. Just a glance, she felt a strange feeling. A safe-level object? Yang Shui thought to herself, was it a mistake made by the Foundation that a safe level of object will lead to such a big mess? And it looks like this folding chair seems to have no dangerous value at all. She was puzzled. But Yang Shui also understands that this information was impossible to fake. In case it caused an accident, and the Foundation was responsible for it, the O5 Council couldn't afford this kind of mistake. She glanced at Zhangju, only to see that he was frowning, looking like he also had the same concerns as her. Zhangju did feel a little bit strange. It didn't make sense. But he knew that there was no need for the Foundation to lie to him at this point. His authority was already higher than Site Director Wenbei, and it was always impossible for the Foundation Site 14 to fall in one swoop. It seems that there was something else going on here. Otherwise, the Foundation would not have put that chair on the B6 floor. Zhangju was thinking about it when he suddenly felt something fall onto his shoulder. He squeezed it with his hand and found what seemed to be a lump of black goo. In a few moments, the clothes on his shoulder had been corroded by the black goo and made a hole. What is this stuff? Zhangju subconsciously lifted his head. He saw a decaying old man's head embedded in the ceiling of the corridor, and when he looked at it, he gave a strange smile. The puddle of liquid that had fallen on Zhangju's shoulder was none other than the old man's saliva. Crap, Zhangju cursed, recognizing the thing. He knew that the scariest, most powerful thing he and Yang Shui had encountered since the containment had breached was here. Chapter 24. Item No, SCP-106, The Old Man. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-106 appears to be an elderly humanoid with a general appearance of advanced decomposition. SCP-106 is not exceptionally agile and will remain motionless for days at a time, waiting for prey. SCP-106 is also capable of scaling any vertical surface and can remain suspended upside down indefinitely. SCP-106 will attempt to incapacitate prey by damaging major organs, muscle groups, or tendons, then pull disabled prey into its pocket dimension. SCP-106 is capable of passing through solid matter, leaving behind a large patch of its corrosive mucus. SCP-106 is able to vanish inside solid matter, entering what is assumed to be a form of pocket dimension. SCP-106 is then able to exit this dimension from any point connected to the initial entry point, examples, entering the inner wall of a room, and exiting the outer wall. Entering a wall, and exiting from the ceiling. Special containment procedures. No physical contact with SCP-106 is allowed at any time, and all physical interaction must be approved by no less than a 2/3 vote from the O5 Council. SCP-106 is to be contained in a sealed container comprised of lead-lined steel. The container will be sealed within 40 layers of identical material, each layer separated by no less than 36 centimeters of empty space, and the support struts between layers are to be randomly spaced. The secondary containment area is comprised of 16 spherical cells, each filled with various fluids and a random assembly of surfaces and supports. Secondary containment is to be fitted with light systems capable of flooding the entire assembly with no less than 80,000 lumens of light instantly with no direct human involvement. Both containment areas are to remain under 24-hour surveillance. Any objects or personnel lost to SCP-106 are to be deemed missing/Kia. No recovery attempts are to be made under any circumstances. Note: continued research and observation have shown that, when faced with highly complex/random assemblies of structures, SCP-106 can be confused, showing a marked delay on entry and exit from said structure. SCP-106 has also shown an aversion to direct, sudden light. This is not manifested in any form of physical damage but a rapid exit into the pocket dimension generated on solid surfaces. Run. The moment he recognized SCP-106, Zhang didn't hesitate and pulled Yang Shue's hand and ran. He did not think Yang Shue could run fast enough, so he put her directly on his shoulder again. What's that? Yang Shui hadn't seen SCP-106 at all, but looking at Zhang expression, she knew that things might be a bit troublesome. It's the old man. Zhang discerned the direction and ran all the way furiously, and he could feel the terrifying aura of that old man hanging around him all the time. He arrived in a corner, and Zhang was just about to pass through when he saw a puddle of black liquid suddenly appear on the wall. The old man with a corrupt aura all over his body emerged from the center of the liquid. SCP-106 could appear in a solid matter, and no matter how fast Zhang ran, as long as he was still in this area, there was no way he could escape SCP-106's pursuit. The moment he saw SCP-106 appear, Zhang immediately turned his body sideways and used his foot to apply a sharp brake. That's because he was in good health now. Otherwise, his ankle would probably be fractured with this blow. He had to find a way to solve this problem. But on the other side was SCP-106, and even the Foundation had no way to handle it, and at best, the likelihood of it breaking through the containment was only about 43% chance. Zhang mind raced. Why don't you put me down and use me to attract the attention of SCP-106? Seeing Zhang serious expression, Yang Shui said, "You go, and I'll stop SCP-106. That's our most important task. Otherwise, no one of us will survive the nuclear explosion." That's a good idea. Zhang laughed as he ran. I heard that old man likes to drag people to other dimensions, so by the time you die in a horrible death, no one will see it, and those who have a crush on you won't do anything to me. Yang Shue's face instantly reddened to her ears. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang laughed. Dr. Yang, don't play dumb. Every day I walk with you, I'm going to die of acid by those geek researchers. If I die one day for no reason, I'm sure they'll consider me just a lab rat. Then Dr. Yang, you just to burn the paper for me. Yang Shui smacked him. You must be crazy to joke at this current situation. Zhang said proudly, that's one of my few advantages. While the two of them talked, Zhang footsteps didn't stop and were very determined. As soon as Yang Shui saw it, she knew that he already had an idea in mind. As she had said before, Zhang, a man with a meticulous mind and swift reactions, was able to come up with a solution at the first opportunity, no matter what difficulty he encountered. Even if it wasn't the perfect solution, it was certainly the one with the highest success rate at the moment. Zhang ran around left and right for 5 minutes, during which they encountered SCP-106 more than once, and Zhang brushed past it at the last minute. They eventually came to a room, and Zhang set Yang Shui down. Where is this? Yang Shui asked. The B6 floor itself was a maze-type design, and after running for so long with Zhang lifted her the whole time, she had long lost her sense of direction. Zhang said, the original containment room for SCP-106. The containment room for SCP-106? Yang Shui froze, and after a moment, she understood Zhang plan. When faced with a complex, randomly arranged building structure, SCP-106 would be disrupted, and the SCP-106 containment room was designed along these lines. Since it was not easy for SCP-106 to get out of here, it must have been quite difficult for him to get in. It can be said that in the face of SCP-106, this containment room is the safest place on the entire B6 floor. Yang Shui stole a glance at Zhang. He had only barely figured it out with his prompting, and he had thought of this in such a short time. How impressive! But this won't work. Yang Shui thought about it and said, our purpose is to stop the enemy from taking SCP-2950, and although we're safe here, we don't have time. About that, don't worry about it. Zhang Ju said, walking towards the door. What are you doing? Realizing that something was wrong, Yang Shui hurriedly ran towards him, but Zhang Ju had already walked outside the door. He slowly closed the door behind him and smiled, Dr. Yang, remember to burn the paper for me. He left the SCP-106 containment room, then Zhang Ju whistled and sang along the way. Little swallows, wearing flowery clothes, come here every spring. I asked the swallows why you came, and the swallows said, you're the most annoying fucking thing. He hadn't gone far when SCP-106 was attracted by his voice and appeared on the wall in front of him. This time, Zhang Ju did not escape. He moved his wrist and broke his fingers to a click again. Hey old man, I'm talking to you. Come out and play with the big man. Chapter 25. Zhang Ju provoked SCP-106 arrogantly. The old man revealed an evil smile as he corroded the ground in front of him and started approaching him. Zhang Ju did not sit back and wait for death. He concentrated his mind and unleashed his ability, terror projection. He didn't expect to be able to scare the old man. He would be considered successful as long as he could cause him to move, even with only a slight delay. However, this technique, which scared the shit out of SCP-1013, did not work at all on 106. The old man smiled wildly and marched towards him. Grandma, I still can't cure you. Seeing that the terror projection had no effect, Zhang Ju decided to make a preemptive strike. He quickly moved and went straight for SCP-106, jumping up in the air with a punch, aiming for SCP-106's nose. SCP-106 doesn't slow down his pace, and he moved very quickly, grabbing Zhang Ju's fist as soon as it hit his face. The old man gave him a sinister smile. There was a slight force, and Zhang Ju felt a little tingling in his right hand. He realized that SCP-106 was using the same ability on him. SCP-106 was able to incapacitate any creature that came in contact with him and drag them into his pocket dimension. But unfortunately, his ability didn't work on Zhang Ju either. Hey, old man, don't waste your energy. Zhang Ju laughed, we're both magic-free bodies, let's just fight physically. With that, Zhang Ju lunged a kick. This time, due to the close distance, SCP-106 failed to parry all of Zhang Ju's force and stumbled backward. Zhang Ju laughed. In terms of fighting, he had never been afraid of anyone. SCP-106 seemed unable to comprehend his inability to affect Zhang Ju with his powers and hesitated for a moment before he walked away. He looked at Zhang Ju with a disgusted face. A puddle of black liquid then generated on the ground where he was standing, and he slowly sank in, eventually disappearing. He ran away. Zhang Ju laughed. If he had known that this old man was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have put Yang Shui in the containment room, and now he had to go pick her up. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt his feet were sinking. SCP-106 appeared on the bottom of his feet, and with a firm tug, he pulled Zhang Ju's entire body into the puddle of black liquid. It was pitch black all around. It took Zhang Ju a while to get used to it before he could barely see. If his assumption was correct, this should be SCP-106's pocket dimension, and he usually pulled people in only after they were killed and incapacitated. He was probably the first person to come here in one piece. He wandered, and it seemed like a void here. Without a heading, he didn't know how far he had walked or even if he had moved at all. Suddenly, an unidentified black liquid appeared on the ground around him, the same kind of liquid as every time SCP-106 had entered and left a solid matter. The liquid appeared under his shoes, making a bristling sound and emitting white smoke, which seemed quite corrosive. Holy crap, that's awesome. Zhangju stood on his tiptoes and ran with bare feet. Again, he didn't know how far he had run. There seemed to be someone in front of him. "Come to me, old man," he said. Zhangju had no choice but to run towards him. As he ran, he saw a door appear in the darkness ahead. The door appeared so abruptly out of thin air. But Zhangju had no choice. The corrosive liquid beneath his feet was about to envelop him, and he didn't want to experiment with his body to see if he was still immune to that stuff. With the door only 2 meters away and the black liquid already surrounding him, Zhangju jumped up like a goalie and leaped straight into the door. The sun was shining brightly. Presented in front of Zhangju's eyes was a farmhouse. In front of the farmhouse, a bald old man was sitting on a rocking chair basking in the sun, resting and relaxing. To Zhangju's surprise, this old man looked almost identical to SCP-106, but he could be sure that they were not the same person. SCP-106 emitted a terrifying aura, while this old man, who could only be described as amiable, was like an old grandfather next door. "Who are you?" Zhangju tried to ask. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is who you are." The old man shot a humorous look. Zhangju scratched the back of his head with his right hand. "Forget it if you don't want to talk. This conversation gave me a headache. What should I call you?" "You can call me whatever you want." "Okay, Mr. Shit." "Ahahahaha," the old man laughed for a moment. "You can call me Chocolate." "Chocolate? Old man, that's a sweet name. Aren't you afraid of getting diabetes?" "The way I am now, I'm not afraid of any disease. That's a nickname someone gave to me, and I like it." Zhangju dug his curiosity. "Okay, Chocolate Grandpa, can you tell me who's the ugly pussy outside that looks just like you?" Zhangju's words invisibly scolded people, and it was the first time the old man had met someone with such a style, and he was a bit uncomfortable. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Obviously, that's me. What do you mean?" Zhangju raised his eyebrows. "To be precise, that's the evil me," the old man explained. "Because of something I've experienced, I split into 2 personalities. One is the good me and the other one there is the evil me. The evil me is the primary personality because of deeper obsessions. I am the secondary personality, and only when he is weak or distracted will appear. I'm not interested in what bullshit you guys went through." Zhangju hummed. "There are only 2 questions I care about now, Mr. Diabetes. First, why did I come here, and second, how do I get out of here?" The old man smiled. "The reason you came here is that you are the only one who came to this space and still has the ability to think and was not killed by the evil me. As for how to get out of here, is simple. The good me and the evil me have the same ability, and since he was able to bring you in, I can easily bring you out." Zhangju let out sarcastic amazement. "Oh, thank God, then please send me out now. I can't wait to pee. "Good," the old man said, "but before that, could you please do one thing for me?" Hearing the old man's words, Zhangju understood. What kind of bullshit me was that? It turned out that there was a request to save someone. With a bargaining chip, Zhangju smiled arrogantly, unconsciously revealing his nature. "Old man, I have always been selfless and eager to do righteousness. It is not impossible to grant your favor. Can you tell me first, what favor do I have to help you, and what are the benefits for me?" The old man froze, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I see that the clothes you are wearing have SCP logo printed on them. You should be a member of the Foundation. If possible, can you please help me go to the SCP Foundation cemetery and offer a bouquet to a person? Just lay a bouquet?" It didn't sound too difficult. Zhangju asked, "What's that person's name?" "Anna." The old man said, "Anna Long." Zhangju wrote it down silently. As for the benefits, the old man casually pulled out a sophisticated instrument from thin air next to him, cylindrical in shape, looking like a tube but completely transparent, with a gyroscope spinning inside. This is the result of my research here, and since you're the only one who can get in, I'll give it to you. The old man patted it twice, seemingly a bit reluctant. I call it the reality extractor. At the moment about what it can do is limited. As for its ability, it is up to you to figure it out. The evil me is coming, and I'll send you out now. Chapter 26. Zhangju was walking in the corridor of the B6 floor. The location where the kind SCP-106 had sent him out was not far from the containment room where Yang Shui was hiding, and after some consideration, he decided to meet up with Yang Shui first. The green light on the walkie-talkie in his waist began to flash frequently again. Zhangju turned on the walkie-talkie. "This is Zhangju." Zhangju was the first to speak, as he and Site Director Wenbei had agreed. Site Director Wenbei's voice came through. "Advisor Zhang, briefly report your current situation." At times like this, Site Director Wenbei was no longer the kind-eyed old man. His voice was calm and steady, giving people a sense of reliability. Zhangju said, "We're on the B6 floor. We've just been attacked by SCP-106, but I've gotten rid of it for now, and I am on my way to meet up with Dr. Yang Shui." Site Director Wenbei's voice paused. "Advisor Zhang, I now have a crucial message for you. Given that Yang Shui is not with you, you must first prove your identity." Proving that he was himself, this was the first time Zhangju had encountered such a thing. The matter was so important that Zhangju did not pretend and said directly, "Old man Wenbei, when will you give me the villa you promised me? Be careful what you said, or I'll smash your eyeglasses." This was the conversation that occurred between Zhangju and Site Director Wenbei when they met in the toilet. After Zhangju finished speaking, Site Director Wenbei's awkward voice came, "Okay, that proves it, you are indeed Advisor Zhang. Wait a moment, and I'll find a quieter place." At a time like this, what quiet place to find? Zhangju felt a little strange but did not question it, and Site Director Wenbei must have his reasons for doing so. 2 minutes had passed. A voice finally came over the intercom, but it wasn't Site Director Wenbei. "Hello, Advisor Zhang." I could hear a very young male with a slightly hoarse voice on the other side. He said, "This is O5-6. An O5 council member?" Zhangju faintly stared. Most of the Site-14's containment room has been breached, and although the situation was serious, an O5 member calling him in person was something he hadn't expected. Even in his world, the O5s are extremely mysterious individuals. Their identities are mysterious, their genders are unknown, and even legends say that a few of them are not even human. No wonder Site Director Wenbei had to find a secluded place. Zhangju thought about this, but what happened next once again took him by surprise. Voice can be heard from the walkie-talkie. "Site Director Wenbei, please go outside the door and keep an eye out, and come back in after 10 minutes. I have something to say to Advisor Zhang alone." Over the intercom came Site Director Wenbei's firm voice, "Yes sir." Then came the sound of the iron door opening and closing. "Advisor Zhang, now there's only the two of us," O5-6 said. "It seems so." Zhangju laughed, "If I'm right, you should be talking to me now through a private line and then through an intercom, so if Site Director Wenbei didn't go out just now and just made the sound of the door opening to fool us, then none of us would know for sure. It does not matter, the next part of what I said contains a hidden cognitohazards. Any person who has not injected that type of anti-cognitohazard agents, saw or heard the relevant information, will suffer from irreversible Alzheimer's disease in the next 2 hours, O5-6 said this. It was clear that he had already thought about this. The O5 councils are a bunch of monsters, talking and doing things without missing a beat. Wow, that sounds like a lot. Zhangju shrugged out of habit. I don't remember being injected any anti-cognitohazard agents, so wouldn't I get Alzheimer's after listening to you? O5-6 said, You're immune to the SCP-053's cognitohazard. I'm sure this is nothing compared to that cognitohazard. Even if you do get affected, you still have 2 hours to spare. Okay. Zhangju said, I see your point, so can you tell me what's really fishy about SCP-2950? You're brilliant, Advisor Zhang, and it's not in vain that I voted yes on the selection of your position. It turned out that the O5 Council had initiated a vote on his joining the Foundation. Zhangju raised his eyebrows, and this was the first time he knew about it. The Foundation had many anomalous technologies, and they must have carefully studied Zhangju's value before dragging him into the Foundation, with the hope that they will be able to know why something was happening in their world. But this was all an afterthought. If his mission failed and the nuclear warheads inside Site-14 were detonated, everyone would have been marching to heaven together. Zhangju said, I know I'm excellent. Time is short, so you'd better hurry up and say what need you to say. O5-6 hummed and said in a deep voice, as you should have guessed, SCP-2950 is not a particularly comfortable chair, but the information has consistently shown it that way, and the Foundation staff, even the other O5s, have assumed that to be the case, which is exactly what we wanted. There is more danger that lurks beneath SCP-2950 than what it seems, and there's a reason why. Certain infohazards anomalies are more dangerous than their counterparts, and some of them are even more dangerous to the point only a few people can know about them. SCP-2950 is supposed to be a Keter-level entity, yet it cannot be defined as such, and precisely because we have to define ourselves, it can morph itself by whatever most people think SCP-2950 is. That's what it becomes. You're not stupid, and you should understand what it means. Was it just a chair? It does to most people, and we made sure that document was passed around among the SCP staff only so people would think that thing was just a chair. For an SCP, such a chair could not be more ordinary, no psychic hallucinations, no crazy hostility, no any other special effects. We want people to be as uninterested in this chair as possible, and if you find someone who wants to run a test on it, stop them. You're probably thinking, why don't we just forget about it? Don't you and I just lie to ourselves and say it's a chair, and when it's not really a chair? I wish it were that simple. Unfortunately, someone other than us knew what it was. This person even wrote a book about it. The first book we found described SCP-2950 as a monster capable of causing an XK end of the world scenario event. We took it at face value, set up containment for the anomaly, and prevent anyone from knowing about it. Later, the Serpent's Hand people told us the truth about the anomaly, but it was too late. After taking the necessary steps to erase most people's memory about SCP-2950, we reached a point of agreement with the Serpent's Hand, both one of them, and we must each retain that knowledge to prevent a similar incident from happening again. Neither the Serpent's Hand nor we know where those books came from. According to them, they appeared out of nowhere in their library one day, and the resources we once used to find them have disappeared, and no one knows where it came from. Now, someone else is trying to retrieve SCP-2950, and I don't know if the information was leaked from the Serpent's Hand side or if the culprit who wrote that book is back to cause some trouble. No matter who the enemy is, no matter what their purpose is, Advisor Zhang, for the sake of the safety of this world, I hope you can stop them. Chapter 27. Ever since Zhangju had left, Yang Shui had been in a dazed state of mind. All that remained in her mind was the smile Zhangju had left behind. Zhangju's arrival had brought a huge change to her life. She had thought that the rest of her life would be nothing but those cold anomalies, ending up like her father, giving her life for the Foundation. It was Zhangju who changed all that. After meeting Zhangju, she had more smiles than the previous 20 years of life combined. Although sometimes it was a hopelessly bitter smile, she finally felt, for the first time, that this might be the first genuine smile in her life. But then Zhangju was gone, alone to face that horrible monster. SCP-106. She had read up on it. It was an anomaly that even the Foundation couldn't contain. She believed in Zhangju, and in her opinion, there was nothing that Zhangju couldn't solve. But there was always a small shadow in her heart that she didn't dare to touch. What if Zhangju didn't come back? How would she live her life herself? Perhaps that question was rhetorical. If Zhangju had died at the hands of SCP-106 and failed to stop the enemy after the nuclear explosion, all of Site-14 would be a speck of dust in history, and no one would remember them. She thought this and then heard footsteps. By definition, the SCP-106 containment room was made of special material so that she couldn't have heard any sound from outside, but she just did. Tap, tap, tap. The step can be heard by her, and it seems to be getting closer and closer towards her. Who could it be at this time? Zhangju? But only 5 minutes had passed since he left. An enemy? The odds are that it's the enemy. Yang Shui shivers down to her feet. She was a doctor certified by the SCP Foundation, and before Zhangju had arrived, she had been able to hold her own. Even the O5 Council had praised her. She couldn't just give up. Yang Shui picked up the Colt that Zhangju had left for her. It was loaded and aimed at the door. The sound of a mechanical transmission came from outside the door. The man was opening it. Creak. With the sound of the door opening, a figure appeared in the doorway. Yang Shui's heart had almost jumped into her throat. Just when she was about to pull the trigger, a familiar voice rang out. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Dr. Yang, not that I'm complaining about it, your posture of holding the gun is not even right. Does the Foundation even have a basic combat training? Of course, this is indeed sexier, but what are you going to do if the enemies are as tough as me? Although it was Zhangju's typical trash talk, for Yang Shui, it was music to her ear. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She jumped towards the location of the voice and jumped into his arms at once, hugging him tightly, like a goose returning to its nest. Whoa, careful there, Madam Beauty, you've bumped the great savior here. The two walked down the corridor. Yang Shui still couldn't detach herself from that strange emotion. It was clear that she had just done something she couldn't have imagined before, but when faced with Zhangju, she didn't know what to do. She looked at Zhangju several times, wanting to say something but chose to not to. Zhangju said, if there's anything you want to say, hurry up and say it while there's still time. We will arrive at the containment room for SCP-2950 soon. So say what you want to say before it's too late. Yang Shui was about to speak, but she was stopped by Zhangju again. Zhangju stretched out his hand and made a gesture to their side. Yang Shui followed his finger and looked to the side of the corridor, where the door to the storage room was hidden, and their hand passed through the doorway to the next floor. Cautiously, both of them arrived at the door of the storage room. Zhangju reached out and pulled the door open. A dozen corpses were lying horizontally and vertically inside the storage room, judging from the clothing style. They are the security members of this site. All of them, without exception, had horrified expressions on their faces, as if they had been killed with a single strike. Seeing so many colleagues die here, Yang Shui couldn't help but want to cry. However, Zhangju put his index finger to her mouth to stop Yang Shui. The bodies of the security personnel had been placed here, and the enemy was likely to be nearby. Yang Shui bit her lips, almost oozing blood, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes, but no sound was made. Zhangju patted her shoulder. The two of them continued on their way. According to the map, ahead of them and through the corner was the SCP-2950 containment room. Zhangju stopped and glanced at Yang Shui. Yang Shui shook her head, her eyes were determined. Zhangju shrugged his shoulders. Just then, a gunshot came from ahead, the sound of a pistol firing point blank. The sound came from SCP-2950's containment room. Zhangju pulled Yang Shui quickly close to the wall. The two of them moved slowly and finally arrived at the door of the containment room. Zhang cautiously peeked through the door. Inside the room, two men were facing each other. A man in a gray trench coat and bowler hat was pointing a gun at the head of another man in a black suit. Heh, infernal affairs, Zhang thought in his mind. The man in the trench coat was holding his bowler hat in one hand and his gun in the other, in an exquisite pose. Despite being pointed at the head with a gun, the man in the gray suit showed a smile on his face, not the slightest bit of fear. By intuition alone, Zhang knew that those two are not the kind of people easy to deal with. Next to them was a man in a prison uniform, wanting to cry but doesn't have the guts to do so, and looked frustrated. Zhang carefully identified the prisoner and found that this person was Dr. Li, who had tried to harm Zhang before. No wonder the enemy had defeated all of the Foundation's security personnel so quickly, this leech. The situation is a bit complicated. But, not far from Zhang speculation, this containment breach was indeed artificially caused, and there was more than one intruder that came to Site 14. Zhang squinted and looked around, only to see SCP-2950, the chair in the center of the containment room, still sitting nicely in the anomalous item containment locker. It was not a wasted trip. Yang Shui could not see the situation inside, pulled his sleeve. Zhang gave her an okay gesture. Yang Shui was relieved. While the two were making eye contact, the trench coat man suddenly laughed and said, "The two outside the door, since you are already here, please show yourself. It would be bad if I had to greet you with a bullet." Yang Shui was shocked down through her heart. On the other hand, Zhang shrugged. The enemy seemed stronger than he had imagined. The thought of sitting back and watching as both of them fought each other had to be put down. Zhang patted Yang Shui's hand, signaling her not to be nervous, then stood up and walked into the containment room. Yang Shui was still a little scared, but seeing Zhang eyes, her heart inexplicably settled down. Zhang stepped into the door. When Dr. Li saw that it was them, his eyes widened in anger. "Mr. Samuel, it's because of him that my infiltration plan had failed. You must not let them get away with this." Hearing his words, Zhang laughed out loud and rubbed his wrist. "You're a gay man who loves fitness and dislikes shower that only knows how to stab people in the back, and you still want to be beaten up? Don't worry, after I'm finished taking care of them, I'll come and have a friendly chat with you." Chapter 28. When Zhang finished, Dr. Li seemed to recall the tragic moment that day and couldn't help but take a step back. The man known as Mr. Samuel glanced at Zhang and smirked. He thought that the one who could come here unnoticed was another troublesome figure like the one across the street, but he didn't expect it to be just a pair of ordinary Foundation employees. Mr. Samuel picked up his trench coat and laughed. "Li Chengming, causing an operation to fail because of someone is a shameful reason." Dr. Li was momentarily speechless and whispered in defense, "Mr. Samuel, if I hadn't spied out the location of SCP-2950 from that employee, the organization wouldn't have found this place so quickly." Mr. Samuel interrupted him, "That's why you're still alive to talk here." Dr. Li seemed very afraid of this Mr. Samuel and muttered twice, not daring to speak. After listening to their conversation, Zhang laughed loudly and pointed at Dr. Li. "I told you that you're just a coward, right? If someone dared to talk to me like that, I would have beaten him up long ago." You dash Dr. Li was shaking with anger at Zhang, but he had no way to get angry. Mr. Samuel thought Zhang was just a show-off. He had seen a lot of people like that and said, "We'll just kill them later." What a nuisance. He said it lightly as if he didn't take human life seriously and acted that killing someone was as simple as drinking water. Yang Shui clenched his fist tightly and asked softly, "That security personnel were all killed by you, right?" "Oh, those minions. We just got rid of them." Mr. Samuel sneered, "What about it? Do you want to take an act of revenge for them?" Yang Shui wanted to rush up but was stopped by Zhang hand. Women should not get involved in matters between men. Just stay put. Yang Shui looked at him. Zhang Ju's eyes were clear and transparent. This scene fell in the eyes of Mr. Samuel, who naturally thought that Zhang Ju was afraid, snickered, and stopped paying attention to them. They were just a pair of gnats, and when it was over, they would just be disposed of like the usual. But he didn't want to do it right now, and it'll only cause any more trouble for them. He said to the mysterious man who didn't say a word, "Excuse me, but we will take away SCP-2950. I don't know who you are and which side you belong to, but if you don't want to be hunted by the Chaos Insurgency, please don't stop me." Hearing Mr. Samuel's words, Zhang Ju narrowed his eyes. It was the Chaos Insurgency. They really went all out to fight against the Foundation. The Chaos Insurgency was a big name in the SCP Foundation's universe. This organization was strongly dramatic from the very beginning of its establishment. At first, they were known as the Insurgency, an SCP Foundation rebel group that went AWOL with multiple researchers and anomalous items. It was one of the O5 Council that created it to accomplish unethical tasks or to deal with unpleasant political issues while keeping the Foundation's public reputation intact. The insurgency personnel was composed of members from the Mobile Task Force Alpha 1, the Red Right Hand, known for their absolute loyalty to the O5 Council and their complete secrecy about their origins, identity, and actions. Over the decades, the insurgency has repeatedly and covertly promoted the goals of the O5 Council using anomalous items under the guise of the Foundation rebels. In their last operation, the insurgency took several SCP objects from the Foundation's control and sent dozens of defected Foundation researchers to a safety. There were several more unplanned attacks on the site on the same day. The insurgency seized multiple SCP objects with great research and military value, and the Foundation suffered heavy casualties. The Foundation's biggest scandal was leaked to the whole SCP Foundation personnel. The O5 Council was shocked. There was no warning of the betrayal from the Red Right Hand, the Foundation did not even know the motive of their betrayal, and all attempts to find, apprehend, or assassinate the insurgency was failed. The O5 Council had to admit that their covert operations team had defected, and the Foundation would face the threat of a new organization. They called them, the Chaos Insurgency. The main base and current leader of the Chaos Insurgency is still unknown. They directly fought the Foundation and even used force to prevent the Foundation from containing the anomalies. They take advantage of the authoritarian system from poor developing countries and use their populations as the Foundation does with their D-class personnel. They intentionally keep these countries poor and constantly at war to continue their radical experiments, recruit soldiers, and conduct other operations. The insurgency has been fighting with the Foundation for an unknown number of years, but no one knows exactly what their goals are. To be an enemy of such an organization is a tremendous headache. It felt like you were standing across a madman, and what he would do, you couldn't imagine at all. What made Zhang Ju more concerned is that, if they wanted to grab the SCP-2950, shouldn't they knew already the real ability of SCP-2950, or did they just think it was very important? If it was the latter, then there was still room for maneuvering. If it were the former, it would be a lot of trouble. As Zhang Ju was thinking, Mr. Samuel continued, "Now, I promise you that I will never interfere with your actions, and if there is something you want within this site, I can help you dash." The gun in Mr. Samuel's hand had been pointed at the mysterious man's head, and the distance between them was only 1 meter, but he never fired. It was obvious that he was very scornful towards the man in the gray suit. Zhang Ju looked at it in his eyes. Although Mr. Samuel had an arrogant attitude, he was able to barge into the most heavily guarded floor on Site 14 alone, so his strength was not to be underestimated. The person who could make him stop and concede was not an ordinary person, but Zhang Ju wondered which side of the group he belonged to. After Mr. Samuel finished speaking, the mysterious man turned his head and finally looked in the direction of Zhang Ju and Yang Shui. "Unfortunately, you don't run the show here. Mr. Samuel froze, and it was the first time that the man in the gray suit looked at Jongju right in the eye. In just a moment, he realized that Jongju was a Foundation employee, but it seemed different from the others. That well-trained security personnel would involuntarily tremble when faced with him. But this dangling young man appeared to have no fear of him at all. He turned sideways. "Kid, who are you?" Jongju shielded Yang Shui behind him and asked with a smirk on his face, "Shouldn't I be the one asking that question?" Mr. Samuel aimed his gun at Jongju. "Young man, recognize the situation. There are things that it was too late to repent." "Oh." Jongju raised an eyebrow and smirked faintly. "Like what?" Mr. Samuel realized that there was absolutely no fear in Jongju's eyes in the face of his gun. It's impossible to fake such emotions without fear. Either he was a fool, or he was that confident. Seeing this situation, Dr. Lee immediately fanned the flames. "Mr. Samuel, this man has always been this rampant. If you don't teach him a lesson, he won't cooperate." Mr. Samuel nodded. "Like this dash." Bang. Mr. Samuel fired a shot, hitting Jongju in the left leg without warning. Jongju took a half step back. "Jongju." Yang Shui held him up. Jongju waved his hand at her, signaling that he was fine. Dr. Lee watched the scene with a treacherous smile and said to Mr. Samuel, "My lord, the way I saw it, it's not too late to cripple both of them first, and then we can discuss SCP-2950 later." The mysterious man's stance in this situation was not clear. Mr. Samuel did not want to continue killing people, and Dr. Lee's suggestion coincided with his. Both of them would die sooner or later anyway. He aimed his gun at Yang Shui. "Then let's start with you." Bang. A gunshot was heard. Yang Shui closed her eyes tightly and clenched her teeth, but the imagined sharp pain did not come. She opened her eyes. Jongju shielded her in the nick of time, blocking the bullet with his own back. Seeing the blood flowing from the corner of Jongju's mouth. Yang Shui was at a loss for words. However, Jongju smiled. "Don't worry, Dr. Yang, do you know why I brought you out in front of them in a dignified manner?" He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and slowly turned around, his smile gradually becoming fierce. "That's because I, with certainty, will beat them up so much to the point they won't even recognize their mother again." Chapter 29. That's because I, with certainty, will beat them up so much to the point they won't even recognize their mother again. Jongju licked the blood from his lips and said with a smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, the wounds on his legs and back began to regenerate at an alarming rate. This was the self-healing ability he got from Shirley back then, and at a much faster rate compared to when he was experimenting before. It should be the dopamine and adrenaline secretion that accelerated the process. At this moment, Jongju was still able to analyze calmly. He had not lost his mind but had entered a state of hyperactivity. Mr. Samuel noticed the change in his body, narrowed his eyes, and let out a chuckle. "I really did underestimate you." With that, he added a few more shots to Jongju. Bang. 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 All of them hit Jongju in the chest. Jongju was knocked back a few steps by the force of the bullet through his mouth, vomiting a mouthful of blood, and Yang Shui tried to check his injuries. Jongju seemed to sense something and waved his hand backward. "Stay down." Yang Shui was a Foundation doctor, not the pretentious little girl in a romance drama who faced all those horrible anomalies and death all day long. Her self-control was much stronger than the average person, and in this situation, she chose to trust Jongju without hesitation. She decisively stepped back, giving Jongju enough space to avoid distracting him because of herself. Hearing what Jongju said, Mr. Samuel sneered, "You're quite confident." Dr. Lee, who was instinctively a bit afraid of Jongju because of the beating he had received, hid behind Mr. Samuel and said, "Be careful, my lord, this man is a monster." When he looked directly into SCP-053's eyes, he was not even affected by it. Is that so? Mr. Samuel raised his eyebrows. Then I want to play with him even more. Li Chengming, I heard that you are good at making human specimens. After studying his ability thoroughly, he will be yours. After Mr. Samuel finished speaking, the Colt in his hand unexpectedly turned into an MP5 submachine gun. Kid, you have a fast self-healing ability. Mr. Samuel sneered, but can you be faster than this? Seeing this scene, Yang Shue's heart was shocked that the other party could change the weapon in his hand at will. I don't know if it was his ability or the effect of an anomalous object. The enemy had broken into Site 14 alone and defeated all the security team by himself. His strength was incalculable. Even though he believed in Zhangju, Yang Shui still couldn't stop worrying about him. Zhangju was unarmed, and now he was wounded. How will he defeat the enemy? But Zhangju smiled faintly. How could he relax as if waiting for death at this moment? Attacking was the best defense. Suck my fucking data expunged. He saw him stand up and leap, raising his right hand and heading straight for Mr. Samuel's face. Yang Shui shouted, "Watch out." She did not know how to fight but knew that Mr. Samuel had prepared his gun to shoot. Zhangju leaped. There was nothing that could help him to stop his movement. Zhangju had become a living target for the enemy. Mr. Samuel coldly sneered. Even the security team members' combat skills were better than Zhangju's. He wondered how the mysterious man on the other side could be afraid of this kid. Dr. Li froze, knowing that he had been beaten by him. Zhangju's combat skill was absolutely first class. He shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. People always say that the one who knows you best is your enemy. This saying was not wrong. Apart from the mysterious man, only Dr. Li sensed the problem. Mr. Samuel was about to shoot Zhangju, who was still in the air. But he suddenly felt as if he couldn't move. That kid's eyes seemed to be emitting magic, and the moment he saw his pupils, Mr. Samuel felt a tingling in his body, and he unexpectedly lost control of his body. He could only watch as Zhangju approached him, every second of it in the air. Bam! Zhangju's punch propels Mr. Samuel up in the air with great force while destroying Mr. Samuel's face. Mr. Samuel was sent flying by him, spitting out a large mouthful of blood with 2 broken teeth mixed in, exactly as Zhangju had said. The air suddenly fell silent. Zhangju posed with that punch for a long time. Dr. Li and Yang Shui opened their mouths wide, completely stunned by the scene. What the hell just happened? Is Zhangju a monster? Why didn't Mr. Samuel shoot? A series of questions flashed through Dr. Li's mind, but no one could give him the answer. As for Yang Shui, she was completely unable to understand what was going on. She only knew that Zhangju had once again changed her perspective. That Zhangju was truly miraculous. Anything that was left to him could be turned into a miracle. Only the mysterious man shook his head and laughed helplessly in the middle of the scene. Mr. Samuel. A few seconds later, Dr. Li ran to help Mr. Samuel up. Mr. Samuel's originally serious and neutral face had been hit with a fist by Zhangju, looking quite miserable, and he had lost 2 teeth and no longer had the dominating aura that he just had. With the help of Dr. Li, he gradually regained consciousness and looked at Zhangju again, his eyes already filled with murderous intent. "I'll fucking kill you." Mr. Samuel gritted his teeth, but his threatening words sounded comical because he was missing 2 of his teeth. Zhangju rubbed his wrist. "Mr. Samuel, before you speak, I suggest you count how many teeth you have left for me to hit." Mr. Samuel was so angry that his body was twitching. Within the Chaos Insurgency, he belonged to the top agents and could carry special gear, but he hadn't expected to suffer a loss at the hands of this unknown brat. He must break this kid's bones to pieces. Mr. Samuel forced himself to calm down. He had been hit because he was underestimating him. He said to himself that he wouldn't kill him now. Seeing that Mr. Samuel had fallen into his trap, Jongju raised an eyebrow. He had just used the ability he had acquired from SCP-1013, Cockatrice. As long as he could look at someone briefly, he could immobilize them. The length of his ability seemed to be dependent on the opponent's mental strength and concentration, and Mr. Samuel, without his knowledge, had been used as a guinea pig for his experiments. He called this ability Mind Freeze. He also found that Mind Freeze with terror projection was surprisingly effective and could make someone with strong mental strength like Mr. Samuel completely immobilized. From his contact with Cockatrice to use the ability just now, the interval was about an hour. The minimum time he needs to digest the ability. Simply put, he had to process the ability for his body to adapt after being exposed to various SCP effects. He already knew the ability that he just used was Cockatrice's ability. He was looking at Mr. Samuel, who was back on his feet. Jongju smiled faintly. Now it was time for him to try SCP-049's ability. Chapter 30. Jongju was not the kind of person who would be cocky and arrogant enough to let his opponent have a chance to counterattack. He could have killed Mr. Samuel in one blow, but he didn't do so. The reason was simply that there was another enemy at present. Like Mr. Samuel, when Jongju saw the mysterious man in the gray suit, goosebumps were consuming Jongju's entire body. It was an instinct of the strong that humans had gradually lost that Jongju possessed. He knew very well that Mr. Samuel was just an ordinary man who used anomalous items. On the other hand, the mysterious man in the gray suit was a truly powerful being. If he killed Mr. Samuel directly, there would be no buffer between them, and they would have to fight each other directly. He wasn't sure about that man's ability, but as for right now, it was more than likely to be dangerous. Jongju decided to circle with Mr. Samuel for a while. First, he could test the ability he got from Plague Doctor, and second, to stall for time. Hoping that the mobile task force would come soon and force back the enemy with the advantage of numbers and equipment. Even if the mobile task force had arrived, Jongju did not think he could catch or kill that mysterious man, as long as he could ensure that SCP-2950 was not taken away and Site-14 was not nuked and flattened, his mission would be considered successful. That mysterious man also seems to have no intention to stop Jongju, discreet about his next plan. Mr. Samuel couldn't care about anything else, and his eyes were fixated looking on Jongju. "I'm gonna fucking kill you." He stood up from his struggle and brushed aside Dr. Lee with one hand. The gun in his hand instantly turned into a long and thin katana. Mr. Samuel had understood that Jongju's eyes were the cause of his immobility and knew Jongju had the ability to heal himself. It was impossible for Mr. Samuel to kill him by shooting him haphazardly. He chose to attack him differently. With the katana, it was more convenient for him to fight. Seeing this, Dr. Lee's eyes lit up. He realized how that security personnel was killed by Mr. Samuel. Without leaving any time for them to react, he killed all of them with a single slash. Although Dr. Wonderdiamond's products are called toys, their capabilities are unparalleled, but it has a lot of drawbacks. Only a person like Mr. Samuel can wield it amongst the entire Chaos Insurgency, and there were others with the same caliber as him. Looking at Mr. Samuel's stance with the katana, Jongju was a bit surprised. He looked like a complete amateur. He had examined the wounds of the security personnel, and the katana was so sharp that the people who were killed did not even struggle. There's a high chance that Mr. Samuel had used some trick. There was something fishy here, and it must be the effect of another anomalous item again. It was a bit of a pity for Jongju. If Mr. Samuel had any special abilities, he could still try to absorb them. But he relied heavily on those anomalous items to fight, and he couldn't keep them for himself. He would end up having to surrender them to the Foundation. As he was thinking, Mr. Samuel had already charged him with the katana. Mr. Samuel didn't dare to look him in the eye and sidestepped across his katana to deliver a sweeping strike. Even with this amateur technique, Jong-ju could dodge it with his eyes closed. He took a step backward. Wow! That was the sound of a sharp blade cutting through his clothes. A wound was cut into Jong-ju's abdomen, and blood seeped out of his stomach. To keep Jong-ju from being distracted, Yang Shui could only give a slight shriek. She hadn't expected Jong-ju to be so severely wounded at all. According to the momentum, Jong-ju should have been able to dodge Mr. Samuel's katana easily, but for some reason, it felt like if he had moved a second slower. Or rather, in that instant, Mr. Samuel's blade was faster than before, as if 1 second it was in front of Jong-ju's body and the next it had already cut his flesh. It was a good thing that Jong-ju had the ability to heal himself, or else his guts would bleed out profusely. Heh, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Although Jong-ju was injured, he still showed a smile on his face. He was not taking the situation seriously at all, as if this result had been expected. After winning the blow, Mr. Samuel was amused, but he still didn't dare to look Jong-ju in the eye. He could only look at his feet and say, "Jong-ju, soon you won't have the chance to trash talk anymore. I will cut off your body piece by piece, starting with your tongue." Jong-ju laughed. "Fine, come on then. If you can't do it, you're a bitch, your whole family will be cuckolded, and your children will always look like your neighbor's dash. Shut your mouth." Angered by Jong-ju's trash talk, Mr. Samuel charged again, waving the katana in his hand wildly. Jong-ju used his years of experience in fighting to dodge and evade his attack. But strangely enough, most of the time, it was clear that Jong-ju had already dodged the attacks, yet he was still injured by Mr. Samuel's katana. In a short while, Jong-ju's clothes were slashed to pieces. If not for his amazing recovery ability, he might have gone into shock due to excessive blood loss. Watching the two fight, Yang Shui clenched her fists, her fingers already pale. She had wanted to go forward to help when Jong-ju was injured several times. Jong-ju always turned around and smiled faintly when she couldn't resist. Once she saw Jong-ju's smile, her apprehensive heart settled for a moment. This dead brat. At a time like this, he still had the time to do such things. Yang Shui had the heart to help him, but the colt that she had found from a security officer had lost since then. "Watch out!" Yang Shui once again warned Jong-ju. This time Mr. Samuel's katana went straight for Jong-ju's neck. Even if Jong-ju's self-healing ability was powerful, there was no way he could survive the separation of his body and head. Mr. Samuel revealed a treacherous smile. He had deliberately fought with Jong-ju for so long, waiting for the perfect opportunity to land his fatal blow. "Die in hell!" he shouted, unleashing his ability. Not surprisingly, 1 second later, Jong-ju's head would be chopped off with a single slash from him, and something unexpected had occurred. As if he could predict it, Jong-ju tilted his neck back in advance, just in time to dodge his fatal blow. How was this possible? Mr. Samuel froze for a moment. He had concealed his finishing move for such a long time, but he had dodged it so easily. Seeing Mr. Samuel's incredulous face, Jong-ju smiled and straightened his ragged clothes. "Sorry, I've seen through your moves and abilities. From now on, you can no longer hurt me, and I, with certainty, am going to start beating you up. Are you ready?" Did he see through his ability? The expression on Mr. Samuel's face shifted, refusing to believe Jong-ju's words no matter what. He had killed countless people with this ability. How could he have broken it so easily? He must be lying. He must be. Mr. Samuel swung his sword at Jong-ju again. This time, his blade failed to move even for a bit. Jong-ju had arrived in front of him and grabbed his wrist. Mr. Samuel looked up in horror and met Jong-ju's grimacing gaze. Then, Jong-ju's gritty fist came straight for his face. "How many more teeth do you think you have enough for me to hit?" Chapter 31. Mr. Samuel has a chip implanted inside his brain made by Dr. Wondertainment. its ability was to make other people's time stop for about 0.5 to 1 second, and the interval between using this ability is about 5 seconds. Although the time stop was not long, but if someone mastered it and used it in a fight, even if it was just a moment of difference, it was a matter between life and death. Over course of fighting him, Jiangju gradually grasped the pattern. His plan was nothing more but to one step further than him. Before he strikes, Jiangju count an extra second in, just like playing a game where your internet was bad and there was a 1-second delay. Although it was difficult, but once you get used to it through pre-calculation, Jiangju had the chance to beat Mr. Samuel. But this requires very strong analytical skills. You have to know the opponent's moves, habits, and then guess his next move, and that's what Jiangju was good at. Jiangju found himself possess another ability. Once he grabbed Mr. Samuel or made physical contact with him, Mr. Samuel couldn't initiate a time stop, presumably because the ability he acquired from SCP-049, Plague Doctor, had taken effect. He had made contact with Plague Doctor and Cockatrice back then, but acquired the ability a little late. Which Jiangju guessed had to do with the complexity of the ability. The Plague Doctor's ability was to disable the original function of an object or creature through contact was a bit more advanced. After Jiangju had cracked Mr. Samuel's ability, the sparring between the two could no longer be called a battle, but a one-sided beating. Jiangju threw punches left and right, followed by his left kick and a right kick. If Mr. Samuel had a health point bar, it would have been empty by now. Jiangju intentionally punched him in the face, and Mr. Samuel's face was already swollen, his teeth mixed with saliva and blood were splattered around. Dr. Lee, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was stunned watching Mr. Samuel's miserable condition, as if he saw his own reflection when he was beaten by Jiangju. Felt like Jiangju's punch seemed to hit him again. He subconsciously touched his face and couldn't help but shiver. After Jiangju hit his finishing blow, Mr. Samuel had completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. His face could no longer be described by words, as if he had been hit by the face-deadening kick in a movie, and could no longer be arrogant. The worst part was that he didn't know how many teeth had been knocked out of his mouth by Jiangju, and he didn't know if he would be able to find them. Jiangju kept his finishing blow stance and turned back to ask Yang Shui, "Was it cool?" Just like Dr. Lee, Yang Shui froze on the spot from the moment Jiangju lunged his counterattack. Her mind was blank and doesn't even hear what Jiangju was saying. In her opinion, the enemy had already pushed Jiangju into a desperate situation, and she was even ready to sacrifice herself to save him. Who knew that Jiangju started to fight back, and the other side didn't even have the strength to fight back. The enemy had barged into Site 14 alone, breaking through the layers of defense just to get to the B6 floor, so their strength could be considered powerful. Only when they met Jiangju, they were unable to deal a blow. The enemy was not strong as they thought. When he met Jiangju, he was unable to win. Yang Shui sighed. Fortunately, Jiangju is a Foundation's personnel. If he was the enemy, it would really be a headache to deal with. Seeing that Yang Shui had been dazed and didn't have time to respond to himself, Jiangju shrugged his shoulders. He pointed his finger at Dr. Lee, who was standing at the side, like a movie villain. "Hey, how do you want to die?" Dr. Lee's body trembled like chaff, and he could already foresee what would happen to him if he surrendered into Jiangju's hands. It would definitely be worse than Mr. Samuel. Fear turned to anger when it reached its peak. Dr. Lee shouted, bent down to pick up the long katana in Mr. Samuel's hand, and ran towards Jiangju. "I'm going to kill you." Jiangju turned sideways and extended his right foot. Dr. Lee was too late to break and tripped over him. His remaining teeth were broken, but it didn't stop him. He rolled and crawled towards Yang Shui, who was still dazed. Dr. Lee put the katana on Yang Shui's neck and screamed, "Don't move, Jiangju. One more step and your girlfriend will be dead." He was put in this dilemmatic situation. Jiangju touched his forehead, somewhat helpless of the situation. Just as he was spitting, Yang Shui finally came back to her senses and realized the current situation. She seemed to be causing trouble for Zhang Ju again. Yang Shui loathed herself like this. Before Zhang Ju could make a move, she lifted her right foot and stomped hard Dr. Li's toe, a sudden blow that caused Dr. Li to wince in pain. Yang Shui turned around and elbowed Dr. Li in the head, then lifted her foot and kicked hard at Dr. Li's crotch. Gah! Dr. Li screamed miserably and fell to the ground groaning. These few clean kicks froze Zhang Ju in his tracks. He can't believe that woman did it. As expected, no one who worked in the SCP Foundation was just an office boy. Looking at Dr. Li, who was rolling on the ground, Zhang Ju unconsciously covered his crotch by mistake, feeling a little pain. Awesome! Zhang Ju gave a thumbs up to Yang Shui. Yang Shui sighed. She doesn't want to drag Zhang Ju's feet and be a burden to him every time. That was already the best effort she can do to help him. Zhang Ju smiled and laughed, turning around his face the mysterious man in the gray suit who had always watched the battle from the sidelines. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and attention. The real battle has just begun. The mysterious man in the gray suit waved his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand, I don't want to be your enemy, and I don't want to take away SCP-2950. It was best that this thing left contained by the Foundation." Oh! Listening to his words, that mysterious man seemed to know the secret of SCP-2950, Zhang Ju couldn't help but feel a little strange and raised his eyebrows. "Then what are you doing here?" "Just to take a stroll." The mysterious man said, "I couldn't help myself but to look you up." Zhang Ju wondered, "Look at me? What am I, a monkey in a zoo? What's there to see?" The mysterious man smiled, "You are the chosen one, of course I want to take a look." "The chosen one?" Zhang Ju listened to this line and felt a bit familiar. "Where's my digital baby? Since the problem has been solved, it's time for me to go." The mysterious man turned around and intended to leave, yet the door was on Zhang Ju's and Yang Shui's side, and there no telling how would he able to get out of the fortress that had been surrounded by multiple mobile task forces agents. "Tell them that dash. I'm going to kill all of you. All of you." Zhang Ju's words were interrupted by a loud shout. Mr. Samuel, who had been beaten up by Zhang Ju to the point he was unable to take care of himself, had regained his consciousness at some point. He laughed maniacally, "I'm gonna kill all of you. Ha 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 ha." Yang Shui thought he had gone crazy and frowned slightly. But right after that, something unexpected happened. They saw that Mr. Samuel's body bloated like a balloon, slowly growing bigger. Not good, he was about to explode himself. Zhang Ju, who had watched countless cartoons, guessed Mr. Samuel's intentions at first. It must be another of Dr. Wondertainment's nefarious inventions. Zhang Ju wanted to rush up and use the Plague Doctor's ability to nullify his self-destruct, but the speed of Mr. Samuel's expansion had reached a critical point. His clothes were ripped to shreds and his entire belly became transparent. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Samuel laughed maniacally. The power of his self-destruction was equivalent to 50 tons of TNT explosives, enough to blow up the entire B6 floor. Everyone here would have to be buried with him, no one would be able to escape. Zhang Ju stand up and leapt, trying to touch Mr. Samuel as fast as he possibly could. His self-destruction could inevitably cause the displacement of SCP-2950, and then the emergency protocol at Site 14 would be activated. The problem was much bigger compared to if the B6 had exploded. Not only the entire Site 14 but also the surrounding city will be flattened by a nuclear explosion and an unknown number of people would die. He had to stop Mr. Samuel no matter what. But Mr. Samuel would not let him do so. The moment Zhang Ju was about to touch Mr. Samuel, a white light emanated from Mr. Samuel's body, followed by a huge shockwave accompanied by fire. The last words Zhang Ju heard were Yang Shui calling out his name in despair. Zhang Ju. Chapter 32. The shock wave and the heat wave of the explosion spread through the room simultaneously, and at that moment, time seemed to slow down that Jong-ju could even feel his skin slowly scorched. Was it the end for him? Jong-ju thought. If he were blown up like this by a minion who didn't even have a name, it would be a disgrace to his position as the Foundation's special advisor, and he would be embarrassed to go out and greet his colleague. Yang Shui's scream sounded desperate. Was she worried about herself? One way or another, the explosion will inevitably trigger SCP-2950's emergency protocol failsafe. At that time, there was no telling how big the nuclear explosion would be. Will the people on the side of a road be safe, and will they be able to survive just to live another day? Jong-ju's brain circuit is not quite the same as the average person. Legend has it that before an ordinary person dies, their whole life memories flash before their eyes, whether it was a good or bad memory. However, at this moment, Jong-ju was thinking about the battle between Obito and Minato in Naruto. In order to kill Obito as he was trying to destroy his village, Minato drew hundreds if not millions of explosive talismans. That scene itself was much more awesome than what Jong-ju had to experience at that moment. Unfortunately, the explosion was absorbed by Obito's ability Kamui without a sweat. If Minato's plan were successful, it would be a happy ending. If he was blown up by this Mr. Samuel here, wouldn't something similar to that happen? Knowing his lousy personality. Of course, something like that to happen was impossible since a mischievous person's prayer would not be granted. It would be nice if he could absorb the explosion himself. Jong-ju thought. Immediately afterward, a strange phenomenon occurred. He realized that his wish had been granted. In an instant, a black hole appeared in front of him. The shock wave and heat wave from the explosion were all sucked in by the black hole. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Jong-ju froze as to what had just happened. Then he saw the black hole's true form. It was not a black hole, it was a device given to him by the kind SCP-106. A device which the old man liked to call it as the reality anchor. Was it really always this powerful? This device can distort part of the reality according to his mind. It was really a valuable device. Jong-ju fell off a cliff and picked up 9 Yang ability the moment he saw it. Jong-ju's mind was fast, and these thoughts were just a fraction of a second. The entire explosion was absorbed by him just as soon as it began to disperse. Yang Shui's shout was echoed through the containment room. Dr. Yang, no need to shout so loudly. I can hear you. Jong-ju said with a smile as he turned back around. Yang Shui's mouth opened wide. The shock in her heart could no longer be described with words. Just now, Jong-ju had shielded her and parried the explosion as if he was a heavenly god. She was shocked for half a minute, didn't know what to react. She had just seen. Why do you scream at me? Jong-ju said, just tell me, am I cool or not? Yang Shui sighed. It must have been her illusion just now, and this was the real Ju Zhang. Seeing Yang Shui recover from her shock, Jong-ju was relieved and turned his attention towards that mysterious man. Since the explosion had taken, the mysterious man had not moved an inch. Jong-ju always had a feeling that Mr. Samuel's self-destruction, comparable to a nuclear bomb explosion, could not hurt him. The mysterious man gently clapped his hands. That was wonderful, worthy of being the chosen one. It's far beyond what I expected. He mentioned the word again. Jong-ju was already sure that he had no malicious intent and asked, Hey, big guy, if you don't mind. Can you tell me what do you mean by the chosen one and who elected me as this chosen one? Chosen for what? Paid for a salary. In response to Jong-ju's series of aggressive questions, the mysterious man only replied with one word. Secret. Damn it. If it weren't because of your mysterious ability, I would have killed you already. Jong-ju was about to curse when he saw the mysterious man suddenly waved his hand. Your comrades have arrived. I should be going now. Jong-ju calculated the time. The mobile task force had already dug the passage and rushed all the way over. Currently, Site 14 should have been surrounded by the MTF, and Zhangju was a bit curious about how he would get out of here. "Hey you, before you leave. Can you tell me who you are and who do you work with?" Zhangju asked. In fact, he didn't hope for him to answer at all. It was best if that mysterious man was willing to answer. But if not, he had nothing to lose. To Zhangju's surprise, the mysterious man answered his question. "You can call me Nobody." After saying that, he casually waved his hand in the air. As he moved, his entire body gradually became transparent and finally disappeared. "Nobody, huh?" Zhangju mumbled for a few moments. It was not familiar to him. Although he had heard of the word, Nobody didn't leave much information even in his world. It wasn't even clear if Nobody was a person or an organization. An organization with an unknown leader, an unknown number of members, and an unknown purpose. Not to mention that compared to the Chaos Insurgency, a big villain, and the Serpent's Hand is much more famous than them. They were most likely to be a neutral organization, thought Zhangju. It'd be better if we didn't bother them at all. "Don't move. Hands in the air." Zhangju was lost in thought when a squad of heavily armed soldiers entered the containment room, shouting the same old useless lines. Needless to say, the Red Yang Mobile Task Force had finally arrived. The soldiers took up various vantage points and surrounded the three remaining people at the scene, and finally, two men walked in. Deputy Site Director Huang Xingwen and Red Yang Captain Guan Peng. Both of these two had met with Zhangju before. Seeing that Zhangju and Yang Shui were okay, Huang Xingwen was relieved. Yang Shui briefed Huang Xingwen on the general situation and was surprised to learn that Dr. Li was a Chaos Insurgency member. At Site 14, Dr. Li was considered a very respectable person, and no one would have thought that he would betray the Foundation. Guan Peng had his team members arrest Dr. Li, who groaned his crotch in pain. For this kind of Chaos Insurgency whistleblower, the Foundation would deal with it seriously this time. After they cleared the situation, several people immediately exited the SCP-2950 containment room. After all, this thing was too dangerous. Even Deputy Site Director Huang Xingwen did not dare to look at it without permission. On the way back to the ground, Huang Xingwen patted Zhangju's shoulder. "Advisor Zhang. Thanks to you, if you weren't there, we wouldn't know how this accident would have ended." Zhangju said, "You are too kind, Deputy Director Huang. I am also a member of the Foundation, so I should do something to help you guys." Huang Xingwen shook his head. "I heard what Yang Shui said. Without you, Site 14 would fall into the wrong hand, and hundreds if not thousands of innocent people's lives will die. All in all, you did an excellent job. Site Director Wenbei and I had discussed when this incident is over, and will apply for a commendation from the O5 Council." "Talk about a commendation." Zhangju instantly excited. "How much is it?" About that, Huang Xingwen was puzzled by his question, and only after half a second later, he continued, "Advisor Zhang, your contribution in this accident can no longer be measured in money, and to be honest, I don't know how the O5 Council will commend you." "Damn it." Zhangju grimaced. Maybe the O5 Council would give him 500 yuan and a custom banner with the words People's Defender on it. If that's the case, he'll put the banner on a second-hand website and sell it, then buy a bunch of paper money for him to burn and pay tribute to the O5 Council's noble character and departed morality. But having said that, because of this accident, he came back with many benefits along the way. He acquired SCP-1013's, Cockatrice, ability, Mind Freeze, and SCP-049's, Plague Doctor, ability, Paralyze. In addition, he also made contact with SCP-2006, Too Spooky / the Gorilla with Antenna Head, and SCP-106, the Old Man. The abilities of these two, which he had not fully processed yet, will probably take some time to show, and not knowing what abilities will it be when the time comes. And most importantly, he obtained a device called the reality anchor. At the moment, it seems to be a divine weapon. A device that could distort reality to a certain extent, but its usage will have to be studied properly. Chapter 33. The time was 4:30 a.m. Huang Xingwen and Zhang Ju had a conversation with each other while Yang Shui followed behind them. Looking at Zhang Ju's back, her emotions were a bit complicated. She had to experience the most excruciating moment in her life. The containment breach, an enemy intrusion, and Site 14 were in jeopardy. In the end, the enemy had not succeeded, and they had completed their mission perfectly, but she knew that it was all because of Zhang Ju. She didn't know how many times Zhang Ju had saved her life, and she hadn't even thanked him properly. The accident's aftermath was under control within a reasonable degree, and the whole Site 14 staff was relieved. She was a little sleepy, but all the people in front of her struggled to handle the anomalies that were being freed with full dedication. Yang Shui couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. She still had some energy to help them. Not knowing if it was an illusion, she saw that Zhang Ju's back seemed to be faintly emitting light. Yang Shui, are you all right? Yang Shui was lost in thought when Guan Peng rushed up from behind. He and Yang Shui's uncle, Yang Wenbei, were old acquaintances and took a lot of care of Yang Shui. I'm fine, Uncle Guan. Yang Shui said, thanks to Zhang Ju. Speaking of Zhang Ju, Guan Peng frowned. Yang Shui, there's a question I wanted to ask you regarding your journey. Have you been with Zhang Ju for the whole time? Yang Shui nodded, yes. Except when we encountered SCP-106, he put me in the containment room. Other than that, we were together all the time. She noticed that Guan Peng's expression was a little off and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Guan Peng said, can you tell me in detail what happened after you were being put into the containment room? I'm a little curious. Outsiders saw the fun, and insiders saw the doorway. Unlike Yang Shui and Huang Xingwen, Guan Peng has worked at the Foundation for decades. Starting as a security officer and working his way up to the MTF captain position, he has experienced countless battles, as evidenced by his half-burnt face. The reason he had survived so long in such a dangerous place as the Foundation was because he has a habit, thorough analysis. After each battle with the enemy, he replayed the scene in his head. He was analyzing his own and enemy's strategies, tactics, various choices at key moments, and even the moves used during the fight, whether right or wrong. After this accident, he surveyed the scene and tried to substitute himself into Zhang Ju's role. He had found that even though Zhang Ju helped her go through the conflict they had, there was no way for him to survive the accident. Not to mention how he stopped the enemy, completed the mission, and brought Yang Shui back in one piece. He was very curious about how Zhang Ju had managed to do it. At that time, we were just about to get on the elevator when suddenly the ground under our feet collapsed, and we fell to the B3 floor. Yang Shui slowly recalled, saying everything she could remember in detail. During this period, Guan Peng asked several critical questions, especially how he apprehended Mr. Samuel. After listening to Yang Shui's story, Guan Peng sighed in admiration. He had examined the wounds of those security members and knew how powerful the enemy was. Without knowing their abilities, even he could have been killed in seconds. The fact that Zhang Ju had been able to maneuver around it and even predicted Mr. Samuel's movement to defeat it could only be described as a miracle. It wasn't until then that Yang Shui realized how remarkable was Zhang Ju back then. The person who Yang Shui would like to call Uncle Guan was very strict and not the kind of person that would easily praise others. Even Yang Shui herself had been reprimanded by him quite a lot as a child, to ensure protection. Of course, working at the SCP Foundation, any negligence or carelessness was fatal. She was convinced that Zhang Ju was powerful and reliable. After listening to Guan Peng's analysis of him, Yang Shui was able to pinpoint just how powerful Zhang Ju really was. There was only one thing that made me feel very strange. Before leaving, Guanpeng frowned. When my team was cleaning up the scene, they had found a dozen human teeth in the containment room. According to you, these are the enemy's teeth. Did Zhang Jua have any unique fetish or some sort? Knowing that a normal fight shouldn't end like this. About that, I can't say for sure. Yang Shui told a small lie. Strange, really strange. Guanpeng shook his head, still confused about the fight. It looks like the problem will haunt him for a long time. When several people had returned to the ground, the sky was already glowing with pearl-white sunlight. Site Director Yang Wenbei personally greeted them at the exit, and behind him was the whole staff of Site 14. Seeing several people return safely, he was relieved. Quickly coming to the crowd, he grabbed Zhang Ju's hand and shook it hard with a serious expression. Advisor Zhang. On behalf of hundreds of the Site 14 staff and the SCP Foundation, I thank you for everything you did tonight. Yang Wenbei said and bowed deeply, followed by the whole Site 14 staff to bow down and show their appreciation towards Zhang Ju. It lasted for a full 5 seconds before Site Director Wenbei stood up again to face Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju not only saved Site 14 but also saved hundreds of thousands of innocent people's lives in the surrounding area. Although the staff at the site did not know the details, there was no doubt that Zhang Ju had saved everyone's life. After the incident, Yang Wenbei's hair turned white as if he had aged for 10 years. It seemed that this incident had hit him hard. Zhang Ju held Site Director Wenbei's hand and patted his shoulder, followed by a bow to the entire Site 14 staff members. He found a large rock and stood on it. All eyes focused on him. Gentlemen, you don't need to thank me, you don't need to thank anyone. What you need to thank are yourselves. Zhang Ju looked around. Humans have been around for over 250,000 years by now, and only the last 4,000 years have been meaningful for us, so what have we been doing for almost 250,000 years? We huddled in caves and around small fires, fearful of the things that we didn't understand. Humans are so small and helpless in the face of those powerful beings, but we can't live in fear forever. No one else will protect us, and we must stand up for ourselves. And with that reason, we established the SCP Foundation. We work in the dark to serve the light. We used our weapons and equipment to contain the immortal lizard again and again. We blocked that statue in a corner with our intertwined sight. With cruel rituals, we sealed that evil god that might appear. We served before and after the countless terrible XK-class end of the world scenario. We, the children of our fathers, the wives of our husbands. We're just ordinary people. We will eventually be afraid, scared, cry, and certainly will die. But remember that we are resilient. We are the last line of defense for humanity. We secure. We contain. We protect. We are everyone's heroes. We, each one of us, are heroes. Chapter 34. 7 days later, the Site 14 infiltration came to an end. The Site 14 containment area was severely damaged, and most of the anomalous subjects had run away. It took them 3 full days to recontain all the anomalies. Among them, the most difficult one to recontain was SCP-106, the Old Man, and the Foundation had to use 3D class personnel as bait to trick him into the containment room again. After the Foundation's investigation, the incident was caused by a special researcher appointed by the O5 Council who accidentally leaked the information regarding SCP-2950 to Dr. Li Chengming while he was drunk, and Dr. Li passed the information to the Chaos Insurgency. A month before the attack, the enemy bribed an IT technician within Site 14 to give them all of the defense mechanisms information within Site 14. After being interrogated, the IT technician hanged himself in his cell the next day. As for Li Chengming, he was transported to the SCP Foundation headquarters for further investigation. In total, 133 staff members were killed due to the Site 14 infiltration. This included 120 security personnel, 5 researchers, 3 MTF members, 4 D-class personnel, and 1 cleaning staff member. A simple funeral service was held for them at Site 14 under the guidance of Deputy Site Director Xingwen Huang. As staff representatives, Special Advisor Zhu Zhang and Senior Researcher Yang Shui delivered eulogies to express their condolences. After the funeral, Zhu Zhang and Yang Shui met with Site Director Yang Wenbei at the back of the cemetery. The old man was dressed in black, white hair, and his eyes no longer showed the brightness within him. "Uncle," Yang Shui called out, a little worried about his health. "I'm fine." Yang Wenbei took Yang Shui's hand, patted it gently, and nodded to Zhang Ju behind him. Seeing Yang Wenbei's vicissitudes, Zhang Ju showed his compassion and sighed, "Site Director Wenbei, I know it's hard for you to take it in, but things have already happened. There's nothing to blame yourself about. Just let it go. It's not too late. Face the reality, and I believe you know better than me." Zhang Ju wanted to persuade Site Director Wenbei to regain his spirit, but unexpectedly Yang shook her head. "I'm old, and I'm no longer be able to do many things. So, it's time to put the nail in the coffin in the hands of young people like you. I have told the headquarters that I resigned from the Site Director position, and Deputy Site Director Huang will take over the position. In about 2 days, the news will be announced throughout the site, and you guys should be prepared with full dedication." Yang Shui gasped as she was surprised by the news, while Zhang Ju sighed. Both of them understand that this was a desperate move. Site 14 had a serious incident weeks ago, and someone must be responsible for it. Naturally, Site Director Yang Wenbei was the one who had to hold the burden of responsibility for such a thing to happen. Yang Wenbei was known for his rigorous and cautious work practice within Site 14. Since the disappearance of Yang Shui's father, Yang Wensong, he has served as Site 14 Site Director for more than 10 years. It all went smooth, and nothing controversial happened until the infiltration incident occurred. "Zhang Ju, just a moment, please," the old man said. "You've helped me a lot this time and stopped the infiltration within an acceptable result. I wanted to thank you personally." Zhang Ju pulled up the corners, and he smiled helplessly. "Now, as for the most troubling thing for me. My niece here, even though she was strong enough to be independent and take care of herself easily. After I quit the foundation, I wanted to ask if it's convenient for you to take care of her," said Site Director Wenbei, handing Yang Shui's hand into his hand, with the meaning of entrusting her to him. Yang Shui's face reddened to her ears, and she pulled her hand back. "Who needs his help?" "Don't worry, Site Director Wenbei." Zhang Ju patted his chest. "I will take care of her like my own niece." The Site 14 infiltration incident had left a lot of suspicion among the staff. According to the preliminary findings, the IT technician's authority was not high. It was not known where he obtained the whole document about Site 14's defense mechanism. It was unknown how the intruder Mr. Samuel had entered Site 14, and it was still a mystery how he would leave Site 14 after completing his goal of obtaining SCP-2950. Most importantly, it was also unknown whether the current situation of the SCP Foundation had been known by the Chaos Insurgency. There was also the mysterious figure called Nobody, which only added more problems for the Foundation. In response to the above remaining problems, the SCP Foundation's headquarters sent a special investigation team to review all employees within Site 14. Especially, the researchers who were close to Dr. Li were being interrogated. Despite the lack of evidence, the Foundation may not impose any heavy punishment. But it was clear to everyone that their security level would be reduced to the lowest, and they would never have access to Foundation's classified document again. There was even a researcher who was directly executed with amnestic sedation, memory-altering drug, and released back into society. In a way, this might be a good thing. In the future, he will live the life of an ordinary person and no longer have to worry about dangerous anomalies every morning as soon as he wakes up and thinks about a containment breach that would happen. Because of the situation, a standard work schedule for Site-14 couldn't be carried out, and most of them were only given a single holiday except for some essential departments. Zhangju and Yang Shui were no exception. But at this time, of course, they did not have the desire to take a day off and relax. It was only a matter of time before Site Director Wenbei left Site-14, and Yang Shui spent the last 2 days helping him move some of his household goods back to the neighborhood they were in. Yang Wenbei served as a Site Director for more than 10 years. Had no children and most of the time lived in the site staff dormitory. Yang Shui and Zhang Ju cleaned his house and purchased some more household items. The SCP Foundation was not financially well enough to stay out of the suspicion from various countries, and the treatment given to its employees was not high. Yang Wenbei had worked at the Foundation for most of his life, and all his savings was barely enough to buy a 2-bedroom apartment with less than 100 square feet. Zhang Ju remembered that when he joined the Foundation, Site Director Wenbei had said that he would give himself an allowance from his salary. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. He can't be serious about it. Yang Shui's house is in the same neighborhood as Yang Wenbei's, which was her father's inheritance before he disappeared. Yang Shui and Yang Wenbei are workaholics, and it was rare for them to return to their homes. But in the end, she was just a lonely girl. The home supplies are complete. The two worked all morning, till noon. They stay at Yang Shui's house and plan to cook something. What do you want to eat? What can you make? Dr. Yang, don't tell me you can't cook. Then why did you buy so many pots and pans? Because father said, well, usually at the Foundation, there is a canteen, so there's no time for. I understand. What do you have in your fridge? Let me see. You can cook. Didn't I tell you that I'm an all-rounder? Half an hour later, Yang Shui held a tomato and egg noodles in her hand. She took a bite, and her eyes glowed slightly. She never knew that an ordinary bowl of noodles could be so delicious. How about it, delicious right? Zhang Ju said smugly. Yang Shui gave a light hum and ignored him. She had already figured out Zhang Ju's arrogant attitude. The best way to deal with it was to ignore it. Despite you closed your mouth and didn't say anything. He always had a way to make you feel speechless and then brag about it to everyone. Zhang Ju laughed and began consume his bowl of noodles. The two of them finished their noodles. Yang Shui took a phone call to send out some paperwork, while Zhang Ju put on his apron and washed the dishes. A knock can be heard at the door. Zhang Ju rubbed the water on his apron and went to answer the door. A svelte man with gold-rimmed glasses stood outside the door, holding a large bouquet of roses. The original smiling face retracted the moment he saw Zhang Ju. He stared at him and frowned. Who are you? Zhang Ju was just about to speak. Yang Shui's voice came from inside the house. Just put the bowl in the sink. I'll wash it later. I'll be busy for a while in the afternoon, and we'll go back together in the evening. Hearing these words, the glasses man's frown deepened. Zhang Ju showed his hands and said, if I say that I came here just to grab a quick meal, would you believe me? Chapter 35. His name is Shijia, and he was the president of the theater club when I was in college. He was also majoring in Doctor of Literature. After graduation, it seems that he worked as a minister of the public administration. I heard that he recently opened a company that specializes in financing. Wow, sounds like a rich and handsome man or a gifted person. But Dr. Yang, how do I say this? What do you want me to do? Beat him up? That's going to be a little bit of a hassle. Let's just use a reason where he entered your house with his left foot first. How about it? Yang Shui hit him. I'm talking to you seriously. He came to invite me to attend our college's 100th anniversary. Do you think I should go? Why do you ask me? With current Jongju's mood, he would probably immediately start ranting about it. But thinking that it was a bit too much knowing what had happened recently, she seemed to have been caught in a bad mood. Looking at her poor young and helpless look, Jongju shrugged his shoulders habitually. Anyway, it's our day off. It's the 100th celebration party, and I suggest you go for it. I mean, you'll only be able to attend this once in your lifetime. Yang Shui looked at him. Can you go with me? Jongju pinched his chin. If it's a college party, there should be a buffet. Which is a perfect moment to go and eat something delicious compared to the food in the Foundation's canteen. It's just too bad. 3 days later, Zhangzhou University. The gongs and drums were played, and the firecrackers were fired to the sky. Zhangzhou University is a first-class college in Zhangzhou City, founded exactly 100 years ago. During this period, many alumni consist of dignitaries and celebrities. Many alumni from the college have returned to attend Zhangzhou University's centennial celebration ceremony. Take a look, Sister Shui. After your graduation, the college built 2 more libraries, new basketball courts, tennis courts, and do you remember when we sneaked into other clubs' venues at night to rehearse our theater practice? Now our theater club has its own rehearsal room. Brother Shinjia, whose full name is Zhang Shijia, was a popular student at Zhangzhou University. His uncle was the vice president of Zhangzhou University, and he has also become the minister of the public administration. Zhang Shijia was talented and wealthy. He was single despite the fact that he had a lot of fans in the college. But no one knows that the person he has always had in mind is the youngest theater club member. Because among all the girls, Yang Shui gave him the most extraordinary feeling. Yang Shui was not that kind of soft girl, it was the opposite. She speaks and acts boldly with full content. Her eyes occasionally show bewilderment and helplessness. Of course, Zhang Shijia does not know that she acted like this because she always worried about her father. Unlike other girls, Yang Shui always treated him with a high-handed attitude, never granting him any private requests except for rehearsals. Like the plots of those cheap romance novels, this aroused Zhang Shijia's desire to be with her. The more reluctant Yang Shui cross paths with him, the more he wants to chase Yang Shui into his hands. Several years have passed, and this has become his obsession. He even hired security guards in Yang Shui's neighborhood, and once Yang Shui came home, he would receive a message. This is also why he could so coincidentally catch Yang Shui and Zhangju at home. The fact that Yang Shui had agreed to come to the school festival was a big surprise to him, although he thought she would decline the offer. But because of this, when he received Yang Shui's message, the fire in his heart was rekindled. Was there a slight possibility that Yang Shui regretted it, that she was finally willing to say yes? He did not expect Yang Shui to come with someone he didn't recognize. I must say, Great Minister Shijia, can I make a suggestion to your school? That abominable person said, your campus is so big and has so many facilities, but can you build a few more public toilets? I've been holding it all the time, and the food here is so salty. Zhang Shijia frowned. What a foul sight. How could Yang Shui have such a disgusting friend? What Zhang Shijia did not expect was that his sister, who had a serious expression all the time, snorted out a laugh when she heard his words. Yang Shui gave him a fierce glance and said, like a lazy donkey on a mill. This was a side of Yang Shui that Zhang Shijia had never seen before. He looked dumbfounded for a moment. At 9:30 a.m., the invited celebrities and dignitaries from different alumnus entered one after another. The number of people who came to say hello to Zhang Shijia also increased. His uncle was the vice president of this college, his father was a famous entrepreneur in Zhangzhou City, and he had all the connections to influential people in Zhangzhou City. Zhang Shijia himself was known as a famous person, talking and laughing to all the present guests. Yang Shui, I'm really sorry about that. As you can see, many guests attend this ceremony, and they are influential people. I can't help but to dash. Zhang Shijia was embarrassed, but his words were quite colorful. If not for the lack of time, he would have to do a Versailles-like speech on the spot. Don't mind about it? Yang Shui calmly said, Brother Shijia, you have an important thing to do, and we're just going to mind our business here. Zhangju, please stop eating for a moment. You're distracting me. The latter half of the sentence was about Zhangju, who was currently feasting on a plate of cupcakes, with a few crumbs stuck to the corner of his mouth. The Foundation's breakfast was just a light congee, and he had already eaten enough, so he didn't eat much in the morning. Seeing the table next to the venue filled with delicate small food, he couldn't resist taking a plate. In any way, he promised Yang Shui that he would come here just to fill his stomach and would eat anything available on the buffet. Zhang Shijia hated his face. Why does this person always be such troublesome for him? The three of them continued to wander around the campus. Zhang Shijia still spared no effort to talk about his achievements over the years. Yang Shui, have you been watching the news lately? Well, I haven't got the time to keep up with the news lately. That's a shame. Our school literature club helped a woman who was accused by her abusive husband, and she was backed by the big woman solidarity movement with hundreds of thousands of likes. While also made an appearance on the local news TV program for 30 minutes. Brother Shijia, you are a famous doctor of literature in our school. What the just the literature club become, just because of your significant contribution to them? Oh no, I just helped them from the background. You know, our literature club is different from other schools. We don't just write a screenplay and poetry. Under my leadership, they often help some illiterate people. There is no shortage of literary excellence, and it should be passed down generation upon generation. Zhang Ju said, who was eating something, was amused by the last two sentences that Zhang Shijia said and made him spurt some food out of his mouth. Zhang Xinji was at his limit and could not hold back. He frowned and said, Mr. Zhang, you are a friend of Sister Yang Shui. You are new to the city and unfamiliar with the situation. I should not have said anything more, but I see that you are not young. You don't even have a house to live in, so it is best to listen more and read more, and think more seriously. Yang Shui is a doctor of biology. Her literature and drama performance was quite insightful. In our college years, we often discuss together, and we just discuss the major issues related to people's livelihood. You understand nothing, only interrupt others, and always look uncultured. I think I went too far. Although the words were not good, it's a fact, and Mr. Zhang, please don't blame me. Zhang Shijia was worthy of a doctorate in literature, and the hidden message points in his words that seemingly looked like a casual conversation were quite a lot. First of all, it was a lecture dedicated from the beginning. He shouldn't have said anything more. He must resist not saying it. Then he says that Zhang Ju was an adult who couldn't even afford a house and did not think about social improvement. He pointed out that Yang Shui has a PhD in biology, implying that the two of them are too far apart in terms of family and education and that he should not have any improper thoughts. The most important point was that they were discussing a major issue related to the people's livelihood and how it would benefit the people to a higher level of education. As for Zhang Ju's lack of upbringing, he thought it was a casual, thoughtless remark. At the end of the day, it was a standard critique towards him personally after a lot of nonsense was thrown. In contrast, the words may not sound good. It was for his own good. He thought Zhang Ju deserved it. This was a peasant level of words. Zhang Ju is just a normal human being, and even Yang Shui heard his words. Unlike Zhang Ju, Yang Shui is not the kind of person willing to fancy her words around and what others say about her. She generally doesn't care. This was a sign of her main characteristics. But Zhang Shijia's words, intentionally or unintentionally insulting Zhang Ju, were unacceptable. She knew better than anyone about what Zhang Ju had contributed lately. The knowledge in Zhang Ju's head had contributed to the Foundation's research, which she doesn't know how much it values. He worked overtime night and day, and all the researchers were grateful to him. That incident, if Zhangju hadn't saved the day, half of Zhangzhou city would have been flattened to the ground. Due to the Foundation's confidentiality regulations, what Zhu Zhang did could not be known to the public. But Zhangju's adventures, battles with the enemy, and life and death struggle with various anomalies. She witnessed it all, and she would not allow anyone to insult Zhangju this way. Yang Shui's face gradually turned icy cold. "Senior brother Shijia, how dare you say that?" With a serious expression, she continued, "Senior brother Shijia, it is true that there are some people whose appearance is not as glamorous and spirited as yours. Who is more obscure and unknown, and who may not be able to have their names remembered by others until they die. But you can't deny their contribution to this world. They are diligent, lighten up the places you can't see, even putting themselves in dangerous situations. The reason you are able to talk and point out the world here is all because of their tireless efforts and sacrifice of life and death. Brother Shijia, have you ever thought that? Perhaps, you have been saved by them again and again without knowing it." Yang Shui looked at Zhang Shijia and suddenly felt that her senior was far less shallow than Zhangju. She finally said, "I once heard a saying that I thought was very true. Weakness and ignorance are not the obstacles to survival. Arrogance is." Chapter 36. Yang Shui's words were so deafening that Zhang Shijia froze on the spot. He didn't understand why she would react so badly when he had only casually said a few words about Zhangju. He made it sound like Zhangju was a world-saving hero. He glanced at Zhangju. He had no sense of decency. How could he be considered a hero? "Let's go," Yang Shui said, pulling Zhangju's hands to leave, who expected Zhangju to hold her back. "Sorry, it's my fault," Zhangju said. He stuffed the food in his hand into his mouth, swallowed it, and waved his hand. "Senior brother Shijia, it was my fault, and you're right." Yang Shui looked at him in amazement. As far as she could remember, Zhangju had never been at a loss with his words. According to his character, if someone said one sentence, he had 10 waiting in the back of his head. Zhang Shijia was a doctor of literature, and he might be able to write majestic articles. But when it came to his mouth, Zhangju could scold him to death. However, this time, Zhangju did not open his mouth, obviously not like his style. When did this man change his character? In fact, to Zhangju, things were not complicated. He was good at using verbal insults, but he was not a mad dog that would bite anyone on sight. That person was a friend of Yang Shui's, and he had only come to be an escort. He doesn't want for both of them to fight, although it seemed that Yang Shui had nothing good to say about her senior brother Shijia in the first place. The most important thing that if what he said was true, the literature club that often helped some illiterate people was a benevolent thing to do. He keeps his cool despite making mistakes that others pointed out, and he shall not mock them. To sum up, Zhangju decided to give in and apologize. Endure it while keeping his calm like wind and water, and take a step back to eat and drink. Yang Shui still wanted to speak, but Zhangju shook his head at her. Zhang Shijia didn't see Yang Shui's expression and was in a slightly better mood when he saw Zhangju's apology. "Mr. Zhang, there is nothing better than knowing your mistakes, and since you recognize your mistakes, we can still be friends. I'm not going to hide it from you. Last year alone, our literature club helped over 30 people. Ah, that's impressive." Zhang Shijia switched his face and continued to boast about his achievements, but he had other plans in mind. Yang Shui's attitude just now made him feel a little strange. It seems that he must come to some real provocation in order to let Yang Shui know how good he was and to make Zhangju realize the gap between them. It was clear it may hurt Zhangju's feelings. With a glance in his eyes, he had a plan. Zhang Shijia continued to show Zhangju and Yang Shui around the campus and finally came to a lounge. "There are still 20 minutes until the opening ceremony, and it's best for you guys to rest here for a while. I have something to do, So pardon me. Zhang Shijia poured them a glass of water. Yang Shui said thank you and frowned. I remember this is a VIP lounge, right? It's only open when the college receives important guests. Is it appropriate for you to bring us here? It's fine. Zhang Shijia waved his hand, his eyes narrowed. There aren't that many important guests anyway. Yang Shui looked over at Zhang Ju, but he didn't even hear what they said, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. Just for a moment, it shouldn't matter. Yang Shui thought. Zhang Shijia winked at Zhang Ju without a trace and walked out of the lounge. After Zhang Shijia left, Zhang Ju suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were as sharp as a falcon. It startled Yang Shui. What's wrong? I thought you were tired and wanted to rest for a while. Zhang Ju stretched his back and looked towards the door. That prick left us here, obviously not in good faith. I shouldn't sleep here, and it's exactly what he wants me to behave. Yang Shui said, then why didn't you leave just now? It's not like you at all. Oh? It seems that Dr. Yang knows me very well. Then may I ask what kind of person I am? Zhang Ju had a blank expression on his face. Yang Shui's cheeks reddened, and she gave him a blank look. Forget it, no more jokes with you. Zhang Ju's expression grew serious. The reason I'm not leaving is that he sniffed in the air, smelled something unusual. Yang Shui was alarmed. Could it be that the anomalies that escaped the site have arrived in the city? But those anomalies are marked. There wouldn't be any anomalies that aren't recorded. It's not from the site. Zhang Ju shook his head. He could not be very sure. I just have this feeling. Maybe I'm too sensitive. The two spoke a few more words, and before they had a chance to go out, they heard the sound of conversation coming from outside the door, and several leader-like people were walking this way. Director Li, Director Wang, I'm sorry, but President Bai is currently busy. I can only welcome you two fellow directors. It's an oversight on my part. I apologize. Vice President Zhang is joking. It's not easy for you to take time out of your busy schedule to pick us up. But tell me the truth, did President Bai get some backer from the big shots? Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. Our school was a bit short when we planned to build a few new laboratories. That equipment is expensive. A multinational company's CEO is on his way to visit the school to donate some of his money. President Bai and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning have gone to the airport to pick him up and will arrive shortly. Wait, the government was involved. Yup, not only that but multinational companies, rich celebrities, and those who do not want to make a public appearance. And what's this? Vice President Zhang opened the door and was surprised to see someone in the VIP room. He had already informed the staff, today's guests are important, and he couldn't afford to make a mistake. The city's influential leaders and investors are coming, and a simple mistake can't be tolerated. Seeing two strangers, Vice President Zhang frowned slightly. But because of the guests, he didn't flare up immediately. He asked, may I know who you are and who brought you here? Hello, I'm a graduate of Zhangzhou University's class of 16. Yang Shui replied, we were invited to attend the university ceremony today, and it was Zhang Shijia who brought us here. Hearing that it was Zhang Shijia who brought them here, Vice President Zhang's face eased slightly. Zhang Shijia was his nephew, and among the descendants of the Zhang family, he was considered the most promising one, and he usually did not make any mistakes. Vice President Zhang smiled, you looked like a distinguished figure, I wonder what you call them. Where do you work now? Yang Shui glanced at Zhang Ju, and seeing that he was non-committal, he could only take the lead in answering, my name is Yang Shui, and I am a researcher at Peikang Pharmaceuticals. Peikang Pharmaceuticals. Director Li, who had come with Vice President Zhang, heard the name, correct me if I'm wrong but, the chairman of Peikang Pharmaceuticals is Yang Wenbei, right? Yang Shui said, indeed, he is also my uncle. So it's Chairman Wenbei's niece. Director Li laughed, Chairman Wenbei and I have been poker friends for many years. In that case, you should call me Uncle Li. Yang Shui slightly bowed her body. Understood, Uncle Li. Seeing this scene, Vice President Zhang nodded. Peikang Pharmaceutical was a well-known enterprise in Zhangzhou City, and although he had never met Yang Wenbei, he had always heard of his name. He turned to Zhangzhou. How about this gentleman right here? Since they had entered, Zhangzhou had been slipping in and out. He was not rising to greet them nor speaking. Vice President Zhang had a poor impression of him, but Vice President Zhang was so good at controlling his temper that he didn't show it, intending to see what Zhangzhou had up to. Normally, the SCP Foundation would arrange corresponding fake identities for its employees as a cover, just like Yang Shui and Yang Wenbei. But Zhangzhou's special advisor title was specially approved by the O5 Council, and his identity had never been implemented. Although he could falsely claim to be Yang Shui's colleague, Zhangzhou did not feel the need to do so. About that, I'm doing odd jobs in a small company that's not well known, and currently, I'm just an employee there. He waved his hand. You guys can continue, don't mind me. Zhangzhou was distracted, his mind currently thinking about that anomaly. He was sure that something must have given him a psychic hint from the moment he met Zhang Shijia on the campus, but it never clicked on his head. Zhangzhou was thinking, but in the eyes of Vice President Zhang, it was somewhat impolite, and his thought was snapped down. Since you are a member of the entourage, you should be on your best behavior. The entire VIP room had 3 sets of sofas, and Zhangzhou had one set all to himself. Seeing the guest size, Zhangzhou realized what the problem was. He patted his buttocks and stood up, saying, apologies, sir. Please have a seat. That was more like it. Vice President Zhang gave a dark hum and let the 2 directors take their seats. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Among several people, Director Wang was the oldest and relatively mild-tempered, smiling and asking, "Young man, what is your name, and what kind of work do you do?" Sensing the goodwill released by that person, Zhangzhou arched his hand. "No need to be formal, old man. My name is Zhangzhou. As for my work, some trivial things are not worth mentioning. It is really difficult to say, such shame it is." Yang Shui sighed due to Zhangzhou's response, always letting her have a kind of indescribable helplessness. If working at the Foundation was all trivial things not worth mentioning, then she guessed there was nothing under the sky that could be called a big deal. Heh. Vice President Zhang snorted lightly and sneered, "Talk about working on an odd job, unknown small companies, doing not worth mentioning things, such fear of the unknown, isn't it?" The 2 directors are old leaders of Zhangzhou University. Vice President Zhang spoke with full of doubt. Yang Shui was about to defend Zhangzhou when the door of the VIP room was suddenly opened again. President Bai. Seeing the visitor, Vice President Zhang and the 2 directors hurriedly got up to greet them. President Bai waved his hand at them, opened the door himself, and said to those behind him, "Minister Chiu, General Manager Lei, please come in." A middle-aged man with a large belly and a tall young man walked in with President Bai. Presumably, these 2 were the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning and the leader of a multinational company, as Vice President Zhang had said. While walking, Minister Chiu smiled and said, "Mr. Lei, our city of Zhangzhou has a great people and a great place. It is definitely a good place for development, not to mention that Zhangzhou University sends an unknown number of talents to our country every year. Look at the long-term benefit dash. I will consider it carefully." The young man called Mr. Lei smiled and nodded his head, raising his hands, giving people a gentle and elegant feeling. They were talking happily, and on the other side, Zhangzhou secretly gave Yang Shui a wink. He stayed because of the possibility of an anomaly here, but more and more guests are coming. It was best for them not to involve them in this matter. When they were just about to reach the exit door, someone called out Zhangzhou out of nowhere. "Advisor Zhang." Zhang Ju mechanically turned his head and found that the young president looked at him with a smile. This time, everyone's eyes within the VIP room were drawn to him. President Bai didn't recognize them and glanced at Vice President Zhang. Vice President Zhang shook his head without a trace. He was also confused about how these two people could be related to the president of a multinational corporation. Not only them but to Zhang Ju himself was also a bit strange. He hadn't been in this world for long, and the people he came into contact with were all colleagues at Site 14, and he didn't remember having any encounters with this man. Thinking what that person had just said, Zhang Ju finally understood. President of a multinational corporation, my ass, it was the fucking Foundation. President Bai tried to ask, Mr. Lei, do you know him? President Lei smiled and nodded. This Mr. Zhang Ju, he is a special advisor hired by our company. A few days ago, a vicious incident happened in our company's branch, and advisor Zhang helped us through the difficult times despite his safety. Not only recovered tens of billions of dollars or even more in property losses but also indirectly saved many people's lives. The headquarters has a very high appraisal of him. When I came to Zhangzhou City this time, the head office leaders assigned me several tasks, one of the most important of which was to commend Mr. Zhang Ju. Minister Chiu, don't you want me to invest here? And President Bai, it seems that your school's equipment is about to be updated. To be honest, I don't know much about Zhangzhou City yet, and it's useless for you to lobby me if it works out in the end. He smiled and took a sip of water. Instead, why don't you ask Advisor Zhang's opinion about it? Chapter 37. Lei Shan, male, 32 years old, a Mei descendant, president of CN region of Siryui Group. As for his younger brother, Lei Shui, who was 2 years younger than him, was called Siryui Shuangbai. Although Yang Shui had never seen him in person, she had heard about them on the TV or the news. As for the Siryui Group, it was widely known by everyone. It was an international megacompany involving fields covering most high-tech industries such as drugs, medical hardware, defense industry products. Even Site 14 used the identity of Peikang Pharmaceuticals to make indirect trade deals. After hearing what Lei Shan had just said, Yang Shui realized that he was from the Foundation. She did not expect the Foundation to have so much influence in such companies. After Lei Shan finished his statement, he took a sip of water and stopped talking. The scene was quiet. Everyone was still digesting this shocking information. The first to react was Minister Chiu. Advisor Zhang, would you like to drink some water? Principal Bai immediately said, yes, Advisor Zhang. Please have a seat, is this lady your friend? Come sit with us too. Minister Chiu and Principal Bai were very attentive, one pouring water and handing tea. Afraid of neglecting Zhang Ju and making him unhappy. Usually, they were all high and mighty figures who were flattered by others. Now they were courteous towards a young man, not feeling the slightest blush. Probably this was because of the power of money. The two old directors took advantage of this situation, and all smiled helplessly. Only Vice President Zhang sweated coldly on the scene, and he cursed Zhang Shijia to death in his heart. He had just said that Zhang Ju was from an unknown company, and he was hopeless. Amid his complicated situation, President Bai gave him a thumbs up, probably thinking that Zhang Ju was invited by him, and he didn't even know how he would get his words back. Yang Shui looked at Zhang Ju and asked him what to do now with her eyes. Zhang Ju was patronizing, taking the tea handed to him by President Bai and sitting his butt on the sofa, right next to the young president. His face was so thick that a bullet couldn't penetrate it, so that he wouldn't be shy about it. Since someone else begged them to stay, he had no reason to be afraid. In the end, he wanted to see what President Lei was up to. Yang Shui sat next to them. The rest of the people were seated in turn, and it was good that the sofa in the VIP room was big enough, so many people did not look crowded. President Lei had already shown the way to President Bai and Minister Chiu, and in order to get the investment, they had to get Zhangju's approval. The two did not care about anything else and immediately gunned to the point, driven by their interests. As long as they could please this advisor Zhang and make him happy, the matter would be half done. They have been immersed in their respective positions for many years, and they are not bad at hustling around. President Bai said, "Advisor Zhang looks young, but I didn't expect that he was so talented that he could be favored by the Siryui group." Hearing this question, Zhangju sighed, "To tell you the truth, you may not believe it. But I was forced, arrested me, coerced me, and used the good ol trick, so I had no choice take the offer." Yang Shui pinched him fiercely. Minister Chiu seemed not to see the small movements of the two and laughed, "Advisor Zhang is good at joking. I heard from Mr. Lei that you helped the Siryui group solve a crisis. Can you tell us the details? I'm curious." President Bai also echoed, "Yes, there is still a little time before the opening ceremony of the school. Advisor Zhang, could you please tell us about it?" Afraid to scare you to death by telling them, Zhangju said helplessly, "Sorry, company secrets. It's not convenient to disclose." "Understandable, understandable. Then let's move on to another topic we can talk about." Principal Bai laughed and poked Vice President Zhang, who was sitting next to him, and whispered, "Old man Zhang, why don't you say something?" The corners of Vice President Zhang's mouth twitched, and he just wanted to dig a hole in the ground right now. Zhangju dealt with the boring questions thrown by President Bai and Minister Chiu, but his real purpose of staying was to communicate with that President Lei. But at this moment there are outsiders. He was not in a good situation to speak with him directly. So he thought of a plan. The sofas in this VIP room were all leather, with a wooden edge fixed around the outer extension. Zhangju and Lei Shan were not far away, and he spoke his hand on the edge of the sofa and tapped his finger a few times. If recorded by someone with an eye for detail, the seemingly random knocking would reveal that it was a string of Morse code. Dash. 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 "Hello there." Lei Shan stopped drinking after hearing Zhangju's knock. He smiled slightly, put the cup on the table, and rested his hand on the arm of the sofa. Dash, dash, hello. Zhangju spoke to Minister Chiu while tapping on the couch. Dash, 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 who are you? Dash, dash, dash. An ally. Lei Shan tapped repeatedly. Dash, 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 dash. A faithful ally. Morse code and English translated below. Zhangju, so what's your purpose here, to save the planet? Lei Shan, as I said earlier, the Foundation headquarters decided to commend you, and I'm here to carry out that mission. Zhangju, wow, that's good news. Commendation for what? A banner. Lei Shan, not now. The details will be communicated to you later. Zhangju, other than that, was there anything else? Lei Shan, yes, the gentleman asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. Zhangju, which one? Lei Shan, the one you spoke to. Zhangju, 05-6. Lei Shan, SHH, not a word. Zhangju, so, who are you really? I mean, who are you in the Foundation? Lei Shan, no need to worry, Advisor Zhang. I'm just that gentleman's secretary, that's all. The secretary of an O5 council member? Zhangju raised his eyebrows. This position was quite sensitive. They held many secrets. In the Foundation, apart from the O5 council, knowing they were visible to the public, they were the most influential individuals. In a way, some of them were being nurtured as the next O5. The fact that the Foundation had sent Lei Shan over clearly indicated the importance they attached to Zhangju. As time goes, Zhangju kept talking to the crowd naturally, not looking any different at all. No one knew that he had been communicating secretly with Lei Shan while dealing with their questions. Only Yang Shui noticed their unusual behavior, but Yang Shui's brain speed was not fast enough to keep up with them at all. Without a translating machine, it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to translate Morse code, not to mention sentence-by-sentence dialogue translation. From this point on, it was clear that Zhang Ju and Lei Shan were both monsters. "Gentlemen, it's getting late. The opening ceremony is about to begin." President Bai looked at his watch and smiled. "After the lunch, there will be a wonderful performance by our students in the afternoon. Mr. Lei, Advisor Zhang, you two must not miss it." Lei Shan smiled and nodded, behaving like a gentleman whenever he could. Zhang Ju, on the other hand, wanted to refuse. He had agreed to accompany Yang Shui in the first place, just to grab a meal, and didn't have time to watch any performance here. He was just about to find an excuse when he suddenly felt his head start buzzing. It seemed to be an anomaly was approaching. Zhang Ju sighed and gave up struggling. The rain was coming. Chapter 38. The ceremony of Zhangzhou University was mainly divided into 4 parts and broadcasted live through social media. The first part, raising the national flag, playing the national anthem, speeches by the university leaders, alumni representatives, and student representatives. The second part, lunch in the cafeteria, allowing the crowd to relieve the student days, while the changes of Zhangzhou University over the past 100 years were shown on the big screen in the cafeteria, and the outstanding talents who came out of Zhangzhou University were counted. The third part, cultural performance, in which students and teachers performed wonderful programs to show the elegance of campus. The fourth part, the dinner, mainly attended by the university leaders and important VIPs, to raise funds for the new laboratory in Zhangzhou University and financial aid for the poor students. At 10 a.m., the centennial celebration ceremony of Zhangzhou University has officially started. After raising the national flag and playing the national anthem, President Bai went to the stage and delivered a speech. Several important guests were seated on the side of his position in the audience. If you look closely, you will see that there are 2 names with ink signs that seem to have just been made, and it was none other than for Zhang Ju and Yang Shui. Knowing Zhang Ju's identity, not to mention temporarily adding the 2 of them to the VIP seats, even if they were allowed to sit in the main seats, President Bai would have been willing or even begged them to sit. But for an average person like Zhang Ju, he would decline it. Just kidding, if the alumni of Zhangzhou University saw that happened, he would be sprayed to death by those keyboard warriors. Knowing his tongue skills were honed in the process of fighting them over and over again. Vice President Zhang gave up his seat to Zhang Ju and sat on the side of the aisle, but he was still on pins and needles, afraid that Zhang Ju would be upset because of his disrespectful words before. If the school and the city's plans fall through because of his words, then his future career would be in ruin. Fortunately, Zhang Ju did not care much about this matter and smiled at him, which made his heart feel slightly better. "Uncle, uncle." Vice President Zhang was lost in thought when suddenly pulled by someone's sleeve. He looked up and found it was Zhang Shijia. "Where have you been this morning?" When he saw Zhang Shijia, Vice President Zhang's anger was uncontrollable. Zhang Shijia had not explained Zhang Ju's identity to him, which nearly led to a big disaster. The 2 came to a secluded place, and Zhang Shijia asked, "Uncle, why did you let that man sit in your seat?" Vice President Zhang looked at him with wide eyes. "You don't know." This time, it confused Zhang Shijia. He had put Zhang Ju in the VIP room because he wanted to find this uncle of his to humiliate him, but he had searched around outside a few times and couldn't find Vice President Zhang at that time. It was only when the opening ceremony was about to begin that he saw Zhang Ju come to the podium surrounded by a group of leaders and even stole the seat that originally belonged to his uncle. This made him very surprised, and he couldn't wait to find Vice President Zhang to find out what was going on. Seeing that Zhang Shijia was also confused, Vice President Zhang realized that his nephew didn't know anything about him. He told Zhang Shijia about Zhang Ju's identity, and Zhang Shijia's jaw dropped to the ground. Thinking about he had taught Zhang Ju a lesson earlier. Zhang Shijia's face turned pale with fear. Now, you know how important he is to Zhangzhou University and Zhangzhou City. Vice President Zhang looked at Zhang Shijia and gritted his teeth. I don't know what kind of unpleasantness you had before, but I'm telling you to put away those petty thoughts of yours. Give me an honest and straightforward apology. It's better for you to apologize to him and ask for his forgiveness, or I'll personally abolish you. After hearing his uncle's words this morning, Zhang Shijia was confused. He was shocked and discouraged, knowing what he had done before, like a frosted eggplant. He was the director of Zhangzhou University, the king of diamonds, and the owner of a start-up company. He was famous for his expertise in influencing the strategic investments of multinational companies. He still wanted Zhang Ju to realize the gap between the two, but now it seemed that the one who couldn't realize the gap was him, feeling that someone like Zhang Ju simply didn't see him on the same level. The clown turned out to be himself. Zhang Shijia felt a little embarrassed, and he wanted to find a quiet place to hide. But he thought about his uncle's words. He had to walk toward Zhang Ju and Yang Shui. He had to obtain Zhang Ju's forgiveness. Otherwise, there was no way to explain to his uncle and the university. The speech part was over, and the time was 11:30 a.m. A crowd of guests followed the staff to the cafeteria, where the luxurious meal made the guests let out sounds of admiration. The only one who was dissatisfied was Zhang Ju. He addressed his opinion towards Principal Bai's entire event organizer in his heart. I gave up my vacation, sat hard all morning, listened to so many boring speeches, just to grab a meal together, and you serve me a cafeteria meal? Such a humiliation. Beside him was Yang Shui. However, she barely showed satisfaction on her face, as if recalling the scene back then. When I was in college, the monthly living expenses were pretty expensive, and I ate here as an alternative. At that time the canteen hasn't yet expanded, and the food was not so plentiful. But students nowadays should be more grateful about it. Zhang Shijia had returned to them by now, seeing that Zhang Ju wasn't looking for trouble with him. He carefully picked up the conversation. Yeah, living conditions are much better now. Back then, you were even sent to the school medical ward by a classmate because of low blood sugar, Sister Yang Shui. Well, Xiao Wan sent me there. Her health was not too good either. We both ended up in the hospital. Speaking of the past, Yang Shui looked nostalgic, and her attitude towards Zhang Shijia was no longer so cold. Listening to them talk, Zhang Ju had no empathy at all. Everything was superfluous for a self-taught person like him except hurrying up and loading up on some delicious dishes. A few people hit some of the dishes with their dinner plates and sat down at the table to eat and chat together, and it was a bit of a step back in time. Lei Shan looked at the dishes on Zhang Ju's plate and laughed. Advisor Zhang, look at your plate. It's all meat. You look like a carnivore, but why did you specifically pick up this weird tomato and scrambled egg combination? After he said that, other people's eyes were also attracted and found that this was indeed the case. President Bai laughed. Could it be that Mr. Zhang has a fondness for scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Yang Shui and Zhang Ju had eaten together several times and had long noticed this detail. Even the last time they had eaten noodles at her house, it was the tomatoes and eggs that made their food delicious. Although she was curious, due to the girl's intuition, she decided not to ask it out. At the moment Lei Shan mentioned it, she kept eating her meal without being distracted while also putting her ears up to hear what Zhang Ju had to say. You can't talk about business at this kind of gathering, so it was a good idea to chit-chat and livened up the atmosphere. Seeing that everyone else was looking at him curiously, Zhang Ju laughed. Principal Bai was right. I just have a fondness for these scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'm not going to lie. I once met a street interviewer to collect the current concept of marriage among young people. Let me say what I want from my future partner. There are two conditions that need to be met. Hearing him talk about his gossip, everyone came to be interested. Yang Shui paused his hand and put her chopsticks away for a moment. Zhang Ju pointed his finger up. First, it must be a female. And second, he pointed out another, she must be able to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Hearing Zhang Ju's so-called conditions, the crowd laughed aloud. Yang Shui shook her head slightly, and her expression was helpless. That there was this freak, which would make such an odd request. However, Zhang Ju's next words almost made the ever-gentlemanly Lei Shan bust a laugh. Oh, there's an additional note. Only to hear him continue, if the second condition is met, the first condition can be relaxed appropriately. President Bai spewed out the rice in his mouth all at once. Lei Shan coughed lightly twice and laughed. Advisor Zhang, you are really extraordinary. It's 1 p.m., the start of the cultural performance. Accompanied by Zhang Shijia, Yang Shui, and Zhang Ju visited the backstage. Take a look, Sister Yang Shui, this is our new theater club. The members of the theater club now rehearse here. In much better conditions than we did back then, and this afternoon's grand finale is a drama performed by them. Yang Shui touched the old-looking props and looked wistful. Thanks to Brother Shijia, the theater club has been able to develop so well, and for this performance. It was Brother Shijia who wrote the screenplay, right? Zhang Shijia glanced at Zhang Ju, changing his Versailles style, and said with modesty, no, it's all because the actors of the club performed well. My screenplay was just the icing on the cake. Senior Brother Shijia is modest as usual. As the two of them spoke, their attention switched on Zhang Ju. However, since arriving at the theater club's rehearsal room, Zhang Ju had been lost in thought. It felt like something was getting closer and closer. Did it mean that the anomaly was within this club? Zhang Ju looked around but didn't find anything. This unusual calmness made him sure of his feelings. Seeing his expression was very serious, Yang Shui asked softly, what's wrong? Zhang Ju shook his head gently and said to Zhang Shijia, Senior Shijia, can you show us the actors of the drama club? Zhang Shijia didn't know what Zhang Ju had in mind, but Vice President Zhang had given him an ultimatum to treat Zhang Ju well and not to be neglected, so he couldn't refuse in any case. They went to the backstage of the theater club. The cultural performance started at 2 o'clock, and the play for the grand finale was called Charlie's Revenge, and it started at 4:35 o'clock. Currently, all the actors and actresses are doing their final rehearsals. When they saw the three of them enter the stage, the actors immediately greeted them. Good day, President. Hello, Teacher Shijia. Teacher Shijia. Teacher Shijia. It was evident that Zhang Shijia was very respected among the theater club members, and if not for all that had happened today, having Yang Shui see the scene would have been enough to satisfy her vanity. However, she could only look at Zhang Ju and wait for his next instruction. Zhang Ju waved his hand, indicating that he was just casually looking around, and only then did Zhang Shijia breathe a sigh of relief and start communicating with the members of the theater club. Wow, this is Sister Yang Shui, right? She's gorgeous. Teacher Zhang, is this the person you had a crush on? Because they were members of the same theater club, the gossip about Yang Shui and Zhang Shijia spread year after year, and most of the members had seen her in the early years and recognized Yang Shui immediately. Hearing the girls say those gossips, Yang Shui did not explain anything but just smiled and shook her head. Zhang Shijia looked at Zhang Ju awkwardly, not daring to answer. Seeing that Zhang Ju was not angry, he put his heart down and said seriously, the performance will start in a moment, so you guys still have a moment to practice because it will be broadcast live on social media. If something goes wrong, I'll see how you can explain to your fellow members. As soon as Zhang Shijia said so, all the actors of the theater club scattered. They had already put on their costumes, and now they were just rehearsing their play and doing their lines one last time. This was the first time they faced such a large performance, and the students were all a little nervous. "Oh Charlie, my lord, you can't do this. If you don't do this, it will be me who dies. It's done. We have no choice to retreat. Any mercy to our enemies is cruelty to ourselves." The actors began to read their lines with emotion. Jongju walked around, checking every corner of the drama club, but still found nothing. Something was wrong. His senses were so strong it was as if he was a blind man. The anomaly seemed to have been plastered on his face, but he just couldn't pick on it. "Son of a bitch," he cursed. "What the hell is this shit?" Yang Shui had been silently accompanying Jongju. Seeing him worried, her heart was also very anxious. The last time the site had an incident, Jongju saved her life several times, but she did not help much, which has always been her regret. As a doctor of the Foundation, a senior researcher, she didn't want to rely on Jongju for everything. She also had her own pride, and at this moment was a perfect time for her to be useful for him. She reminded Jongju, "Don't be impatient. Maybe the anomaly is not a physical object." Not a physical object. Hearing Yang Shui's words, Jongju froze and then came to a sudden realization. Of course. There were so many anomalous items, many of which were unseen and untouchable, and he had just been restricted by his own thinking and had taken the bull by the horns. His mind was opened. Jongju immediately got excited and gave a thumbs up to Yang Shui. "Dr. Yang, you're a genius. I really can't believe that you have a big breast and mind at the same time." Yang Shui pinched Jongju on his waist and gave him a fierce white look. What a time to be talking nonsense. The two were originally just whispering, and Zhang Shijia had the good sense to walk away. Jongju's shout drew the crowd's attention back to him. Looking at Yang Shui's face, which was red to the ears, Zhang Shijia secretly clenched his fist but did not dare to do anything to Jongju, and could only ask as if nothing had happened, "Mr. Zhang, what's wrong?" Jongju laughed and waved his hand at Zhang Shijia. Nothing, just got bitten by a mosquito, but it got away. By the way, Senior Shijia, can you show me the screenplay you're going to perform?" "A mosquito? The screenplay?" Jongju's jump in thinking was so strong that Zhang Shijia couldn't follow it for a moment. Jongju tilted his head. "Can I see it?" "Ah, of course, you can." Zhang Shijia came back to his senses and turned to another actor. "Leo, bring me your script." After receiving the screenplay from Zhang Shijia, Jongju immediately flipped through it. He flipped through the thick script in just a moment. Yang Shui watched him, and her hands were slightly sweating. Jongju lifted his head, smiled at Yang Shui, and snapped his fingers. "That's it?" Chapter 39. Jongju's smile seems to have a magical power to put people at ease. I don't know if it's the same for others, but Yang Shui has always felt this way. Just by seeing that smile, it seemed that all problems could be solved. Zhang Shijia did not know what they were looking for and was confused. "Mr. Zhang, may I ask what seems to be the problem?" Jongju didn't answer his words but asked, "Senior Zhang, I heard that you wrote this script." Yeah, why?" Jongju asked this, and Zhang Shijia stammered. He was a doctor of literature, and the theater club scripts had always been written by himself, but this time it wasn't the case. He had found this script by chance on an old bookstore. The wonderful plot of the play made him fall in love with it, but unfortunately, he had never heard anything about the author or the script origin. Although it was strange, he didn't think much of it because of the old packaging of the script. After a little bit of rewriting, it became his theatrical magnum opus. However, for Jongju, born from an ancestor of liars, fooling people was his specialty. How could Zhang Shijia's little trick escape his eyes? He pulled Zhang Shijia into a corner and whispered, "Shijia, I'm not going to lie, but I've actually read this play elsewhere. It was written by a French writer in the 17th century, and it's wonderful. But I lost it by accident." I just want to see the play again to relieve the regret of losing it, that's all. To say that Jongju's acting was a step above serious dramatic actors. With his voice and emotion, this improvisation of his had fooled Jang Shijia so much that he almost limped. Jang Shijia replied almost mechanically, "Well, the original script was in my office." Jongju put his arm around Jang Shijia's shoulders. "Good, can you bring it for me to see? The raging fire in my body can't be restrained." Yang Shui covered his mouth and almost laughed out loud. Jongju finally gave her a blank look. The three of them went to Jang Shijia's office. Jang Shijia took out the original yellowed script from his desk drawer. Jongju took it in his hand, flipped through it a few times, then casually rolled it up and put it in his pocket. The action was so natural as if he owned it. Jang Shijia's heart was reluctant, and his hand was already half outstretched. But remembering what his uncle had said, he gritted his teeth and turned his head away, no longer looking at him. Jongju felt like a bully who was bullying people and robbing them by force, but it was a damn good feeling, ha ha ha. Seeing that Jongju had won, Yang Shui asked in a small voice, "What the hell was that?" Jongju glanced at Jang Shijia to make sure his attention was not here and replied softly, "SCP-701. Item No, SCP-701, The Hanged King's Tragedy. Object Class, Euclid. Description: SCP-701, The Hanged King's Tragedy, is a Caroline-era revenge tragedy in 5 acts. Performances of the play are associated with sudden psychotic and suicidal behavior among both observers and participants, and lead to the appearance of the enigmatic character designated as SCP-701-1, the Hanged King. Historical estimates place the number of lives claimed by the play at between and over the past 300 years. In short, SCP-701 is a self-evolving memetic virus transmitted through unknown means through the text of the play. Foundation agents are under standing orders to suppress any performance or publication of SCP-701 whenever found or detected. However, despite our best efforts to the contrary, the play remains freely available online, sometimes under different titles. All attempts to detect or isolate the origin of these copies have failed. Suppression of the play's publication has generally been successful, with most copies of a 1971 scholarly edition destroyed before distribution. Nonetheless, copies of the 1965 trade paperback turn up with some regularity in both college and high school libraries. Agents are to obtain or otherwise destroy these items whenever possible. Special containment procedures: all materials relating to SCP-701 are to be kept in a triple-locked archive at storage site -. These items currently consist of, the two currently extant copies of the 1640 quarto, 27 copies of the 1965 trade paperback edition, 10 copies of a 1971 hardcover printing, 21 floppy diskettes, consisting of data seized from raids on expunged, 1 SVHS video cassette tape, designated SCP-701-19, and 1 steel knife of unknown origin, designated SCP-701-19, b. At no time are any of these items to be removed from the room. Unlike all the anomalous items that Jongju and Yang Shui had previously encountered within sight, SCP-701 was a self-evolving memetic virus. So, the question arises, what is a memetic virus? In the SCP world, memetic is a concept that is often mentioned, and you can easily retrieve a whole bunch of messy stuff by searching online. If you are just starting out and are not familiar with such concepts, you will definitely feel like, what the hell is written here? Oblivious. It doesn't make any sense. Even the most basic grammar was wrong. You will suspect that their language teacher's language skill was taught by the physical education teacher's physical education teacher. If you ask me to summarize memetics in the most simple way possible, I would say, memetics is a contagious idea. Of course, it is not that easy. Simply put, think of it as a virus that doesn't cause disease and can spread quickly through the exchange of information between humans. All pop culture, slang, and even catchy poems and songs can be categorized as meme tics. It is important to note that meme tics is not directly equivalent to memetic class anomalies or memetic hazards. One day, you and your companion are on a mission, and your companion recites a poem, and you get it right. This is a simple example of memetic in cultural transmission, and there is no need to worry about it. But then you suddenly realize that everyone around you is reciting those two verses, and the number is increasing exponentially. For example, if I post a dog emoji here, the next thing you know, someone will start spamming the poem, and then they will be banned for a month. Then that person will come back and spam it again, and then they will be banned again, and so on until the whole novel is blocked, a typical memetic hazard. It is also important to distinguish the difference between memetic-based anomalies, cognitohazard anomalies, and infohazard anomalies. Infohazard SCP, SC-stat exhibit harm when described or mentioned. Cognitohazard SCP, SCPs that show hazardous effects when perceived by the five human senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, such as SCP-053, Shirley. Memetic hazard SCP, memetic virus or SCPs that possess memetic transmission characteristics, which are usually contagious and work in conjunction with cognitohazards. Well, to prevent you from saying that I said too much info dump, let's get back to the topic. To sum up, SCP-701 is a typical memetic-like anomaly. The script called The Hanged King's Tragedy will spread through various ways, and people who saw its performance, whether watching it live or through video footage, will become insane, leading to the acts of suicide or homicide. The Foundation gave a strict order that once SCP-701's script was found, it would be immediately retrieved and turned over to the Foundation. The performances about it were to be suppressed immediately. Hearing Zhangju's words, Yang Shui took a breath of the cold air. If Zhangju hadn't been vigilant, then all the people who had attended the school ceremony today, including the live broadcast viewers on the online platform, would have all died. Once again, she was glad that trusting Zhangju and letting him join the Foundation had been the best choice she ever made. So, what should we do now? Yang Shui asked. What else can we do? Zhangju spread his hands. Cancel the afternoon performance and perform a memory deletion on everyone who read the script or saw the performance. What, you're canceling the show? Earlier, Zhangju and Yang Shui had muttered in whispers, and Zhang Shijia had not paid attention, but he had heard these words clearly. The anger that had been built up since the afternoon had finally exploded, and he looked at Zhangju with a full stridency. Mr. Zhang, I know you're an advisor of a multinational company, a VIP guest, you are an important person, but Zhangzhou University is not a place that you can control at your own will. If you have any grievances, you can come at me. What kind of man is it to make things difficult for a group of students? The theater club's performance has been advertised to the public for nearly a month. They rehearsed day and night. Their job was simple, to show their best performances in front of the leaders, alumni, and the audience. It's an excellent start for their career, and I disagree with what you had just said. Worthy of being a teacher. Although because of Yang Shui's relationship, Zhang Shijia made things difficult for Zhangju. He might be villainous, but in front of the matter regarding his theater club, he stood firm on the bottom line. He did not succumb to Zhangju's lasciviousness and stood up for the students, saying what he wanted to say. According to the typical plot development, the protagonist should have some change of heart about him at this point and then start to shake his hands, understanding him with emotion and justification. However, Zhangju was not an ordinary person. He moved on his own will to not abide by the rules. He looked at Zhang Shijia and said with a grim face, "Why are you yelling so loudly? If you have the ability to do so, then please. Let's go to the principal, yeah, to see if your words are as good as mine." The words just now had used up all of Zhang Shijia's energy, and he no longer had the courage to look directly at Zhang Ju. Cut it out. Zhang Ju coldly snorted, "You think you're a keyboard warrior when you don't know what's going on? How about I give a keyboard and then the world? Think you're on the side of justice? Bullshit. Do you even know what's going on? Did you get any comprehensive information on the situation? Even if you probably were too lazy to talk about it. You are only adding more chaos at critical moments like this. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you." Zhang Shijia was so disgusted by Zhang Ju that he was incoherent and didn't dare to say anything back. Yang Shui tugged on Zhang Ju's sleeve, signaling him to let him go. Zhang Ju's face darkened. "You think I'm willing to educate him? Eating 2 rice bowls is more beneficial for me than just wasting time lecturing him here. I just want to prevent future problems. Zhang Shijia, I can tell you this. What we are going to do now is very important. If you dare to stab in the back just to stall me, believe it or not, I'm gonna fucking kill you." Chapter 40. Zhang Ju was usually a hangdog, but once he became serious. He was a dark and terrifying person, and he was very aggressive. Zhang Shijia lowered his head. He knew Zhang Ju would not kill him, but this line was enough to show Zhang Ju's attitude. If he said anything else that Zhang Ju did not like to hear, he would definitely have dire consequences to come. Hearing Zhang Ju finish, Yang Shui sighed. She knew that what Zhang Ju said was right. Most of the time, you can't get something done. Not because of external resistance, but because of internal reasons. "Teacher, you want to cancel the show." Just at that moment, a drama actress timidly probes in through the door. For a moment, she heard only a part of their conversation. She was very timid, and Zhang Ju's just aggressive behavior scared her so much that she didn't dare to speak. But when she heard that the performance was going to be cancelled, she couldn't accept it, and tears dripped from the corners of her eyes. "Teacher, we've been preparing for this performance for over half a year. Did we not work hard enough? What should we do to improve? Could you tell us? We'll do whatever it is, but please don't cancel the performance, please," said the little girl who could no longer hold back the sadness inside and burst out. She didn't cry heartbreakingly, but those 2 lines of tears were the most heartbreaking thing to see. Yang Shui gathered her into his arms, although she didn't know how to comfort her. The performance of the Hanged King's tragedy is too dangerous to be performed. Zhang Shijia does not know what lies beneath it, and their students cried miserably. There's nothing they can do about it other than do nothing. Sigh, this is going to be such a pain in the head. Zhang Ju sighed. It's not impossible to get them to perform, but there's one condition. Once they heard that Zhang Ju had a solution, Yang Shui and Zhang Shijia's mood instantly lightened up. "What's that?" Zhang Ju looked out the window with an indescribable vicissitude on his face. "I must be involved in the performance." After leaving Zhang Shijia's office, Zhang Ju and Yang Shui's plan was to find Lei Shan first and explain the situation to him. Lei Shan looked at Zhang Ju with his deep eyes. "As long as advisor Zhang is sure, there is no problem on my side. You guys just go ahead and do what you want, and if anything goes wrong, the foundation will cover it for you." Lei Shan acted with full readiness, which Zhang Ju had not expected. Because of that, Yang Shui felt a little bit strange. "Wait, shouldn't we need to ask headquarters for instructions first?" Lei Shan smiled and said, "For a couple of reasons, there's no need to alarm those adults yet." Hearing this, Zhang Ju couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. It was good to have a lot of power. If he becomes the Foundation's top brass, he will be sorry for the SCP signature if he doesn't pick up a few women with his position. Shaking off those boring thoughts, Zhang Ju thought for a moment and said, "For safety's sake, when the play starts, the signal of the live webcast must be throttled, and the public will say it's a network problem. Then ask Brother Lei to transfer a team of MTFs to stand guard near the college. If my plan fails and there's a disturbance in the auditorium, immediately let them in to perform memory deletion on everyone. That's all that can be thought of. As for what else will happen on the spot, are to be adjusted again temporarily. Seeing that Yang Shui and Lei Shan did not object, Zhang Ju tapped the table. Then it's decided. Zhang Shijia was muddled and came to Vice President Zhang's office. Vice President Zhang was organizing the guests' information attending the dinner party and was distracted when he saw him coming. Didn't I tell you to stay well with Advisor Zhang? The show is about to start. Why did you come back by yourself, and where are they? They went to find President Lei. Zhang Shijia stammered, probably scared by Zhang Ju, still dispirited. Went to find President Lei? For what? Seeing that his nephew seemed a bit out of the ordinary, Vice President Zhang frowned and said, "What's wrong with you, what happened?" Seeing that someone finally cared about him, Zhang Shijia could no longer hold back, and the 30-year-old man eventually breaks down. Zhang Ju said he wanted to join the afternoon theater performance or the whole show would be cancelled. What? Did he really say that? Vice President Zhang stood up. He knew that the theater club was Zhang Shijia's passion. But he couldn't figure out why Zhang Ju, an advisor for a multinational mega company, would want to perform a theater play. He hadn't attended rehearsals, so if he went on stage like this, wouldn't he mess up the performance? Zhang Shijia cried, "Uncle, you have to do something, this is the centennial celebration of the school, you know. Okay, I understand." Vice President Zhang patted his shoulder, "Wait here, I'm going to find the president." Vice President Zhang's office was not far from President Bai's office. He stood outside the door, took a deep breath, straightened his suit, and knocked on the door. "Please come in." President Bai's voice came from inside the room. When Vice President Zhang entered the room, he found that Minister Chiu was also there. But the performance was about to start in a moment, so Vice President Zhang didn't feel anything out of the usual. He briefly spoke about what he had learned from Zhang Shijia. Hearing that Zhang Ju wanted to perform a play on the stage, President Bai and Minister Chiu both looked at each other without making any comments. President Bai looked at him, "So, Vice President Zhang, what do you want me to do? We have to stop him. We can't let him do whatever he wants." Vice President Zhang said, "This advisor Zhang is not trained and has not read the script. He will definitely make a fool of himself if he goes on the stage." Goodness. After hearing Vice President Zhang's words, President Bai sighed with a disappointed look in his eyes. President Bai's expression made Vice President Zhang feel strange, and he didn't know what he had done wrong again. Minister Chiu laughed sarcastically, "Vice President Zhang, Principal Bai and you are colleagues. There are some difficult words that he can't say. So, I, as an outsider, will point you out something. Zhang Ju, whatever he is up to and what he will do. Whether he makes a fool of himself or not, it is never in our consideration. You only need to know that he represents Lei Shan, represents the Siryui group. Zhangzhou City is not big, not small, and has been lukewarm over the years. Why? There is no leader to develop this land, and we need the investment funds from the Siryui group, which is our best investor. Countless investors, spectators will gather their eyes here. Then, Zhangzhou City or Zhangzhou University will reap the benefit endlessly. You and I are the makers of this era." Vice President Zhang's thought was not as big as Minister Chiu's and President Bai's. After hearing Minister Chiu's words, he realized what Zhang Ju's person meant to them and finally knew why President Bai and Minister Chiu were trying to please Zhang Ju in every way possible. What they wanted was not just the present but the future. Figuring out the reasoning, Vice President Zhang subconsciously asked, "Then what should we do?" "What should we do?" Minister Chiu snickered, "That advisor Zhang, didn't he say he wanted to perform on the stage? Let me put it simply, Vice President Zhang. Even if he takes a shit on the stage, you'll have to find someone to go up and eat it for me. Chapter 41. The cultural performance started at 2 p.m. For the students and alumni of Zhangzhou University, it was an event. But for Zhangzhou, it was simply an unexpected disaster. When he encountered this kind of event during his vacation, he couldn't eat well, sleep well, and most importantly, no overtime pay. Such a pain in the ass to do. And no one was more shocked than the theater club members who had been rehearsing for a long time and couldn't accept Zhangzhou's decision. They had been rehearsing for most of the year for this long-awaited performance, and to change the screenplay on the go and let a stranger who hadn't studied acting at all join them was tantamount to ruining the whole play. Teacher Zhang, what should we do? Teacher Zhang, why is this happening? Did we do something wrong? Teacher Zhang, Zhang Shijia simply could not explain to his club members why he had to let Zhangzhou join because he did not know the truth. Adapted from SCP-701 The Hanged King's Tragedy, Charlie's Revenge is a theatrical play in 5 acts that took place in the 17th century. The entire play roughly tells the story of a king, Sifford, on the way back to the village killed by his brother, Zalo, using poison-infused wine by hanging in him on a tree. Because Sifford did not have children, Zalo rightfully became the next monarch while marrying the original Queen Isabella as his new wife. At the enthronement ceremony, the drunken Queen Isabella confessed to a group of ministers that King Sifford had not died of natural causes but had been murdered by Zalo. Also told that she and Sifford originally had a child, a certain nobleman who had come to the ceremony. His name was Charlie. Charlie heard this, and at first, he did not believe it. But as he went back to his home, he had a dream about the dead King Sifford, who confirmed Isabella's accusation to Zalo. The real performance was when he narrated his dream to his servant. The king did not appear. Charles prepares to take revenge and reclaim the throne that belongs to him. Knowing that Isabella had betrayed him, Zalo imprisoned Isabella and intended to kill all the ministers who had heard about it. Then, another banquet was held. Charles rescued his mother Isabella through hardships, arrived at the banquet, and exposed Zalo's plot. After the ministers learned about this, they hanged Zalo and elected Charlie as the new king. The theater club member who plays the lead role of Charlie was called Leo, a fair-faced student who was particularly unhappy with the decision of Zhangzhou. Mr. Zhang, the plot of the whole play is very simple, and there are not many main characters. So, Mr. Zhang could only enter the play just for a moment. What about the lines? This is simply not something that can be done in an hour or two. The students were bloodthirsty and did not know the importance of Zhangzhou to the university and spoke a bit impulsively. Zhang Shijia himself also had these questions, but he couldn't answer them and asked Zhangzhou for help. Zhangzhou was picking out his costume in the prop room, and when he felt their gaze, he turned around and smiled to all the students in the backstage. First of all, I want to make it clear to you that by temporarily joining the show, I'm not trying to ruin your efforts. I wanted to help you guys perform better, and as for my role, I'll play the already dead king. Zhangzhou told the truth if he hadn't participated in the show without his magic-free effect. It was estimated that all the audience and actors would have committed suicide or murder due to insanity halfway through the show. As for the lines, no need to worry. I'll be on stage as a ghost and try not to have any interactions with the characters you play. Zhangzhou's expression was calm, as if adding a temporary role was as simple as having breakfast. When one person feels uneasy, others around him will feel the same, and when you are full of confidence, the others also seem to feel that the matter was not a problem anymore. This is why Yang Shui always felt that Zhangzhou's smile was magical, because Zhangzhou was always trustworthy, and as long as he was around, you would feel that there was no problem that couldn't be solved. At 4 p.m., the Charlie's Revenge performance officially kicked off. The grand finale performance of Charlie's Revenge was highly expected by the guests. It was also thanks to Zhang Shijia. His leadership of the theater club has won many domestic awards and has become the main publicity target. After half a year of preparation, the stage set was quite exquisite and seemed to pull people into the medieval European setting at once. As promised, the moment the curtain was pulled back, the MTF technicians who were already on standby outside the school intercepted the video stream of the external live broadcast through technical means. Among those present, only Lei Shan and Yang Shui knew this. One of the staff members whispered something in President Bai's ear, who was so angry that he slapped the table. Yang Shui heard the words "eat shit, settle this out, and get out." However, the problem caused by the MTF technicians was because these people were trying to make a living. They did not take the initiative to impose the restrictions, and they refused to pass the video signal out. She shook her head and turned her gaze back to the main stage. At this moment, the first act of the play had already begun, and the usurper Zalo was feasting on the coronation ceremony. Yang Shui concentrated on the scene and seemed to be looking for something. "Miss Yang, you seem to be a little nervous," Lei Shan said with a smile as he watched the performance on the stage without looking away. Unlike Zhang Ju's indebted smile, Yang Shui always felt that Lei Shan's smile seemed to have a bit of warmth. Just like a brother next door, who seemed to be able to see through people's hearts and always knew what you were thinking. Lei Shan was right. Yang Shui was indeed a little nervous. SCP-701 needs to be destroyed, the secrecy authority was not high, and Yang Shui has read the relevant information. The reason why all the people watching and performing this play will be insane is because of the appearance of the fascinating character SCP-701-1, the Hanged King. The king who will be hanged in the play, was the role played by Zhang Ju picked. Unlike the riots caused by the audience, once the Hanged King appears, all the characters on stage will be hanged by a sling that appears out of nowhere, just like the death of the Hanged King. Yang Shui was a scientist and a researcher, but she always felt that Zhang Ju's role today was somewhat unlucky. Even if he played as an attendant, a horseman, an insignificant guard is fine. Why did he have to play as the Hanged King? Seeming to see through Yang Shui's thoughts, Lei Shan smiled. "Miss Yang Shui, I thought that you should trust advisor Zhang more than I do." Lei Shan's word meant something, and Yang Shui faintly clenched her fist. Indeed, in this world, no one knew Zhang Ju better than her and trusted him more because they had experienced countless dangers together. But what about the Foundation? The Foundation seemed to know so much more than she did. Yang Shui looked at Lei Shan and asked a question she shouldn't have asked. "Can you tell me why the Foundation trusts Zhang Ju so much?" This matter had bothered her for a long time. For a parallel world walker, the Foundation had given him extremely high authority and great freedom to act instead of containing him in. Just like this incident, this was not normal and completely out of line with the Foundation's style of action. Lei Shan sidestepped his head. His eyes always held a smile. He glanced at Yang Shui and then turned his gaze back to the stage, seemingly enjoying the performance of those actors. "You must follow the rule." Having worked at the Foundation for so many years, Yang Shui certainly knew the stuff, and she sighed, knowing that she might never get the answer to her question. Just when she was almost giving up, Lei Shan's gentle voice could be heard. "Dr. Yang, if this incident can be successfully handled, I will tell you about it." Chapter 42. According to the data provided by the Foundation, the performance of SCP-701 The Hanged King's Tragedy play does not always lead to riots. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the outbursts usually occurred on opening night or at the performances with the largest planned attendance. Once the anomaly occurs, the actors begin to deviate from the script unconsciously. Unlike off-script improvisation or mistakes, these deviations are orderly and consistent. The actors were performing a different version of the play, without the actors noticing any change and as if the play was meant to be. Zhang Ju was at the edge of the stage, watching the performance. At this point, the first act of the performance was nearing its end. Charles told his personal servant about the dream he had and said that he had met King Sifford and he was the crown prince. His performance was vocal and emotional, and it was clear that the student named Leo was a superb actor, and in a short time, he might become a star. Yet Jong-ju saw something strange. The actor's voice had changed, as if another person was attached to his body, saying the same thing. He also had his eyes looking at a figure looming on the opposite edge of the stage, and everyone but him seemed to notice that figure. Even a crew member walked past him. Was it about to happen? Jong-ju licked his lips. Jong-ju walked around backstage to the edge of the stage, where the actors were waiting. After coming down from the stage, he saw that Leo had become silent and sat on a stool to the side without moving. The other actors didn't notice his abnormality because they had to prepare for their own scenes. Jong-ju walked over and patted his shoulder. "Are you okay?" Leo raised his head. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired." "It's okay, and I can still continue." Jong-ju saw that his eyes were already covered with blood, and he kept grabbing his hair as if he was fighting against something. Leo was lying. He was already mentally exhausted. The moment he stood on the stage, he felt like his whole body didn't belong to him anymore. He couldn't control his actions at all, and his mind was blank. By the time he came back to his senses, his performance had already ended, and it was good to see that nothing had gone wrong. Naturally, his abnormality could not be concealed from Jong-ju's eyes, and Jong-ju held his shoulders with force, unleashing Plague Doctor's ability, Paralyze. "Ah!" Leo screamed out in pain, feeling his body being hollowed out. After the pain, he felt relieved instead, as if 1,000 pounds of burden had been thrown by someone else. He looked at Jong-ju. What did you just do?" Jong-ju patted his head. "Young man, don't always think about those messy things. I'm a talented and elegant man with powdered makeup and proud bones. I don't have any bad intentions for you. You are free tonight, young man." Leo was shivering. Jong-ju chuckled and turned away to leave. Those actors already had a bad feeling about him and looked at him sinisterly. They all secretly cursed towards that psycho. Jong-ju was pleased with himself, but only when he reached a quiet place did the smile on his face gradually dissipate. The situation was much severer than he had imagined. After studying his own abilities in detail over the past few days, he had discovered that using those abilities he had acquired from the SCP required a lot of energy. The more complex the ability he used, the more times he used it, or the stronger the thing he had to fight against, the more exhausted he would be. Just now, he just tried to dispel the bad omen imposed on Leo by the Hanged King, and it was very laborious. There were more than a dozen performers on the stage, and if they were all under the influence of the Hanged King, just getting them back to normal wouldn't be enough for him to do. If he had to restore everyone's condition to normal using this method, then he'd have to die of exhaustion. Jong-ju narrowed his eyes and decided to use a more exciting way. How about breaking the boat and throwing in the towel? The second and third acts were performed in turn, and the audience was enthralled. It was because of the actor's performance that went well. Vice President Jong Shijia trained his theater club very well, ha ha ha. President Bai said with a smile. Vice President Jong nodded. "Yes, what a performance indeed." Minister Chiu laughed. "I haven't seen that advisor Jong perform yet. I wonder what role he will play." Probably remembering Minister Chiu's words earlier, the corners of Vice President Zhang's mouth twitched. "I hope it's not some weirdo." Only 3 people were not immersed in the performance out of everyone on the stage. 2 of them are Yang Shui and Lei Shan, who already knew the truth of the situation. As for the other one, it was Zhang Shijia. Something's not right. Their performance is completely out of the script. The scene where the minister is killed and made into a dish is too cruel. I have obviously deleted it, and it was not in the script. Why would they act it out? Did they read the original script? Did they know that my script was copied? What to do? What can I do? Zhang Shijia was immersed in self-doubt, completely unaware that he was on the verge of collapse. Yang Shui noticed his abnormal behavior and looked at Lei Shan. He nodded and made a gesture without a trace. At the edge of the audience, two people wearing security personnel uniforms slightly bowed and slowly walked towards Zhang Shijia. Probably because Shijia had direct contact with SCP-701 originally, the closer to the time of the outbreak, the more intense his mood swings become. Yang Shui gave Lishan an analysis. She was a senior researcher, a very reliable companion. Only when Zhang Ju was around, he was always a little faster in the head than she was. Somewhat discouraged and dependent at the same time. Lei Shan nodded, and he also noticed that not only Zhang Shijia but most of the audience was much more exuberant than before. They were still watching the play when the theater club had just entered the stage. Then by the third act scene, they were already in a state that only watching the World Cup can bring. The more psychologically fragile people are, the more they are affected, and already a few students are quietly crying. But no one seemed to realize it. Look! Yang Shui suddenly pointed to a corner of the stage, and Lei Shan looked in the direction of her finger, only to see a figure looming in the darkness. The silhouette went from nothing to something as the two noticed it and finally disappeared. Lei Shan squinted his eyes. That's probably the Hanged King. Yang Shui nodded, a little worried in his heart because Zhang Ju still hadn't appeared. According to the plan, Zhang Ju played the dead Hanged King, appearing as a ghost in the middle of the crowd's performance. But the first 4 acts of the play had ended, and the plot was nearing its climax. Yang Shui wondered when exactly he would appear. The curtain opened on the 5th and final act as she was thinking. The first character to appear was Zhang Ju as the Hanged King. He had finally appeared. Yang Shui slightly clenched her fist, couldn't help but be a little nervous. Lei Shan smiled. Advisor Zhang does not see the looming figure. He went to the stage, which means a good show was about to be performed. The time has come to see the figure at the end of the story. Chapter 43. A moment later, the third act had just ended. Zhang Ju looked at the cast members, who gradually became bizarre at the backstage. Their faces were dull. He found that anyone who had performed on stage would become depressed for a short period after getting off the stage. A minute later, they will return to a normal state as if they had changed and energized. Once they were in this state, their 5 senses had closed. There was nothing but the play, and the script will sway their behavior. Leo had just been dispelled once by his ability, but he turned into the same state as the others again after getting on the stage. This allowed Zhang Ju to determine the plan he had developed. Shoot the men before he runs with the horse, and capture the thief before attacking the king. He tried to find the Hanged King. But if it was only him against the Hanged King, he would stand on one side of the stage, and the Hanged King would appear on the other. But if he had moved to the other side, the Hanged King would quickly disappear again. He had to think of another way. Time had passed, and the behavior of the actors had become more and more unusual. Zhang Ju knew he had to do something, and he decided to go on the stage. Act 4 had ended, and the curtain opened on Act 5. Zhang Ju dressed up in his clothes, a European medieval king's attire, and came on stage. The 5th act began with a banquet. According to Zhang Shijia's adapted script, it was a banquet held by the usurper Zalo to kill the ministers who knew the truth about the king. Before the guests raised their glasses, Charlie and his mother Isabella came to the banquet to expose Zalo's plot. In the end, Zalo will be hanged, and Charles will gain his throne as the new king. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Ju playing as the ghost of the Hanged King, would have watched the whole banquet. He briefly communicated with Charlie and finally disappeared at the end of the story, on his way to heaven. But now, since the plot had long departed from its original arrangement, and the actors' performances were completely out of their control, leaving Zhang Ju to improvise his play. Is that Advisor Zhang? In the audience, President Bai recognized Zhang Ju at a glance because Zhang Ju's impromptu costume selection didn't match so well with the other actors' costumes. Minister Chiu nodded, I think so. Look at his face. He's not wearing that heavy makeup either. President Bai laughed. You don't say, I was really looking forward to it. This advisor Zhang, obviously extraordinary, ha ha ha. Some students who had seen the theater club rehearsal before were also whispering, wondering why there was an additional character to the original play. So, the vast majority of students watched an improvised play for the first time, so Zhang Ju's appearance out of nowhere didn't cause much discussion. The performance continued and was nearing the climax of the entire play. Zalo. You devil from hell. What you've done was part of your sinister plot. You killed my father. With the intention of taking everything that was supposed to be mine. Oh, bloody. Where did this madman come from? Your imagination is richer than the birds of the air. Who can prove what you say? I can prove it. My child, here I come. Ministers, I, Isabella, your queen, can prove Charlie's words. Zalo, he's not only wanted to take Charlie's throne. He wanted to poison all of you, and the glass of wine in your hands is the proof. What? Zalo, you bastard. No. Listen to my explanation. On top of the stage, the person playing Zalo turned around and tried to escape. According to the information held by the Foundation, at this moment, SCP-701-1, or the real Hanged King, would appear. The person on the stage will be hanged by a rope that appears out of nowhere. The people in the audience will then start to commit suicide and go on a killing spree. Yang Shui's heart was already in his throat. Lei Shan sat quietly on the chair. Can't see the joy nor anger, only the deep eyes in the faint light. Just when Zalo was about to escape, the whole drama reached its climax. Crack! The sound of a plate shattering can be heard. The whole play was paused. All the audience's attention, originally attracted by the actor's wonderful performance, turned their attention towards the abrupt sound that came out of nowhere. Seemingly not feeling overwhelmed, the person who made the sound pushed the entire table down. Clatter! This time, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Eh? Why is there a guy over there? When did he appear on the stage? I don't know. I think I saw him when he was on the stage, but I didn't pay attention to it. What was strange to the audience was that they had just seen the character came the stage. But once the play started, their eyes were locked, and their behavior was completely immersed by the performance, and they would have even forgotten the passage of time if not interrupted by an external force. The audience's weird behavior was interrupted, and complaints echoed throughout the theater. All the actors on the stage also slowly turned back and looked at Zhang Ju. Yes, who else but him? If the audience were close enough to the stage, they would have noticed that the actors turned their back with such raw movements, just like puppets on strings. They looked at Zhang Ju were full of spite. As if an important ceremony that had been prepared for a long time had been interrupted. The play had not yet ended, and the Hanged King had not shown himself. Facing the actors who had already been influenced by the Hanged King, Zhang Ju was not the least bit afraid. Didn't he love watching the play? Don't you love acting? Zhang Ju narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. Then I will accompany you to continue the acting. The first thing he did was to identify himself to all the actors and the audience. Well done, Zalo. My brother. You finally made the mother and son show their true colors. It is I. Sifford. Your king has returned. At these words of Zhang Ju, all the audience was astonished. What? Is he the king? He's not dead. Could Charlie be the bad guy? Is Zalo going to clear his name? Didn't he make a human meal out of that what's his name before? As soon as Zhang Ju opened his mouth, he brought such powerful news. Originally, all the audiences thought that the story would reach an end. But unexpectedly, there was a reversal at the end. The only ones who were angry were the actors who had lost themselves. They mechanically turned around. Their faces were grim and surrounded Zhang Ju. the only normal person on the stage who was not affected by the Hanged King. This scene fell in the eyes of the audience, and it was ironclad evidence that Charlie and Isabella wanted to rebel. Isabella, if you hadn't faked your death, I wouldn't have known that you had left a sinful child with someone else. You are a bunch of traitors, and you want to dethrone me? Then come at me. Faced with their encirclement, Jongju was awe-inspiring and undaunted. He was portraying the might of a king to the fullest. However, the actors he interrupted were no longer able to play along with him. At this moment, there was only killing intent in their eyes. They wanted to kill the saboteur of this play, and they wanted to kill Jongju. After surrounding Jongju, a dagger appeared out of thin air in the hands of all the actors. They moved in unison, raising their wrists and pointing their knives together at Jongju. 360 degrees, all without a dead angle. My goodness. Here we go. Oh my god. The audience was stunned by the realistic scene in front of them. Yang Shui covered her mouth but did not scream out. She already knew that Jongju had the ability to heal himself and would not die easily, and she believed in him. The curtain on the stage slowly fell, and the fifth act was over. So, that's it? Is the king killed? And the rebellion won? Holy shit, what the hell? It sucks. Since the publicity poster had stated that this Charlie's Revenge was a 5-act play, everyone thought that the plot ended here. Most people were complaining that the ending was inexplicable, and only a few people thought that the open ending was not bad. But no matter what, the performance from the actors' acting skills on stage and the plot ups and downs are above par. The school theater club really lives up to its name. Just when everyone was talking about it, the sound of mechanical gears turning came, and the curtain on the stage was slowly pulled up again. Everyone looked at the stage in amazement. Was there a sixth act? Chapter 44. As the curtain slowly pulled back, the audience's eyes regrouped on the stage. But to their surprise, the stage was empty. There was nothing, and it was even cleaner than anything. If the actors left on their own, what about the props? From the curtain down, to open again, before and after no more than 10 seconds, those actors and actresses had moved so quickly. The next performance does not need props, just about the king's fate in the end. Did he die? A series of questions appeared in people's minds. If the play is involved in the video broadcast, I believe the whole stage will be flooded by the screen full of question marks. Yang Shui raised her body slightly and searched for Jongju. Blah, blah, blah. The audience muttered. The sound of footsteps can be heard. A man stepped out from the shadows on the left side of the stage. The audience's eyes were all drawn to him. Look, who is that? Holy shit, what the hell is that? The light gradually shone on that figure. That person was not dressed in normal performance clothes. His whole body was wrapped in bandages as if he was a mummy. Most importantly, he had a collar tied around his neck, and several chains extended from the collar and were tied to his hands and feet, just like a death row prisoner. Yang Shui's pupils dilated slightly. Lei Shan, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. All the MTF members present disguised as staff members entered a level of alert, ready to strike at any time because they knew that the real Hanged King had appeared. Yang Shui and Lei Shan saw the real face of the Hanged King for the first time. At this moment, the head of the MTF team came to Lei Shan's side and asked him if they should evacuate the audience. Although they had been prepared, most of the people at the scene were students, and no one could afford it if something went wrong. As Lei Shan was about to speak, there was a commotion in the audience. It turned out that as they were talking, another person in the same dress appeared on the other side of the stage. Like the mummy just now, he took one step and came to the center of the stage. The two were facing each other. Two Hanged Kings. The eyebrows of the MTF member beside Lei Shan were knitted together as if he couldn't understand the scene in front of him. No, it's not. Yang Shui shook her head, the one coming up behind is Zhangju. Although I don't know where he got the clothes, but I recognize his walking posture. It must be him. The MTF team member said to Lei Shan, whether it's Advisor Zhang or not, you'll have to make a decision, sir. I'm afraid something will happen if you let so many people be directly exposed to the influence of the Hanged King. Lei Shan pinched his chin with his index finger and thumb, weighing the pros and cons. Although he'd said he'd let Zhangju have his way to take care of it, he still needed to keep the outcome within an acceptable range. Now that the main part of the play was over, evacuating the students at this time would not cause many revolts. Just as he was about to give the order, Yang Shui suddenly said, "Wait." Lei Shan looked at her. Yang Shui pointed at the Hanged King coming up behind him. Zhangju said, "Look at his left hand." Lei Shan fixed his eyes and looked at it. Only to see his bandaged hand, the index finger seemed to be constantly shaking. If it were an ordinary person, it might have been a subconscious movement. But it was different from Zhangju's case. Yang Shui knew him best, and at times like this, any action he made could be meaningful. He knew that everyone's eyes would be focused on him once he appeared, so the message he conveyed must be very important. What is it? What is it? What exactly does he want to say? Yang Shui closed her eyes, her mind spinning rapidly, forcing her brain to think what Zhangju would do at this moment. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and shouted in a low voice, "Morse code." "It's a Morse code." After Yang Shui reminded him of this, Lei Shan remembered that this was the way he and Zhangju had communicated in the VIP room earlier. Zhangju knew very well that Lei Shan could directly decipher Morse code, so he had chosen to use this method to deliver a message to them exclusively in public. Lei Shan stared at Zhangju's hand and noticed that he was tapping with great regularity. It seemed to be simply repeating a word. W. Dash, A. I. T. Wait. Wait. Lei Shan whispered, "He told us to wait." Yang Shui clenched her fist hard, slightly excited in her heart. This was the first time she had kept up with Zhangju's train of thought. Lei Shan, on the other hand, shook his head. "Advisor Zhang, he's still terribly confident." The MTF member confirmed again, "My lord, should we dash?" Lei Shan smiled, "Since Advisor Zhang told us to wait, we will wait. I would like to see what he has to deal with this king who had already died once. The mummy who sent the Morse code was Zhangju. As for where those actors who wanted to kill him had gone and why he had become the way he was, it had to be his ability. During the last Site 14 infiltration incident, Zhangju went through a lot of trouble to stop the enemy's plot. He put himself at risk and had contact with many SCPs, with the benefit of gaining their abilities. In addition to the self-healing ability he obtained from Shirley at the beginning, he currently possesses 4 other SCP abilities. SCP-049, Plague Doctor, S ability, Paralyze. SCP-1013, Cockatrice, S ability, Mind Freeze. SCP-2006, Scary Gorilla with a Helmet Shape-Shifting. And the ability of SCP-106, the Old Man Pocket Dimension. At the time of the infiltration, he did not develop all of them because of time constraints, and the last 2 abilities were slowly comprehended by him at home. The ability of shape-shifting is just like its literal meaning. You can change your form at will, but I do not know if it is not enough proficiency. Zhangju was currently only able to shape-shift into a human-shaped creature. His attempts to turn into a table, chairs, and benches all ended in failure. The other is the ability of the Old Man, the Pocket Dimension. He found himself possessing a private space about 100 meters long, wide, and high at his own will. He could bring objects into the pocket dimension the moment he touched them. It's a bit like the ability to bring another Earth space, but it's slower and not as lethal. Just now, he used this ability to transfer all the actors who were affected by the Hanged King to the inside of his pocket dimension. When the Hanged King appeared, he decisively used his shape-shifting ability, which caused the situation of two Hanged King to appear on the stage. The Hanged King's entire persona emitted an eerie and terrifying aura. If the person standing opposite him was not Zhangju, but someone else, I'm afraid that he would have become mentally insane. Give it up. Zhangju said, "You're already dead." Revenge, the Hanged King let out a deep low voice, "I want revenge." Zhangju took a step forward and boldly grabbed the Hanged King's arm as he unleashed the Plague Doctor's ability, trying to nullify the Hanged King's body. However, the Hanged King's power was completely beyond his imagination. Even though he had just interrupted the actor's summoning ritual and the Hanged King was not in full form at this time, he was still no match for his opponent. Instead of neutralizing the Hanged King, the contact between the two of them had caused him to suffer tremendous mental exhaustion. He had underestimated the Hanged King and overestimated himself. Zhangju felt that the sky was spinning as if his body was not his own anymore. He felt like he was sitting on a small boat, sailing in the Black Sea. The world in front of him fragmented, then reconstructed, and so forth. I don't know how long had passed. Zhangju opened his eyes. What he saw was not the audience on the stage but a towering castle. The bizarre architectural style was not at all like a human creation. Zhangju realized that this was the kingdom of Alagata, the palace that belonged to the Hanged King. He had arrived where the Hanged King lived during his lifetime. Chapter 45. Zhangju knows little about the Hanged King. Only knew that he was once a tyrant, greedy for pleasure, exploiting his people, and killing his people. After being hanged by the angry mobs, he was resurrected into a god, destroyed his own kingdom, and through SCP-701, he was immortalized so that he could continue his murder spree. The place where he ruled was called the Kingdom of Alagata. Zhangju wondered why this king, who had been hanged to death, had brought him here. Zhangju floated in the air, unable to speak and move his body. Only his mind could move. He was like a camera, passively remembering everything he saw. The time seemed to have rewound for a long time, and the Kingdom of Alagata was still thriving. Contrary to his imagination, instead of being hell, the lost Kingdom of Alagata was very rich, with merchants and politicians, including peasants living a prosperous life. He saw the Hanged King who was alive, working night and day diligently to govern Alagata in an orderly manner. What is going on? Zhangju's mind hit a big question mark. This was not like the story he knew. But he immediately understood, the information he had learned before was not the truth. Someone had tampered with history. Time flew by as a scene played out before Zhangju's eyes. The most important scene came. The Hanged King's son had plotted a rebellion. He bought the army, bribed the ministers, and together with his own mother, imprisoned the Hanged King. They falsely claimed that the Hanged King had a disease and was possessed by ghosts and gods that needed to be killed. Those brain-damaged folk believed their words. They burned his palace and killed all the people who were loyal to him. The Hanged King was knocked off his jaw, put in chains, and was brought to the kingdom's market. He was forced to crawl through the streets of kingdom, mocked by his former servant, kicked him, bashed him with filthy objects, and cheered loudly. It seemed to be a festival that belonged to everyone. Eventually, the Hanged King was hanged on a deserted hill outside the city. Until his death, he muttered that he could not forgive his son, much less his foolish servants. He was dead, but not quite dead. A man of unreadable appearance, perhaps not a man? It didn't matter, made a deal with him. The Hanged King offered his soul in exchange for great power and eternal life. He returned to his palace. The next day, the rivers flowing through the kingdom turned red and smelled like human blood. Many of the kingdom's citizens became ill, began to bleed and tremble. Those who were involved in the rebellion suffered the most, and their strength gradually decayed. They became weaker and eventually died. By the third day, the disease was lifted. But people began to commit suicide, cut their own faces and throat. Their blood flowed in the kingdom through the Red River, spreading wildly, and most of the animals, except the crows, fled away from the kingdom. The whole city of Alligator turned into a hell on earth. But even this could not quell the raging fire in the Hanged King's heart. He wanted revenge. He let the scholars and artists go and gave them nightmares every day. He made them see the tragic images of the kingdom of Alligator and forced them to create plays or literary works from them. As soon as these scenes were materialized, he could use them to manifest himself and take revenge on those he considered foolish on their act. So that's how it is. Surprisingly, it was always like this. Jiangju could not help but smile bitterly. History is always written by the victors, and there was no telling how much truth has been buried. On top of the stage, the lines he said to keep the plot going turned out to be the closest to the truth. Probably this was the reason why the Hanged King brought him here. The scene in front of his eyes gradually blurred, and Jiangju came to his senses. He was still standing on top of the stage while the Hanged King had long disappeared on the opposite side. At that moment, all the audience watching the performance, including Yang Shui and Lei Shan, felt their brains were in a state of confusion. Their memories suddenly became altered, only vaguely remembered that they saw a very exciting performance. At the end of the play, the character played by Jiangju comes out and defeats the main villain. Other than that, they couldn't remember all the other details of the show. Wow, the applause thundered. The entire audience applauded Jiangju's wonderful performance. Jiangju's head was thinking, and he probably guessed what had happened. It seemed that the Hanged King had given up his revenge because of what he had done. He used the remote control in his hand to bring down the curtain and then released the actors from his pocket dimension. Sure enough, although their memories had all been altered, and they didn't know what they had performed, their weird behavior had all returned to normal. Jiangju opened the curtain again and let them receive the audience's applause. What just happened? Yang Shui covered his forehead. Most of the SCP Foundation staff had received sufficient training, and this means of memory alteration was effective for ordinary people, but they were affected by it. Lei Shan returned to normal before she did. We should have been affected by SCP-701, but it looks like Advisor Zhang completed his mission successfully. Yang Shui looked at Jiangju on the stage, seeing that smug look on his face. I guess so. The MTF member beside Lei Shan said, Mr. Lei, should we apply to headquarters for amnestics, sedation to recover memories, to aid us in recovering our memories? You can apply for them, compile the whole thing and make a report and send it back to the headquarters. I don't need it. Lei Shan said and then smiled. Life is better with a little white space in your head. The entire cultural performance ended successfully with big applause, the high standard of which was unanimously affirmed by the leaders and the audience. The play ended. Jiangju walked to the backstage from the audience. Yang Shui rushed to welcome him. Are you okay? She asked. Just kidding, what could possibly happen to me? Jiangju waved his hand and stinkily said, don't even look at who I am. Looking at his appearance, Jiangju seemed to be fine, and Yang Shui's heart was finally relaxed. Jiangju turned to Lei Shan, there's no mess down there, right? Lei Shan said, the audience is fine, except for him. Lei Shan looked in the direction of Zhang Shijia, and Jiangju looked with him. Only to see Zhang Shijia covering his face with his hands, tears streaming down his face. Jiangju shrugged. Who told him to copy someone else's script? If he still can't recover from it, you guys should do a memory deletion on him. Lei Shan nodded. Don't worry, it's not just him. The Foundation will do a full mental evaluation of all those who attended the performance and watched the show today and will claim it as a public service medical examination. As expected from the Secretary of the O5 Council, thoughtfulness was the key. Jiangju gave him a thumbs up. Since you've thought of all that, then I'm relieved. As Jiangju spoke, his body suddenly swayed, and he involuntarily fell backward. Hey, are you okay? Yang Shui was quick on the uptake and held him up. Zhangju leaned into Yang Shui's arms, feeling a little soft, and he rubbed against it. Meeting Yang Shui's worried eyes, he pulled up the corners of his mouth with difficulty. "Don't worry. I'm just a little tired." Zhangju closed his eyes before he finished speaking, snored slightly, and fell asleep. The frequent use of his abilities, especially the final face-to-face confrontation with the materialized Hanged King, had consumed a lot of his energy. After confirming that the incident was over and everyone was safe, his spirit suddenly relaxed, and he eventually fell asleep in Yang Shui's arms. Yang Shui gently stroked his hair, and his eyes were full of warmth and pain. Lei Shan looked at Zhangju and shook his head, laughing. "This advisor Zhang is indeed an interesting person." Yang Shui sighed. "An idiotic person." Chapter 46. When Zhangju woke up, it was already late afternoon. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled through the window onto the ground shines a golden yellow. He looked around and realized that he was lying on the sofa in the VIP room of Zhangzhou University, draped in Yang Shui's jacket. He sat up and rubbed his swollen neck. "Wake already?" Yang Shui's slightly surprised voice came. She had been by Zhangju's side since he had fallen asleep from too much exhaustion. Seeing that it was getting dark, she was about to borrow a blanket, but who knew that Zhangju would wake up in a short amount of time. Yang Shui poured a glass of water for him. Zhangju gulped it all down, looking thirsty. "Slow down." Yang Shui poured him another glass. "How are you feeling?" "Still tired." There was nothing to be pretentious about with Yang Shui. Zhangju nodded. "I'm not tired. Just a little dizzy." The use of the ability was a total consumption of physical and mental strength. His physical strength was fine, but his mental strength was not adequately trained. Something that was a little bit hard to do. Yang Shui knew that Zhangju was not the kind of person who would easily show his weaknesses, and if he told her the truth, it means that he had completely trusted her and told her the truth. If she hadn't requested Zhangju to let those students finish the performance, Zhangju wouldn't have fainted from exhaustion. Yang Shui blames herself regarding this situation. For a moment, she was contemplating herself and said, "Would you like to bring me a compress for your head?" Yang Shui's cheeks were slightly red, and there was an indescribable beauty under the mapping of the setting sun. Zhangju rarely did not tease her and tilted his head. "Sure." Zhangju lay on Yang Shui's lap. His mind was completely empty, without a single thought. Yang Shui's cold fingers were placed on his temples, gently rubbing them. The surrounding silence, it seems that time was frozen at this moment. Suddenly, the sun was setting and went completely dark. A knock can be heard from the door, and Vice President Zhang's voice came. "Hey, you two. Are you guys awake yet? The dinner is about to start." Originally, Zhangju and Yang Shui had not planned to attend the dinner party here. But knowing Zhangju's current condition, their plan was interrupted. Zhangju replied, "Got it, you can go there first. We'll catch up to you later." The charity dinner was held at the Zhangzhou Hotel across the street from the university's gate. With the guidance from President Bai and Minister Chiu, Vice President Zhang understands Zhangju's role for Zhangzhou City. Zhangju might be unaware of it, and he didn't dare to go against Zhangju's wishes, so he could only tell them about the dinner party and then rush back to continue his duties. Yang Shui compressed Zhangju for a little bit longer and waited until Zhangju let out a contented sigh before the two of them went downstairs and went to the party. The time was 7 p.m., and the lamplights were on. Zhangju and Yang Shui arrived at the Zhangzhou Hotel. It was clearly past the schedule, but the banquet seemed to have not yet officially started. The guests were gathered in twos and threes, drinking and chatting inside the hall. Although it was strange, Zhangju, who had returned to normal, grabbed the cupcakes on the table and stuffed them into his mouth. His mental exhaustion had gotten a lot better, but he was obviously hungrier than usual. "Cough, cough, to the point, he choked himself because he ate too fast. "Can't you slow down a little?" Yang Shui snapped as she patted his back and smoothed his breath. Zhangju took a sip of water and whispered, "You don't know how hungry I am." The party was about to begin, and the host had already placed the microphone in front of the podium. The main purpose of tonight's party was to raise money for the school's new lab and to raise funds for the poor students at the university. In short, it could be explained in 4 words: to ask for money. Zhangju saw that several representatives of poor students were sitting on the side, quietly waiting for the process afterward. Zhangzhou University did not require a uniform dress code, so they all wore their own clothes. Although clean, both the collars and cuffs were badly worn, and it was clear that it was indeed rough looking. Zhangju couldn't help but shake his head just by looking at them. Students are students. They should think more in a simplistic way. There's a lot of food here. Do they not know how to eat? He could only say that in his heart. It was fortunate that he hadn't said what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would have gotten another white look from Yang Shui. "Advisor Zhang, you're finally here." President Bai laughed and greeted him not far away, with Minister Chu and Lei Shan right beside him. President Bai had quite a hard time, having to entertain Lei Shan properly on one hand while not daring to neglect Zhangju on the other. After exchanging pleasantries and confirming that Zhangju's health was fine, President Bai put his mind at ease. The banquet was about to start officially, and according to the process. President Bai needed to give a speech on stage, and before he left, he shook Zhangju's hand. "Advisor Zhang, don't let our students of Zhangzhou University down, okay?" Hearing President Bai say this, Zhangju was slightly stunned before he remembered that Lei Shan had come to visit on behalf of the Siryui Group, also known as the SCP Foundation, and Lei Shan had said that the amount of money to be donated and whether or not to plan investments in Zhangzhou City would have to be approved by Zhangju. So it could be said that Zhangju's attitude would largely affect Zhangzhou University and Zhangzhou City for the future of the Zhangzhou people. After President Bai's speech, the dinner came to the most important part. The entrepreneurs of Zhangzhou City who received the invitation and the distinguished alumni who graduated from Zhangzhou University began to donate to Zhangzhou University one after another. There were 30,000 to 50,000. Some donated from 80,000 to 100,000, and others donated more than 100,000 to 200,000. Then, there are almost no more. No one's money comes to the donation, and the fundraising seemed at its limit. Dozens of millions of money are enough to drag down some small businesses, so that their capital chain broke, not to mention the direct donation that flows like a stream of water. Those college students don't know that for them, millions of money thrown were nothing for those entrepreneurs. A moment had passed. The most donations to the college are from the Zhangzhou City local enterprise, Zhangzhou Technology Co. Finally, it was Siryui Group's turn. They were the last ones to donate, which was deliberately arranged by President Bai. The host handed the paper and pen to Lei Shan, but Lei Shan just smiled without any action. Understanding what he meant, President Bai turned around and looked at Zhangju with his eyes. Unaware of the situation, the people in the room whispered silently about them. Minister Chu explained the reason to a few people he knew well, and when they heard that the donation from Siryui Group had to be approved by Zhangju, they were all stunned. In this instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhangju, and they gradually became more and more enthusiastic. A young man in his 20s was able to sway the strategic investment of a multinational group, definitely not a simple thing to do. This was no longer the impact that an ordinary position could cause. Who was he? Of course, this question may not be answered. Seeing President Bai looking at himself pitifully, Zhangju gulped and glanced at Yang Shui, who was always standing beside him. Yang Shui bowed her head, not forcing him, much less praying to him. But the clenched fist revealed her inner thoughts. She didn't want to put the pressure on Zhangju, but she also wanted her alma mater, her hometown, to become a little better. After the lunch, Zhang Ju exchanged information with Lei Shan, and although President Bai was a sleek person, the Foundation had not found any shady information about him, and he deserved a lot of credit for how far Zhangzhou University had come. Without making everyone wait too long, Zhang Ju looked at Yang Shui and then at the representatives of the poor students who were standing left and right in the corners and nodded with a smile. Chapter 47. Noticing Zhang Ju's nod, President Bai was relieved, and everyone began to cheer. Zhang Ju agreed to donate. So, the main problem is halfway there, but it wasn't over yet. Donations can be made, but the amount was also a problem. Everyone's eyes turned to Lei Shan again. He smiled faintly and said to Miss Chang, "Excuse me, can you help me tally up how much those colleagues just donated in total?" Miss Chang froze and only after President Bai coughed lightly put her back to her senses. "Just a moment, I'll count it right away." The scene's atmosphere was again tense, and everyone was guessing how much Lei Shan wanted to donate. 3 minutes later, Miss Cheng returned and said, "Well, just now, the alumni just donated a total of 2.335 million yuan. Okay, thank you." Lei Shan said politely, and then he wrote down 233.5 units in the fundraising book. The unit was valued at 10,000 yuan. Wow! After Lei Shan finished writing it, the room resounded with loud applause. In the absence of a disaster or epidemic, the Siryui group donated more than 2 million yuan to Zhangzhou University at once, which was already quite a good result. President Bai breathed a sigh of relief to finally give an account with the whole university's teachers and students. "Wait a minute." Just at this moment, Zhang Ju's voice rang out. The entire audience's attention was once again drawn to him. Yang Shui wanted to pull his hand, but she was too late. He took a big step towards Miss Cheng and took the fundraising book that Lei Shan had just handed over to her. To be precise, he snatched it. He looked at Lei Shan and pointed his finger to the column of the donation amount. "Mr. Lei, don't you think you made a mistake?" No one knew what he wanted to do, and no one dared to interrupt him either. But judging from his reaction, it didn't seem to be good news. Did he think he had donated too much and wanted to retract the donation? Among the scene, only Lei Shan probably guessed what Zhang Ju was thinking. "Oh, it's not a mistake." Zhang Ju took his finger away, "So I was the one who misread it. I mistakenly thought it was a fly on the book, shame shame shame." Zhang Ju gave the fundraising book back to Miss Cheng again. Then he quickly walked off the stage, took Yang Shui's hand, and headed out. He was so fast that he left the hotel lobby in 3 steps and disappeared from the sight of the crowd. That hasty look, as if he had eaten an expensive dinner without paying. The people there were all stunned, completely confused about what he was up to. When everyone was surprised about Zhang Ju's odd behavior, Miss Chen was suddenly called by President Bai. President Bai frowned, thinking that the hotel was too unreliable. But when he turned back around, he was equally stunned by sight before him. "President Bai, what happened?" Vice President Zhang followed his gaze and turned into the same state. When each guest's presence discovered the discrepancy, they dropped their jaws in shock. It turned out that after the fundraising book had passed through Zhang Ju's hands, a point had been erased, yes, a decimal point. The original donation amount was 2.335 million, which instantly turned into 23.35 million. A whole tenfold increase. The fundraising book is not just a number, it's real money, and it can't be filled in carelessly. The hilarity was too big for them to hold. No wonder he had to run away. President Bai laughed a few times awkwardly and said to Lei Shan, "Advisor Zhang is really good at jokes." No, Lei Shan shook his head, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor from the beginning to the end. "Since the amount was changed by Mr. Zhang Ju, it is considered that I agreed to it, and it will remain so." Hearing Lei Shan say this, all the people present boiled over. A donation of $20 million, What kind of notion is that Zhang Ju had changed it just like that? And did Lei Shan really agree to it? Don't they think that this is too much? Several representatives of the poor students cried tears of joy and hugged each other. When the crowd finished cheering, Lei Shan continued, I can donate some of my money, but I have a small condition. I hope President Bai can agree. When he heard that Lei Shan agreed to donate, President Bai's eyes shone. Let alone a small condition, even if he were asked to do strip dance, he would be obliged to do so. However, after all, Lei Shan was not Zhang Ju and could not think of such a damaging trick. He slowly said, the total donation is 23.35 million yuan. The Sirui group still only counted 2.335 million. The remaining 21.015 million yuan was in the name of Mr. Zhang Ju's personal donations to Zhangzhou University, and set up a special foundation to help those poor students with good character. What Lei Shan proposed was not a request at all, and President Bai immediately nodded, this is no problem at all. So, Mr. Lei, what is the name of this foundation? What should we call it? Lei Shan thought about it, let's call it the Double Jade Foundation. After a simple conversation, the matter was completely settled. In a short time, it was believed that Zhang Ju's name would leave a strong and colorful mark in the history of Zhangzhou University. The founder of the Double Jade Foundation, Zhang Ju, was pulling Yang Shui's hand wildly. During this time, he turned back several times to make sure no one was coming after them before stopping at a milk tea store entrance. Yang Shui could not catch her breath, what are you running for? Zhang Ju's stamina was much better than Yang Shui's, and he was still looking behind him, afraid that someone would come after him. If I don't run, I'm going to be haunted by a debt of 10 million, and when people hold me back, you won't even have time to cry. Yang Shui was unsure, and Zhang Ju confirmed that it was safe before he said what he had just done. Yang Shui shook her head, you're the one who fooled around with so much money. I want to see how you end up. What do you know? Zhang Ju laughed, that Lei Shan person will admit to the debt. A gentleman like him is the best to make a deal with. Yes, and you are the hardest to deal with. Yang Shui said helplessly. Good to know. Zhang Ju nodded smugly, then pointed to the milk tea store next to him, I ate too quickly just now and almost choked myself. Could you buy me a cup of milk tea? Yang Shui said, normally, shouldn't a boy treat a girl for a drink? I don't have any money. Zhang Ju justified. Just when the two of them were getting pretentious about who was buying the milk tea, the cafe across the street, two indiscernible people were looking down at them from the window. The young man in the white suit took a sip of his coffee naturally. Is he Zhang Ju? His servant answered, yes, according to the information returned by Viper, he was the one who ruined our plan. Quite an interesting man. The young man smiled. Shall I inform Lark? No need. The young man interrupted. Since he was able to survive Mr. Samuel's self-destruction, it proves that ordinary anti-personnel weapons are useless against him, and if you ask Lark to snipe him, not only will it be just a waste of bullets, but you will also cause them to be alerted. The servant frowned and said, then what are we going to do? Let him go. Of course not. The man in the white suit let out a creepy cold laugh, and the air around him seemed to freeze. People who go against us shouldn't be forgiven, and we must not also let him die in a good death. But against this kind of difficult people, the first task is to figure out what their ability is, and then, put the bullet on their head. Chapter 48. If Zhang Ju were to use one word to describe his feelings at this moment, it would be regret, a deep regret. More than regret, it was the most regretful feeling, the essence of regret itself. After a week-long review, Site 14 finally resumed its normal schedule, and most of the staff returned to work. The commendation for Zhang Ju and Yang Shui was scheduled on that day. Since the invasion incident sacrificed many people, the commendation meeting was done in the most simplistic way. In the presence of a few sidecotters, Lei Shan gave Zhang Ju and Yang Shui a medal. There was really only one fucking medal? Zhang Ju wanted to curse at that moment. However, Lei Shan seemed to have expected his reaction and laughed. Advisor Zhang, the foundation originally intended to give you each 5 million yuan, but you donated them all. What the hell? You donated the money yourself? Zhang Ju was frozen on the spot. He had donated his own money, 5 million. In his 2 lifetimes combined, this was the first time Zhang Ju had done such a foolish thing. No wonder Lei Shan didn't stop him back then. This person was so slick. It was rare to see Zhang Ju defeated. Yang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. She did not take Zhang Ju's donation of her money seriously at all. To her, money was too insignificant compared to people. Advisor Zhang, let's take a picture together, said Huang Xingguan, who had officially taken over as site director. Zhang Ju sighed, holding the medal in his hand, revealing the ugliest smile he had ever seen. With the site review and the commendation meeting finished, the auditing team from the foundation headquarters that Lei Shan represented had one last task left. To delete all the foundation staff memory and the former Site 14 site director, Yang Wenbei. When the process has finished, he will forget that he was once an SCP Foundation site director, forget everything here, and he will think he was an old veteran who retired after doing mysterious work for the country. Inside the site director's office, Yang Wenbei rubbed his already very old desk with his rough hand, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Zhang Ju, Yang Shui, and Lei Shan stood at the door. Looking at the old man's slightly stooped body, Yang Shui's tears slipped down from the corners of her eyes. Zhang Ju put his arm around her shoulders and comforted her silently. Mr. Lei, Yang Wenbei suddenly said, can I have a few words with 2 of them in private? Of course. Lei Shan nodded, we'll be leaving here this evening, so it won't be a problem to start the procedure done before then. After saying that, Lei Shan nodded to Zhang Ju and left the office, leaving room for the 3 of them to talk. Uncle Dash. After Lei Shan left, Yang Shui could no longer hold back the sadness in her heart. Since Yang Wensong had disappeared, Yang Wenbei had always treated her like his own daughter. Yang Wenbei took her hand and shook his head with a smile, no need to be sad. It's not like there's anything wrong with me. I'm just a little sad to leave this place behind. Their uncle-nephew love was deep, and Zhang Ju couldn't help but sigh. It's not difficult to make a person dedicated to their job, but what is difficult is to dedicate their life. At the end of the day, their dedication may never be known by the public. This is true for all the people who worked at the foundation. They are dedicated and careful, but one mistake will likely cost them their lives. It was a good thing that Yang Wenbei retired. Yang Shui cried for a while and finally calmed down. She looked at her uncle and wanted to say something. Yang Wenbei said, if you have anything to ask, just ask. When my memory was deleted, overwritten, and then you ask afterward. I can't guarantee you an answer. Yang Shui hummed and said, Uncle, can you tell me what happened to my father's disappearance? Yang Wenbei nodded, I knew you would ask me about this matter. Back then, when you were still just a young girl, I didn't tell you because I wanted to protect you. But now it seems that you've grown enough to handle the truth. I have nothing to lose. Yang Wenbei pulled Yang Shui to sit on the sofa. He sighed, took out a cigarette from the drawer, and lit it. Only then did Zhang Ju realize that he knew how to smoke. Yang Shui looked at his uncle and didn't urge him on. After a long time, Yang Wenbei's slightly hoarse voice rang out. Your father and I joined the foundation together, but our different personalities have long since led us to different fates. I liked to deal with people, while he was quiet and liked all sorts of strange and bizarre research. Within a few years, I was promoted to supervisor. At the same time, he became the youngest senior researcher at Site 14. He was a year younger than you. Not long after, the Foundation headquarters discovered his talent, more and more anomaly began to contained at Site 14. No matter how difficult it was, he was able to contain it. The entire B6 floor design, reserved secret passages, and extreme emergency protocol. All of them was his idea. There is nothing in Site 14 considered difficult for him. So many other site staff came to him, asking for his help. Because of this, the headquarters acknowledged his competency. Finally, he met a woman. At that time, my level was not high enough, so I did not know who that person was. Only know that she was a woman. The next day, he came to say goodbye to me and entrusted you to me. Now that I think about it, before he set out, he already realized that the trip would be very dangerous, and there was a good chance that he wouldn't be able to return. But he still went without a single doubt in his mind. 3 years passed, he was nowhere to be found. I called headquarters to ask about his situation. Then, the most bizarre thing happened. Speaking of this, Yang Wenbei suddenly stopped his story, and he took a heavy puff of the cigarette in his hand. The roll burns at a fast rate, visible to the naked eye. Ordinary people do not need to consume so much nicotine at once, and there is only one explanation. He was very nervous about it. Zhang Ju couldn't help but be a little curious. As the site director of the SCP Foundation, what horrible anomalies had Yang Wenbei not seen, and what had happened at that time that could still make him in shape after so many years? His main key was to always calm. Yang Wenbei quickly finished his cigarette and pressed the cigarette butt in the ashtray. Zhang Ju saw that his hands were trembling slightly. Seeing him like this, Yang Shui blamed herself and said, "Uncle, why don't you just dash?" No, Yang Wenbei stopped her, "Let me finish." Yang Wenbei insisted on continuing his story, and Yang Shui had no choice but to look at Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju shrugged. The old man had buried the secret in his heart for most of his life. If he didn't say it now, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the courage and opportunity to say it later. Only to see Yang Wenbei took a deep breath and continued, "At that time, I was already the deputy site director of the site and could reach the staff directly at headquarters. I asked them about your father, but the answer I got was, he never existed." Chapter 49. Yang Wenbei paused for a moment, and his voice trembled a little. Yang Shui froze, completely did not expect such information. For a researcher working in the SCP Foundation, death caused by anomalies is possible. But, erasing someone's existence was something different. Zhang Ju frowned slightly and could probably guess what type of anomaly Yang Shui's father, Yang Wensong, had gone to be in charge of. Yang Wenbei continued, "I reported your father's name, title, ID number, and employee number. But according to the staff's query results, there was no such person as Yang Wensong in the Foundation's employee database. I find it very funny. Your father was an influential person in Site 14. How could you not find any information about him? So many anomalies are under his responsibility. How could there be no record?" And the people at the headquarters replied that all of those anomalies were already contained in Site 14 a long time ago, and the person who handled them before was unknown. After hanging up the phone, I immediately checked the database within Site and found that the anomalies that were supposed to be handled by your father on the column of the head researcher. It was indeed written unknown. I asked people within the site if they remembered your father, and they all thought I was crazy. As if your father really didn't exist in this world. I went home and found the pictures I had taken with him and found that wherever he had existed, had disappeared. I began to doubt myself, and I thought I was under the influence of some anomaly and was hallucinating. But then I realized. If it wasn't because of you, Shui, you were the one who reminded me that I wasn't the crazy one in this world. You remember your father too?" Yang Wenbei leaned back on the sofa and looked into Yang Shui's eyes, tears shining. "Yang Shui, that's why I told you to never mention your father to outsiders, let alone investigate it yourself. Because I was afraid. I'm afraid that you would face the same fate as him, afraid that you would disappear from this world too. Even the traces of existence are erased. Yang Wenbei finished speaking and slowly closed his eyes. The shock in Yang Shue's heart could not be described. She never knew that this uncle of hers had been carrying this burden throughout his life. Yang Wenbei let out a long sigh. Yang Shui, there are many things in this world that we cannot understand. I know that I cannot stop you from investigating the truth of the matter, but you should always be careful, because if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. Yang Wenbei knew Yang Shui very well, and he knew that once he told her the truth of the matter, she would definitely investigate it, even if the price were her life. But there was no way around it. If it was in the past, he might have buried this truth in his heart for the rest of his life. But now, he decided to trust her, and she was not alone. She had an all-powerful Zhang Ju by her side. Advisor Zhang. Yang Wenbei turned to him, and his expression was solemn. In terms of ability, you are better than me, maybe even better than my missing brother. I'm not worried about that, but I've lived longer than you in this world. After all, I've seen more people, and I have a saying that I've learned from working at the Foundation for so many years, and I want to give it to you. Yang Wenbei was about to have his memory deleted, so every word he was about to say came from his heart. Zhang Ju sat upright and cupped his fist. Please speak, Elder Wenbei. Yang Wenbei said, if we talk about destructive power, one SCP object is enough to destroy the world. But if we talk about the degree of danger, sometimes it may appear in the form of a child, compared to those anomalous objects that look scary. People are the most feared thing in this world. After hearing Yang Wenbei's words, Zhang Ju was silent. He had heard similar statements, whether it was those invisible and untouchable demons and monsters or aliens with super high technology. When it came to plotting devious tricks, they were all nothing in front of the humans. The old man had spent a lifetime of his own life confirming this truth. Zhang Ju nodded his head to his advice. 3 days later, Zhangzhou Airport. Zhang Ju and Yang Shui came as friends to give Lei Shan a farewell. Several people had gotten along quite well in the past few days since Lei Shan came to Zhangzhou. Especially during the school celebration ceremony, Lei Shan gave Zhang Ju enough respect. Although Zhang Ju never said it, he always remembered it in his heart. Zhang Ju whispered to Yang Shui, this man, although a little wilted, not bad at all for a friend. Despite Zhang Ju still has a grudge about the 5 million. Lei Shan clasped his fist, if you have the chance to come to the headquarters, I will treat you for dinner. Zhang Ju didn't even think about it and immediately declined, no, we'll try not to go there if possible. In his opinion, going to the headquarters of any organization was very dangerous. SCP Foundation headquarters, there was no telling what demons and ghosts were inside. Yang Shui glanced at Lei Shan, wanting to say something but refusing to do so. Zhang Ju is a person who has become an expert and immediately saw that she had something to say. It was that kind of question that she refused to know the answer to. He shrugged and put his hands in his pockets, I'm going to take a dump. You guys can talk. Gross. Yang Shui gave him a blank look, yet Zhang Ju had already walked out a good distance without looking back. Lei Shan watched the two of them interact with each other and found it amusing. Dr. Yang, aren't you afraid that Advisor Zhang will misunderstand your words? Yang Shui said, I don't care about him. Lei Shan was not Zhang Ju. He was modest and polite, and in his opinion, this level of joking was enough. His face gradually became serious. Dr. Yang, is it about that question? Yang Shui nodded gently. During the Zhangzhou University ceremony, Lei Shan had promised her that if Zhang Ju completed his mission, he would inform Yang Shui the truth about why Zhang Ju was trusted by the Foundation. In the end, Zhang Ju had lived up to the expectations and managed to stop the Hanged King's murder spree, and Yang Shui could finally satisfy her curiosity. She finally had the chance to know why the Foundation trusted Zhangju so much and why they had given him such a high rank. She believed that Lei Shan was not someone who would forget his word. Sure enough, Lei Shan nodded gently and looked around to make sure everyone around was more than 10 meters away from them before asking her, "Dr. Yang, do you know about SCP-990? Item No, SCP-990, the Dream Man. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-990 is generally a human male dressed in a Cold War-era business suit who appears to Foundation personnel through dreams. Presently there have been no reports of SCP-990 appearing to non-Foundation personnel. SCP-990 has appeared to Foundation personnel since data expunged. SCP-990's existence came to light when several agents discussed having dreams involving a similar individual. Numerous other agents reported dream sightings of an individual matching the description of SCP-990. Special containment procedures: currently, no containment for SCP-990 has been devised. Any personnel with suggestions for the containment of SCP-990 should report to DR. Any ideas are welcome, regardless of who suggests them. The appearance of SCP-990 was generally to warn the SCP Foundation of something bad or even a disaster, so the Foundation encourages its staff to talk about it and spread the information. As a senior researcher, Yang Shui was certainly aware of the existence of SCP-990. Associated with the identity of Lei Shan, Yang Shui immediately came up with reasonable speculation. Do you mean that an O5 member dreamed of SCP-990, and he prophesied about Zhangju? This seemed to be the most likely scenario, but Lei Shan shook his head instead. Not only one O5 member, he said, but all of them. Chapter 50. The fog was hazy. Zhangju knew that he had once again returned to his world. Unlike before, this time, he had returned at night. The location was still unclear, and he looked around. About 200 meters away from him, there was a farm. At this moment, he was stepping on the plowed field. Good grief! He couldn't even see anyone around this time. Zhangju moved one foot and then another until he arrived at the front of the farm. The farmhouse was not lit, there was no one inside, or the lights were not on because those people became weird. It was a bit like the haunted houses in horror movies. But Zhangju was not scared of these things at all. He looked around and then entered the yard of the farm. There was a switch at the gate of the yard. He tried to press it, and the light hanging on the gate came on. In the yard was a large piece of machinery with several letters printed on its body, probably the initials of its manufacturer. The engine's cover had been opened, and black oil stains were scattered all over the place. Presumably, its owner had been repairing it not long ago. The mailbox at the farmhouse entrance reads James, which must be the name of the farm owner. So, is this the western part of the country? Is anyone here? Zhangju shouted in broken English. Obviously, no one would answer him. Zhangju shrugged his shoulders and continued to look around for clues. In the corner of the courtyard, he saw a toolbox, and for some reason, a wrench was broken off. Zhangju put the half-broken wrench in his hand and waited, finding out that it was very light as a weapon. He looked around the yard twice and found no more valuable clues. Then he looked toward the door of the farmhouse. Go inside and take a look. The feeling of an exploration-type horror game was damn thrilling. Zhangju laughed and pushed his hand towards the farmhouse door and couldn't push it. What a shame. He was upset and kicked the wooden door forcefully only to put his foot go through the wooden door. He grunted, took his foot out of the hole, put his hand inside, and opened the door from the inside. It didn't look like it was completely locked. The farmhouse was a small two-story building with a kitchen, living room, bathroom on the first floor, and 2 bedrooms on the second floor. Zhangju whistled while he explored one room after another. 5 minutes later, he confirmed that no one was in the farmhouse. Either a normal or abnormal person. Jiangju looked at the wrench in his hand and thought to himself that probably the farmer had gone out on an errand and then never made it back. Jiangju rechecked each room again, and on the refrigerator door, he found a post-it note. David, I have to go to the town to buy some tools. If you're home, don't use my computer to play games. The people who lived in this farmhouse were a pair of father and son, and it seems their relationship was not very harmonious. Boys, playing games for a while is not a big deal, but, there is a computer here? In the first round of search, he only focused on searching if there were people in the farmhouse. He did not care much about the furnishings or things in there. He did not expect that a computer in a farmhouse far from the city existed, and looking at the father's note, they could also play games. Jiangju rubbed his hands together. It wasn't that his hands were itching to play games. He simply wanted to get online. Suppose there was even the slightest possibility that he could know what had happened in his world. The internet was definitely one of the quickest ways to know it. He went to the first room upstairs. This was the father's room because the ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. If this was the kid's room, he was probably going to get beaten up so badly to the point he couldn't recover himself. Jiangju turned on the power to the computer. After 10 seconds or so, he entered the login screen and was required to enter a password. Without a second thought, he directly entered 123,456, but it failed. Apparently, not everyone's password was this one. Obviously, the father would not have set such a simple password to keep his son from secretly playing with his computer. What could it be? A birthday? I don't think so. That would be very easy. He had to keep it a secret from his son, so he wouldn't use something that both of them knew as a password. Jiangju looked around, he didn't seem to find any valuable clues in the room. He stood by the window and looked out, and the broken-down harvester came into his mind. That can't possibly be it. Jiangju returned to his chair and typed in a few letters on the harvester's body. The password was correct. Tisk, I really am a genius. Jiangju thought shamelessly. He opened his browser, set the language to Chinese, and then entered the forum. Unlike before when he was looking for an online person. This time his mind was focused on the news section, searching for those self-published media. Official news needed to go through multiple audits, and there was usually a delay in the broadcast. While those self-publishers with their main goal attract as much attention as possible, they would be the first person to broadcast if something unusual happened. Sure enough, Jiangju found an unusual thread. It was posted on February 1, 2221, at 23 hours 57 minutes and 55 seconds, 2 minutes before the accident. The thread was called Red Moon. Red Moon? You've read so many fucking novels. Can't you be a little creative? Jiangju sighed while Very Fragrant clicked in. What caught his eye was a big picture of the moon, which was indeed red. There were several irrelevant replies below. All of them were trolling. But Jiangju instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this situation. So, he used Red Moon as a keyword to search for more information and found many of the same thread. The time was around 23:58 on February 1. Because the time from the accident was too short, there were only a few replies. It was certain that the reason his world had turned into this way was most likely due to the influence of the Red Moon. Jiangju thought about it and mechanically opened the thread one by one. When he saw the content of the last thread, he was so shocked that he almost fell off the chair. That thread was posted at 23 hours 59 minutes and 30 seconds, the last of all the threads about the Red Moon. Inside the post, there was only one photo. In the photo, 7 red moons were floating in the sky. Yes, there were 7 moons, a blood-like red moon. I'll be damned. The moon really did turn into a blood-colored moon. Jiangju clenched his jaw if it was not because Uchiha's clan member messed up the world. Then what caused these red moons? Zhangju struggled to think but was completely devoid of any ideas. There was nothing in his memory that fit such information regarding an SCP. After thinking for a long time, Zhangju suddenly felt a little tired, and the scene in front of him began to blur. He knew that he was about to wake up. However, he was out of the dream world just a moment after. A prompt suddenly popped up on the web page. There is a new reply to your post. Click here to view it.